Things are heating up at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. With a couple of rounds under their belts, players are rounding into form and front-runners are taking shape. Despite impressive wins by her competition, Carissa refused to be caught, taking down juggernaut Jennifer Yu to maintain clear first. Three-time champ Fabiano Caruana has entered the fray, grabbing a win to join the five-way tie at the top of the standings. The open section is all knotted up, but the women's leader is looking dominant. How long can she maintain her hot streak? Day 4 of fantastic chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 4 of the US Chess Championships and US Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We started the day in front of the club. You can come here, play some games of chess, and also watch the best chess players in the United States compete for the ultimate title. It's time to start the action. Let's go to the studio.
In the women's tournament, it's all Carissa so far. In the open section, a log jam at the top. More great chess action from the St. Louis Chess Club coming up right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you.
Hey, lovely to see you in studio.
Good to see you guys.
You too, Cristian.
As usual.
It's a pleasure to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 U.S. Championships. 3 rounds under the belt. Very, very nice, good fighting games, but in the ladies section, this show is threatening to become the Carissa Yipsha. She vaults out to a perfect 3-0, just simply outstanding play. In the open section, different story. 5-way tie for first at the top, but please, Kate, do the honors, our standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Great, let's take a look. So in the ladies section, Carissa so far fantastic performance, 3 out of 3. But we also have a clear second, Tatev Abrahamyan, and there we have a 2-way tie for the third place, Irina Krush and Begim Togirjanova.
Tatev is doing great, but always the bridesmaid. She's being overshadowed so badly by Carissa, but 2.5 is a great score. In the open section, Kacha.
Here we have a 5-players tie for the first place. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley, Awonder, Liang, Sevian, and Hans Niemann.
Tell us about the format for these 2 national championship tournaments.
So we play 12-player round robin. The classical chess format is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer draws in these tournaments.
Exactly, and our schedule.
So we play 1 round a day. Today we have round 4. Tomorrow there is a rest day. I'm sure all players are excited to have a break from chess. Then we have another 4 rounds, another rest day, 3 rounds. And if necessary, if there will be a tie for the first place, we will have playoffs on October 24th.
Thank you. And Cristian, there's one player that's still eligible for the Bobby Fischer $64,000 prize.
I don't even know if we still do
that.
that.
Yes, we do. I confirmed it with Rex.
Excellent. But of course, we have a logjam at the top in the open section. 5 players right now fighting for the pole position. But in the ladies section is the Carissa show. Yeah. And let's get to know this young lady a bit more. As you can see, she's always, I have to say, locked in. Whenever she's at the board, nothing else preoccupies her, and that allows her to take the advantage and continue with her initiative. And she's been doing absolutely marvelous this past year. She has done a great job at the Olympiad. 10 out of 11 won her board, and right now she's continuing that streak. Take a look at that. She started off in round 1 with a victory against Talia Cervantes, round 2 against the impressive wildcard that is Rose Atwell, and yesterday against a very aggressive Jennifer Yu. She played the Dragendorf with the black pieces, punished by Carissa with the white pieces in tremendous fashion. I have to say she is very impressive so far. And let's get to know her a little bit more. She's 21 years young, two-time US Women's Chess Champion in 2021 and 2023. Just an incredible resume already. And she's so young. She's going to Stanford right now. So sometimes she's combining the chess with the academics as well. She's the youngest female chess player to defeat a grandmaster at only 10 years of age.
Wow.
That unfortunate event happened for Alexander Ivanov.
Right.
He definitely doesn't want to remember that one. Three-time US Junior Girls Champion 2018, 2019, and 2020. And you don't see more because she stopped playing the Junior Girls Championship. She's just an incredible young lady. In September 2019, she was the top-rated female player in the United States. Also in 2019, just 1 month later, in October 2019, she became the youngest American woman in history to qualify for the title of International Master, which was surpassed a few years later by Alice Lee. I have to say, we have a crop of absolutely incredible players in the women's section, but in the open section as well. Look at her right now strolling through the championship so far, 3 out of 3, and she's dominating the field. But tell us a bit about the pairings today, guys. What do we have in store?
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristian. Kate, do the honors. Let's start with the ladies. Round 4 coming up. Who
So
plays
let's
who?
take a look. We have Alice Lee playing Rose Atwell, Jennifer Yu against Talia Cervantes, and now the really big match of this round, Irina Krush against Carissa.
Absolutely. If Irina can't stop Carissa, big problems.
Then we have the Olympic teammates facing each other, Begim Togirjanova against Anna Zatonsky. Tatev Abrahamian is going to try to catch up with Carissa. She's playing Megan Lee.
Right.
And Nazi Paikize is playing against Atusa Purkashian.
And in the open section, the pairings there.
Here we have Wesley So playing Grigoriy Oparin, Sam Sevian against Christopher Yu, Fabiano Caruana playing Abhimanyu Mishra, Awonder Liang against Ray Robson. Again, here we have the clash of the Olympic teammates, Leinier Dominguez against Levon Aronian, and a very interesting match, Sam Shankland playing Hans Niemann.
Yeah, I see that sixth board as being absolutely critical. The players are playing for pride, glory, honor, and all that good stuff. Titles and
big prize fund. So in the women's section, the prize fund of $152,000, first place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000. All players receive prize, 12th place $4,000. And this year we have this special winner's bonus. If a player is clear first, they receive extra $5,000.
And in the open section, the prize fund there.
Here we have a total of $250,000 prize fund, with the first place winning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000, and again a winner's bonus, this time $7,000.
Combined, well over $400,000 in prizes. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for your generosity as we pick up the action. Players getting ready to start round 4 in the World Chess Hall of Fame. I just saw Irina seated at the board. The butterflies in your tummy. I still get butterflies when I play. Do you, Kate?
I do too.
Yeah.
Especially, the Hall of Fame is such a nice building.
Right.
The chess atmosphere is breathing there, and you want to do your best.
Now, what you just saw Irina do, I've done that my entire career. So I fill out the names, but then on my score sheet, I put the time control, the move 40, and I underline it like, okay, Yasser, that's what your goal is. You got to get to move 40.
You want to get there to get that extra 30 minutes.
Exactly.
So how do you approach the situation right now where you have these type of matchups? Look, you've spent so much time with these players at the Olympiad. You've been teammates with them. How do you approach games where you have to be rivals right now? You know so much about each other, right? Because you've been analyzing chess for 2 weeks at the Olympiad. Very intense preparation all the time. How do you deal with that?
For me personally, I don't really think about that in terms of rivals or any of that stuff. I put everything aside, and in my mind, what I'm trying to think about is what type of position, what type of an advantage do I want? Okay, tomorrow I'm going to play Kate. Uh-oh, I know she's really dangerous in the open Sicilian. I'm going to shy away. I'm going to play in English. I know you're going to come at me with your ultra-sharp defenses. And I'm thinking that I want a position. I'm not worried about my rival.
That's the advantage of knowing those players very well, right?
Exactly.
You know what positions they go for, because maybe even during the Olympiad, you played next to them. You saw what they played against other people.
Right. You're rooting for them at the same time you're saying, I don't want to fall into that position against you. You're really good. How about you, Coach? What do you tell your players?
That's always a tough one because, look, for example, I'm taking Grigoriy and Fabiano right now.
For example.
It's an easy example in the open section. They know each other so well. So whoever is going to play with the white pieces is sort of going to have a disadvantage because the other player knows exactly what your best weapons are. So how are you going to get an advantage? It's already so difficult to get an advantage. How are you going to get an advantage with the white pieces? And that's a question that these players will have to answer. I don't think I have a special, let's say, treatment against this type of situations. No.
Exactly. As we see the players shaking their hands, there you see Wesley So and Grigoriy, but it's the women's competition. I am a laser focused on Irina Krush versus Carissa Yip. Irina opened with the English 1c2, c4. Now Carissa, she plays what the opening theorists of today would call a dubious defense, the King's Indian defense. At least we know the chess engines hate it. They always give white a considerable advantage, and yet, true to her style, she's remaining with the King's Indian for the moment. c4, g7, g6. The King's Indian is a fianchetto of the bishop. You put your knight on f6, you put your pawn on d6, and you castle, and I call it building a fortress. You put a fortress in front of your king and you say, come and get me.
I also feel like Carissa sometimes fianchettos both of the bishops.
Okay.
So I'm curious if we're going to see King's Indian defense or some kind of mixture.
With the move c2, c4, and when I was playing against King's Indian defense specialists, for example, Dr. John Nunn and many others, I wouldn't go into their territory. I would play g2, g3, bishop g2, and I'd try to keep it in the waters of the English. Now, with the move d2, d4, that's a clear signal to me. Ooh.
Wow.
Wow, that's a bit of a surprise. I was about to say, that's a clear signal to me that Irina is ready to go into the main lines of the King's Indian with e4 and d6. Now, c5, there was a player in my day, Grandmaster Roman Djindjiashvili, and he developed an entire system based on the move c5, d5, bishop takes c3. We called this the Djindji Indian, and he would give up
the dark square
bishop. And combining these moves f5 and c5 looks very peculiar at first blush, until you start asking yourself, where do I want to put this dark square bishop? I don't know if Carissa is ready for d5, bishop takes c3. She may just play a Benoni, but this is quite the surprise for me. And we do have d5 on the board, inviting bishop takes c3. I don't know if we'll see it. What's caught your eye, Cristian?
I would love to go back to the open section and perhaps we can see the reaction from the players right now. Fabiano versus Abhimanyu. We have a French from Abhimanyu.
Right.
Fabi already played the French against Levon not many days ago, and he in fact got a tremendous advantage. So I'm curious to see. Right now we're seeing a completely new development from Fabi instead of what he played in the previous round against Levon, f4, and we were discussing this idea of taking and then the bishop to d2 line, which you enjoyed quite a lot, Yasser. But right now we have a completely different approach from white, from Fabiano, knight c2, and I want to see the reaction from the players, especially from Abhimanyu, because this, look, it's somewhat of a gamble. You have the information, you know exactly what Fabi has been preparing for last few weeks perhaps against the French, because Levon Aronian, we know he's a French player. There's a few French players in this competition, so you know Fabi got something cooking at home. But now this is a new recipe, with knight to e2 followed by c3, and I want to see what the reaction from Abhimanyu is. Who will be the better prepared player? I'm very curious about this opening theoretical battle.
Now this move, knight on c3 to e2, it's not what you would call standard stuff because you're moving the same piece twice and you're sticking the knight in the way of the bishop.
Right. f4 is by far the main line. Knight
Right.
c2 is the second most played move, so I'm sure Abhimanyu has looked at this. Otherwise, it would be a failure
Right.
of preparation. And we know Abhimanyu is extremely well prepared in the opening phase.
c5, c3, knight c6.
Still very much within the main lines of theory, f4.
What is white trying to achieve with the move knight e2?
Well, white is trying to, first of all, solidify the center.
Okay.
Get the pawn to c3 so that whenever you attack me with c5 and you take on d4, I recapture with the c pawn. I keep the pawn structure intact. f4, of course, the knight on e2, obviously, it's a bit in the way, right? Because you would love to get the bishop to d3. If you could jump the bishop over knight, that would be the ideal move in this position. And then you go f4, knight f3, and castle very quickly. So you will need to spend some tempis to get that going. For example, knight f3 is going to sometimes be followed by g3, bishop g2, and then short castle. Sometimes the king even goes to f2 in this type of positions. And black, on the other hand, what is he going to try to do is open things up as fast as possible with f6. And sometimes we even see knight sacrifices on e5. So keep an eye out for that.
A new wrinkle or a different, a unique wrinkle.
Yes, let's see what
Knight
happened.
f3.
Knight f3 first. Yes,
Does
this
this
is
have a name? If you say standard French, I'm going to.
Are you ready for it?
No, yeah, I'm ready.
This is the classical Steinitz defense, Steinitz variation.
Well, the classical Steinitz is knight f6,
Yes,
e5,
yes.
knight d7.
Well,
but
this is
knight
the classical,
e2
yes.
and knight f3 is a different twist.
That's what they call it, the classical Steinitz defense.
We got to talk to these researchers. Something.
I think they're getting lazy with the names.
Absolutely,
Look,
they've got to be more creative.
I think so. I think
Absolutely.
so. Knight to f3.
By the way, the current position, if I could give it from my point of view, I like playing the French, but I was always on the lookout. How could I develop my light squared bishop? That this was what I would call my problem piece. And in these positions where they put the knight on e2 in front of the bishop, I would think to myself, I would like to play the move b5.
Oh, to immediately attack on the queen side with pawns?
Well, not necessarily, but to make room for my bishop. If I could play 3 moves in a row, which would be illegal, they would be bishop b5, bishop a6, and b4, and suddenly my problem child, that stupid light squared bishop, is actually playing
It's having a very nice diagonal and wants to be exchanged.
a good role. That did not happen. Abhi played, after knight f3, bishop e7. And we'll keep an eye on this one. Kate, where would you like to take us?
Let's just go around in the open section to see
right.
what opening we have. If we have, again, maybe 2 openings
one of
in
our
the same round.
One of our tournament leaders, Wesley up against Grigoriy. A7, A6 has become a lot more popular in the Queen's Gambit decline. I mean, if you go back hundreds of years, knight f6 was an automatic. They didn't even think about anything else. A7, A6, popularized once again by Magnus, and others are following his path. Captures on d5, bishop f4, looks very logical. e2, e3 to follow, bishop d3. Wesley, so again, one of our tournament co-leaders. And as you were explaining, we coming on air, 2 really intriguing players, Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann. What are they going to do?
Both of them are having a really good tournament, playing really well.
Right.
Of course, we know that Sam had some missed opportunities, but
Right.
still very good game from his side.
They're playing a classical Catalan. And this move, bishop to d2, I really have to give credit to Grandmaster Gena Sazonko. He really made, he would tell you he furnished his apartment with this move. And
So what's the idea?
Very simply, the very simple idea is you want to play c7, c5 to equalize. And normally speaking, you play knight to d7 as a way of preparing the move c5. The crazy part about the move bishop d2 is it's aimed specifically against that very option. It's a very unusual idea to stick the bishop on a5, but it has a purpose. It pins the pawn to the queen, making the move c7, c5 that much more problematic. Now, over the course of many, many years, there have been solutions to bishop d2, but this is just the start of a position that was kind of the tabia in 1990s.
That's very interesting how you wait with the knight on b1. You are not developing it immediately.
Exactly.
So you have this kind of nice bishop a5.
And another reason that you're keeping the knight back for just that ever extra, there's also reasons that you might want to play rook to c1. If I could ever get you to play the move c7, c6, this is considered a strategic mistake. Because the moment you play c6, the bishops are no longer in opposition to one another, and the move knight e5 becomes strategically desired. Now, after bishop d2, again, there have been many, many different ways of play for black, but one of the key moves here is bishop e4. We're going to keep an eye on this. Awonder Liang. He's surprising everybody, as is Ray Robson. One is having a wonderful surprise, Awonder Liang.
Yeah, he just won against Levon Aronian yesterday in a very, very nice fashion with rook c4, positional kind of sacrifice that Levon did not go for because that would be a big trouble for him.
Longest game of the day yesterday, and with the black pieces as well. Ray Robson, Olympian, he came into this event hoping to improve on already quite a veteran score. He's starting with a half.
Yeah.
After 3.
It's not having a very good start.
Ooh. Okay, Ray with the black pieces, happy to have a Najdorf with a7, a6. You can play everything. What can I say? Rook g1, f4, bishop g5. They've all been played, including the move h2, h3, e6, e7, e5, knight b3. Still early days on this one, but a Najdorf is good for us as commentators.
It promises something exciting.
Just quickly tell me about how they match up, Awonder and Ray Robson.
So let's take a look. So, wow, Awonder Liang has 0 wins against Ray Robson, 3 losses and 3 draws. So it looks like Ray Robson, after the unfortunate start, is having an opponent that he might be happy about to play.
Exactly. We've seen some dominating scores. This one I wouldn't have guessed would be so lopsided. We call that a 50%, by the way. How do you do against half the games are drawn, the other half I win. It's 50-50. Good for Ray. Can he turn his fortunes around? Leinier, Levon, another French defense. Both players not having great scores at the moment. They're looking for a win. Sevian, one of our tournament co-leaders, up against our junior champion, Christopher Yu. Maybe Sam is looking, hoping for a score. And finally, Fabi versus Mishra, we've already seen earlier days. Cristian, over to you.
Well, let's take a look at this one, Wesley versus Grigoriy, because it has developed a little bit. And take a look at this. After bishop to f4, Grigoriy immediately, by the way, this is a Yanovsky variation of the QGD with a6, bishop to f4 after taking on d5. And now a move that has been seen only once, c5. This is move 5 in one of the most topical lines in chess. And already after c5, only one game has been played in this position. Knight to f6 before c6, very often we see this type of structure, but c5 I will try to explain. So this is hinting at wanting to get into some sort of a tarash, but generally this is a tarash in which you already sort of lost the tempo with a6, but that tempo in fact can be useful later on. We will understand. So the big question is, why not just continue in a very natural fashion, like you would be playing one of the main lines in the tarash? And what's the difference? Let's say I go knight c6, you go g3. The g3 line is one of the most fashionable, knight f6. And now it seems like, and I think this is his idea, bishop to e6. You continue with castle, right? And now if you go something like bishop to e7, we can get into the main lines of the tarash, even after taking and then bishop to g5, right? So something
kind of
like this,
maybe.
bishop to g5, and it does seem like this is giving white quite the advantage. Again, you've lost a tempo in a position in which is also considered to be slightly better for white in the main lines. Now with an extra tempo, definitely better for white. But what I think he wants to do is not bishop to e7 played like that, but in fact h6, taking away the g5 square. Now, you might be wondering, why don't they play this idea with h6 in the main lines when the bishop is still on c1 and the pawn is on a7? Well, I think there is a very specific reason. You already committed to the square f4, this bishop. With the bishop on c1 and the pawn on a7, you have the extra idea of playing b3 and then getting the bishop on the long diagonal with bishop to b2. Now you don't have that. You already committed, and this bishop on f4 is kind of stuck, right? Where else are you going to put it? On e5? Sure, maybe that's a good option, but then you will have to contend with knight takes e5 and those type of transitions, which I'm sure Grigoriy has analyzed at home. So this is what I think we will be seeing if he goes for this g3 line, one of the most topical ways, and he did not. He played the move e3, which was played in the only one game. Knight to c6, knight to f3, and now we're starting to see some transpositions, but this is already, I would say, a rush that is not considered to be as principled as the one with g3 for white. And in general, black is supposedly going to equalize this one. Now, another idea behind this move a6 is that sometimes you go c4, and then you're already ready to defend the pawn chain with the move b5. So these are the type of trade-offs between with the bishop on c1 and the pawn on a7, or with the bishop on f4 and the pawn on a6. One thing is for certain, Grigoriy is ready for this one because it looks like he's still within his preparation. I'm curious to see how this one is going to develop.
Thank you for that. I just have to say, I'm an old dog with old tricks. And what I learned about the Teresh is from some classical games that went c5, cd5, ed5. And as a kid, I wanted to ask the question, what if I take the pawn? I capture the pawn, and they play the move d5, d4, and then they play the move knight a4, and some really strong grandmasters on the white side have gotten crushed with this position, right? Now, something strange has happened. We get to this position with bishop, pardon me, we get to this position with a6. a6, bishop to f4, c5, surprising move, c takes d5, and you said, now the principal question, right? And I wanted to ask, well, why not take the pawn now? Because now if you play d5, d4, first of all, I've gotten my bishop out, and maybe knight a4 is actually under better circumstance. I've got the b6 square as a potential bail.
No, I take on c5.
And we take a pawn?
With what?
The queen.
You're taking with the queen?
Yes.
Okay, taking with the queen, queen to b6, already black is better.
Already black is better.
Yes,
Castles.
Yes. Don't ask me necessarily why. Knight to f6.
Whoa.
I'm playing for initiative. I'm not going to take on f2.
Me too.
I'm not going to take on f2.
Check.
Yes, bishop to
e6.
Knight a4.
Knight a4, queen to a5. Again, I'm sure these are very well analyzed. And yes, it looks funny because you're taking a piece, right? But knight b d7 in this position, apparently.
Knight b d7.
Knight b7, if you take on d7, I go rook to c8, and your king is in fact getting checkmated.
Wow,
Yes.
that's a nice variation.
Wow,
Yes.
I thought I was playing for it. Thank you.
Again, these are all for sure analyzed at home, 100%. Right. Because whenever you play this as black, you need to know what happens if he just takes the pawn.
I go for the pawn.
But we have completely different developments. Knight c6,
right.
knight e2, and this is a move aimed at taking your opponent out of his theory. Because it's obviously not going to be the main move in the position.
Sure, it's not standard.
Knight f3 is by far the more standard approach to this type of structures. Knight to e2, and right now, finally, Grigoriy is starting to think. What are his options, right? Bishop to e6, maybe h6 to try to do something similar. And also sometimes, white, whenever you already committed to knight to e2, sometimes you want to go g3 and bishop to g2.
That's what I understand about knight e2.
Yes.
Maybe it's aimed against c4.
maybe against c4. Sure, you can always take on c5 and put the knight on d4. We're going to have to wait and see, but it does seem like I don't think we have a move. Yes, we do have a move. Knight to f6 was played by Grigoriy. So Grigoriy perhaps not taken aback by this approach with knight e2 from Wesley.
Knight f6
yet.
quickly.
Yes.
Thank you, Cristian. And it's my great pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcast team, Anastasiya, who likes to be in the playing hall at the start to get the ambiance. Anastasiya, share with us the ambience of round 4.
Hello, Yasser, Case, and Cristian. Of course, I'm happy to be at the playing venue because so much action is happening there. We have so exciting games so far. Every round brings so much fun, so many interesting stuff. And of course, I also like to be in the playing venue because players have a very nice spot. You know, they have a very nice room with lots of food and lots of drinks, and they like to go there sometimes, you know, to get some energy. And I brought some stuff for you, actually, you know, just for you to see what they have in there. You know, some nice stuff like some carrots, some healthy stuff, even sushi they have, and chocolate and some fruits. So I paid attention that players, some players like to bring their own stuff to the playing hall, and some of them they would like to get some bites of food which are provided by St. Louis Chess Club, which is really great that you have this option, because you know that some games can last for a few hours, and it's a really good question. I will definitely ask some players how they balance, you know, this lack of energy during the game. Like if they take food like every couple of hours, or they prefer not to have any food at all, or they prefer to drink coffee or tea or water. So now we can see actually what's going on there. Thank you for showing this picture. Yes, so we can see that it's still quite full right now. So players probably don't need it at the beginning of the game, but normally during the game you start to feeling hungry. And I don't know, everybody has his own habits and own diet. I wonder what kind of diet you followed, Yasser, when you were playing actively in the tournament. I know that Katerina also had experience playing in the US Chess Championships, and she definitely took advantage of this.
Absolutely. I always like the strawberries, the blueberries.
I'm sure about that. And it's also my favorite, to tell you the truth. So I will be staying here, of course, as usually. I will try to catch players and ask them many questions after the end of the games. And of course, I would like to inform everyone, and so they shouldn't forget to follow our social media accounts, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. St. Louis Chess Club is waiting for you there. Come back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Anastasiya. It looked very nice.
Very
there was some
nice.
very nice. For me, it was always chocolate. There was some really nice chocolate bars, the Linz from the Swiss, that I really liked. And for Viktor Korchnoi, it was caviar. He thought that caviar was a brain food, and he really went all out for the caviar. That was very standard. And a lot of players really like teas, hot teas. They thought that was a really nice stimulant. I'm just looking at the game of Fabi versus Abhi for just a moment, because the moves G3 and H4 are kind of an intriguing. I don't know, mismatch is wrong, because obviously Fabi, such a great player, is not playing G3 and H4 on a whim. This is all prepped. What White's setups seems specifically aimed against is the move F7, F6. So the counter strike in the center is going to be met by the moves Bishop H3 as well as Knight F4.
Just targeting that pawn on E6.
Precisely. So the idea from White's perspective is he wants to stop this counterplay. But on the other hand, you know, you're playing moves G3 and H4, you're giving your opponent something. It's too tempy.
And you talked about that before, that you want maybe to play some B5, B4 with black. And get the bishop on that diagonal.
Yeah, B5, B4, bishop A6. And again, I want to bring Cristian in on this, because the moves G3 and H4 may not fit together or work well. The position's closed, so you have a certain free hand, but isn't that excessive? G3, H4, what are you doing? What
No,
What's Fabi doing?
no. I
It's all
don't think-
standard?
It's all well. I wouldn't call it necessarily standard,
Right.
of course. But this has been seen before, and in fact, instead of h4, bishop to g2 is by far the main line. Of course, we understand that. But whenever you already commit the bishop to g2, you should expect the move f6, right? Now,
Right.
the idea of playing h4 first and not committing to that is that whenever you go f6, I have ideas of bishop to h3
Clear.
straight up, right?
Right.
And this is a much better version of bishop h3 than with a pawn on h2, because at least right now you're ready to attack on this side, perhaps even g4 at the right moment, and the rook, of course, is protecting that bishop. So h4, and one of the main lines after bishop to g2 before we move on is b5. And in fact, the engine is saying that if you allow me to go b5 like that, unabashed, on that side, then you might be getting into some sort of danger, because your attack is not coming as fast as you would like to, as white on the king side. So this is why we see h4 in this position. Of course, the big question, f6, knight to f4 seems to be the answer. Bishop to h3 as well is a follow-up. I'm going to focus all my attention on the pawn on e6, and you're in trouble right now. So this is what Abhi needs to be very careful about. And looking at the openings and the opening 3, f6 was in fact played, but queen to a5 was also played in this position, with the idea that you want to potentially take on d4 and force white to not take with the c-pawn. And a way to combat that is in fact to go a3. Now, if you take, I can go a b4 first. I'm not forced to take on d4, and then you move the queen to b6. Let's say I take back with the pawn. These are the type of transition structures that we will see in this game, and it's all going to come down to who knows this type of positions best. And both players have quite some experience in the French. Fabiano both with the white pieces and the black pieces. He's been playing it occasionally as well, but of course, generally, we know Fabiano as a French player from the white side, and he has tremendous experience in that.
We do have c5 takes d4 on the board, by the way.
Okay, yes, I think we're going to see c takes d4 very quickly.
Any
by Fabi.
games from this exact position?
No.
No.
No, c takes d4 seems to, at least for the moment, to be a novelty.
So
And
once
we
you
don't have
capture
any
on
games.
d4, you are pretty much saying you're not going to be going for b5, b4, right? You're going to
Yes.
continue with that f6 idea, crashing the center.
Most likely no more b5, yes, because you're always looking to attack the base of the pawn chain, right? And of course, it's going to be very difficult to get to the b2 pawn in this position, but at least you can get to the c3 pawn and create that extra weakness. Now that you've created a weakness, as in a pawn that cannot be defended by another pawn, you're going to focus your attention on this one, or of course, the spearhead on e5 with f6.
The spearhead. Kate alerted me, my spidey sense tingled. She said knight sacrifice on e5.
Very often,
And
yes,
it seemed to me that you fell for it by suggesting the move knight f4. I thought bishop h3 might be the idea. f6, knight f4. How do you like these apples, Kate? Knight takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. I've got two pawns.
They are running,
And
right?
I've
That
got-
pawn is
and-
coming to e4.
And I've got a tempo. Your king's still stuck in the center. I'm not saying that this is the greatest piece sacrifice I ever
Definitely an
saw.
option.
And
Definitely.
the black rook on the
It's an
f file.
option.
open.
Right. I mean,
It does seem like with good play, white is going to be able to consolidate and then make use of his extra piece. Knight g2 is the best move by far in this position. Try to go to e3, but also keep an eye on that knight on f3.
So if I push e4,
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. e4 and then
you're warming
knight-
up to the.
I also want to get out the bishop on c8, right?
Yes,
We
you
talked
do.
about that French bishop. We don't like it, and if I can get it to g4,
with e6, e5 to come.
Yeah, knight h2. The engine is very happy with white. But of course, this can be worked for black as well. And definitely, if you're in a mood to gamble, you might as well, you know?
Right.
Might as well.
An intriguing piece sacrifice. It flashed through my mind. And we do have f7, f6. And if you don't mind, just talk about the current position, because in a sense, things are actually pretty darn sharp here, right?
Now, knight f4 doesn't work anymore, specifically for this reason. And this is a completely different position than the previous one, with the pawns on c3 and c5, because right now this diagonal is open. So I will always have ideas of bishop to b4, which will create a very big reaction from you. So for example, take, if you go knight to g2, the same thing, bishop to b4 just wins on the spot. Right
flat
now.
out wins.
This is flat out winning.
Wow.
After bishop to d2, now I go queen to f6, continue putting the pressure on this side. If you try to
Now
continue
e4 is
defending,
really trouble.
Exactly. You have huge problems. So only a minute detail. You got this bishop out with a check, and now you can use your queen to the attack. That makes the whole difference in the position. So after f6, he has to take on f6. I don't know if he's played it already, but taking on f6 seems to be mandated in this position if you don't want to end up in a worse situation as white. So take with the knight, most likely bishop to g2, and now we're going to play a completely different type of middle game in which the structure has changed. What white is going to try to do is focus on the weakness on e6. Castle, rook e1, maybe knight to f4, try to target the pawn on e6. On the other hand, black is going to have a beautiful square to get the knight in via e4. So it's going to be a very complex middle game, this one.
I love these games where you've got your trumps, I've got my trumps. Great stuff. Kate, where would you like to
Let's take a look at the women's section and
Let's
maybe
do
just
it.
see the openings there.
Okay. In particular, if you don't mind, I'm going to start with a game between Irina and Carissa, because
Of course, the big match of today.
Wow, for sure. That is the game. Well, it's early days, but could it be the game of the tournament? And check it out.
She did capture that knight with the bishop.
I mean, respects to Roman Gingi-Hashvili as she is playing, not f5, e5. Whoa. Okay, that's a completely different animal. e5.
So she wants to block the position completely.
Yeah, with d7, d6. But, okay, now I have to completely reorient myself because this is news for me. I didn't even know e5 was a move. I play the check Benoni with c5, e5, but I don't do it in this fashion. e4, d6, bishop d3, knight d7, knight e2, queen e7, castles,
H5.
h5.
By the way, when we look at the clock, Carissa is 1 hour 25 minutes. She's playing really fast.
And
Irina Krush, 1 hour 12 minutes. So she's taking her time, especially now, to decide how she wants to position her pieces.
you were saying that Carissa may want to blockade completely the position, something like f7, f6, anticipating a future f4. You might ask yourself, what is the knight going to do on g8? And maybe it's this move h5, which is a prelude. Carissa's suggesting that she'll put her knight on f6, h6, her pawn on f6, and then have her knight nicely centered on f7 in order to meet f4. Totally. What do they call this one, Coach? This is totally news to me. I mean, I'm seeing this position for the first time with new eyes.
I see it's a modern defense, pterodactyl defense.
Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl defense.
Yes. We're going to go back
How
to the
didn't you know
dinosaurs.
this one?
Yeah,
Yasser?
the
You
pterodactyl.
should have known the pterodactyl defense.
Yeah. Do we have insurance
It's well known. Well known, Yasser.
against the pterodactyl? What does the engine think of the pterodactyl approach?
It seems like black is perfectly fine. In
Perfectly
this position.
fine.
Yes, perfectly fine. And white needs to do something right now. Perhaps f4 try to open things up for dark square bishop. This is the trump you have in the position, right?
Exactly.
Dark square bishop, bishop on g7 no longer there. The problem is whenever you try to do so is, I can take on f4. You take back with the bishop, and now I will have this really nice central square for my knight, which will come there. Knight e5 is most likely going to be mandated. Now, at the same time, we're going to see this type of situations in which white is going to try to increase the pressure via the f file. And the big question remains the knight on g8. How do you get it out, right? If you try to go via f6, then you might fall for that pin with bishop to g5. So you need to be very careful. Sometimes you even just simply play the move f6, bishop d7, even long castle instead of short castle. So these are type of situations and middle game positions that we might see on the board later on.
Thank you, Cristian and Kate. These two ladies are just giants in the ladies' game. How do they match up?
Let's take a look at the head-to-head. So Irina Krush, she has 1 win against Carissa, 3 losses and 2 draws.
Wow. Somehow I was expecting a lot more. I guess they just face one another in U.S. championships, and that's about it.
Yeah, and by the way, look at the USCF rating. The highest rating 2480 and Carissa 2471. So they're really very close to the rating.
Wow. And we've just seen the move A2, A4. Essentially, the move A2, A4 keeps F4 in the pocket, but one of the things you'd like to do as white is oftentimes get a little space, on the queen side. A4, A5, the bishop on D3, if the pawn is on A5, you kind of make a pathway for the bishop. You get to go bishop C2, bishop A4.
All right, look at Carissa's move, King D8. Very quickly played.
Yeah, exactly. And I just wanted to say that it seemed that Carissa had it in mind already, her strategy. Remember, you have 3 goals in the opening. You want your fair share of the center, you want good development for your pieces, and you want a safe king. With the center completely blocked, Carissa is thinking to herself, where's my king going to be at its most safe? Okay, imagining for a moment that I put my pawn on B6, I put my king on C7. You can't get a knight to B5. You can't drop a queen on C6. And I can play rook B8 to defend my one weakness, the B pawn. So A5 came quickly, rook B1, king D8, and her intention.
And after you hide that king, exactly as you said, Yasser, king C7, then maybe black can be looking on the king side.
G5, G6,
G5
G5.
and start pushing the pawns there.
Exactly. So a very different approach. And by the way, don't believe the engine's question mark here. I think it's one of those things that the engine really wants black to complete her development, knight h6,
Yeah,
f6.
don't believe it. Don't believe it.
Yeah, but king d8, hiding the king, is perfectly reasonable. Where else would you like us to go? We were going to go
Let's look around.
Yeah, let's go to Begim and Anna Zatansky's game. This looks like a...
By the way,
when
here
did the
we have
French
a
defense
very
become...
nice view of all the games in the championship.
Right, the bird's eye view. When did the French defense, and in this case, the Rubinstein variation, captures on e4, knight takes e4, bishop e7. I really like to give Alexander Morozevich credit for bringing back the centuries-old opening. He did some nice twists on the black side. Ooh, knight. Wow. Okay, that is an extra special idea for me. Knight b4, and
So is
her
that
intention,
aiming at exactly transferring the knight, or maybe was she also worried about white pushing the pawn to d5?
Perhaps both. Normally speaking, if I don't mind, I'll go back for a second. Oftentimes, black likes to fianchetto this bishop. You can do it in several ways. One, you can go a6 and b5. Another is to do it directly. And the third way, funnily enough, is to do bishop to d7, bishop to c6, and knight to d7. Knight c6. The particular approach that Anna has taken is a surprise for me. Knight to b4.
And when we look at clock, we see Begim having 1 hour 24 minutes and Anna Zatonsky only 1 hour 7 minutes. So it looks like it's not a preparation from home. It's something she thought about during the game.
Yeah, at the board inspiration. Jennifer Yu versus Talia, both ladies looking to bounce back after setbacks in round 3. This is our vaunted London. What do you have to say about this? What do you have to say about this, Kate? Is this your specialties?
Yes, so there's the bishop e3 move. There was also a bishop b5 move. That's something I used to play. And I think I have a game at the championship after castle to go bishop b5 to target that knight immediately.
Gotcha. And then clamp down on the dark squares. Bishop to d3 was Jennifer's approach, b7, b6. Still theory?
Right,
Okay.
yes. And now the question is if you want to jump knight e5 immediately.
Okay.
Or if you are going to just
And the
castle.
idea behind knight e5, are you going to follow it up with a future f4?
I think that was the idea, yes.
Yeah, so a kind of Pillsbury attack. Tatev, starting 2.5 out of 3. She's expecting all kinds of accolades and bouquets of flowers and praise me to the stars. Nobody's paying attention because Carissa Yiv has 3 out of 3. She's playing against Megan. What have we got here in this one? A Joko piano, Hungarian defense with bishop e7, and the move a2, a4 from Tatev to keep her light square bishop on the diagonal. There you go. c7, c5. I'm not even sure what this opening is called. It's still a Joko piano, but with a pawn on c5, wow, almost resembles a Chigorin Rui Lopez, doesn't it? You know, we always make those shop and compare, you know.
Not
like,
very good with openings, Yasser. I'm
no.
gonna admit that. So that pawn on c5 looks a little bit, a little bit awkward, but it's also it's targeting the d4 square. It's also not allowing any pushes on like b4.
Right. It does its duty of patrolling the center.
You know, I'm looking at the knight on b1,
Yep.
and I'm thinking, where do we want to go? Because since the pawn captured on e6,
Yep.
it's a doubled pawn, right? Not great. But on the other hand, the f-file is free for the rook, and the pawn is targeting these 2 squares, which are usually very good squares for the knight on b1.
Yeah, the knight's not jumping to d5. Knight c4 is not completely stable. You're right. I probably would end up tucking it somewhere over on the king side. Not exactly sure. A jump-in coach on this one, Cristian. Are we in familiar territory with still theory, or somebody made a novelty between Tatev
Let's take a look.
and Megan Lee?
No, it's still, this was played before. d4, we're still within theory in this position. Knight to a3 as well in this position has been played before. No theoretical novelties so far. But I do want to take you back to the open section for just
sure.
a second and show you what happened in the other games. And one that we didn't necessarily look at after the opening phase, after the early opening phase, was this one, Sam versus Hans. And they were blitzing out. Especially Sam was blitzing out all the way until this move, knight to c3. And bishop to f3 came not as a shock, but definitely as a surprise, because bishop to g6 is considered to be the main line. Not as many games are being played in this particular line. c6 is a bit of a sideline in this one. Bishop takes f3 was what Hans decided to do, giving up the bishop pair. And right now he needs to be fast. He needs to focus very quickly, and he needs to do so at alarming speed to go c5. If you don't get c5 in, you're going to suffer for a very long time, right? So this is why he played the move queen to b6. And apparently the next move by Sam was not the most precise one, because it pretty much closes the bishop on d2. This move e3 to defend the pawn on d4. Rook to d1, you still cannot take this pawn on d4 very easily, because first of all, you're losing the pawn on c6. So you're not yet forced to defend this pawn on d4. Get the bishop out first. So for example, rook a c8, we get the bishop out, knight to d5. And right now, what's important is that with the bishop out, c5 is much more difficult to make happen. Because after c5, d5, this is the type of position that I'm striving to get as white. Because if we see these exchanges, then you can already sort of understand. I have the 2 bishops, the center is open, I can swing the rook on the other side, try to get an attack. This is the type of position that favors the bishops. So obviously not what Sam wants. He didn't do that. He played the move e3, and now after rook c8, take, I'm getting what I want as black, as Hans. I'm getting c5 next move. There's no way to stop me from going c5. And the problem is with the pawn on e3 already, after c5 and let's say the exchanges on c5, my knight is also jumping to some quite nice green pastures, right? Especially this d3 and b3. With the pawn on e2, that wouldn't be possible. Also bishop to e3, pinning the knight would be an option. You no longer have those options. So a bit limited, Sam Shankland, for the moment after this hasty, I would say, e3.
Yeah, I'd almost want to play E3, E2. I like to see
Right,
that move
right,
back in that
right.
exact position. Well, we've been following Ben Underwood's AI. Who's going to win the tournament? Let's take a look at what the model has told us. Where would you like to go, Kate?
Let's go to the open section.
Okay.
So we see Fabiano Caruana, 39.2% pre-tournament.
Right. Wesley So was the second. The expectation after 15,000 simulations was that Wesley would be second, or
Yes.
second best chances.
And Leinier Dominguez, third with 14.3. Now,
With-
after round one, it changed very slightly because we saw all draws.
Correct. Nothing too significant, but then 2 wins.
We see Hans Niemann kind of getting into 8% after an important win.
Sam was one of the co-leaders, I believe. It was Sam and Wesley.
Actually, yes.
Yeah, Sam's not getting enough respect, and then after third round, that was where
That was the
Hans-
important win.
Yeah, and in fact, 5 players tied for first. Again, Sam Sevian said, "Hey
What-
man, why don't I?"
How come it's only 4.7% for Sam?
Right, and Awonder saying, "Hey, what about me? 5% is all I get. How about for the ladies?"
So in the ladies section, let's look at the pre-tournament chances. Carissa is the first, 25.3%, but Irina Krush very closely second, 24.4%. And then Alice Lee, right, 18.7%.
I would have given her more chances. Begim also a little bit more chance as well. After round one,
We have still Carissa. I mean, she won the game. Begim won the game, so she increased her chances. I think Jenny for you is like slightly improving to 2%. She may be like, hey guys, I won this twice. What are you talking about?
right, round two.
And I mean, Carissa, she just keeps increasing her chances. She keeps winning 42.6%.
Begim slipped, and she was really, really upset. She came on tilt in round three, caused some chaos, won,
And we
so
see-
she bounced up.
And we see Tatev Abrahamian. I mean, she won that game in round three, so now she's second with 15.4%. But I mean, Carissa just cruising through the tournament, 49%. That's really good.
That's very, very, very good. I want to jump into the game of Alice Lee because, frankly, to my way of thinking, Alice Lee also came into the tournament as a favorite. If you told me you thought Alice was going to win, I would not argue against you. She's up against Rose Atwell, and Rose plays the main line Grunfeld. We saw it the other day, Bishop G4.
Right, we
Bishop
saw it
D-
against Talia Cervantes. Very similar game. We were talking about it, Knight A5 move.
Queen D2, Queen A5, D5, Knight E5, Bishop C2, C4. As far as I know, I mean, literally, they were analyzing these positions in Soviet championships from the 50s. So we're really in the history books. Today's modern players in the Grunfeld defense, they are developing their knights to F3. Don't ask me why. They're playing H4, H1 in nearly
we
every
have this
moment.
very young generation. Alice Lee, she just turned 15 yesterday.
Right.
Rose Atwell, she's, I believe, 13.
No, I think Rose
she's
is
15.
She's
too.
15. Okay, so they're both 15, but still, and they're playing this historical line.
Right.
So they're studying the giants of chess.
The classics. They're in the classic library. E7, E6, very typical approach for the Grunfeld, and I know that Cristian was basically raised on the Grunfeld. He played it when we would play blitz against each other. The Grunfeld was his go-to line. E7, E6, all theory thus far, right, Cristian, on this one?
Let's take a look, and I'll tell you in just a second if we're still in theory. Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Right.
E6 still in theory. Now F4 is one of the moves that has been played before. Probably you don't want to go D6. I have a feeling that D6, that pawn might get stuck there, right? And perhaps lost as well. Also, we might be seeing Knight D3 ideas in this position. This is a very typical pawn sacrifice. Take, take. Now obviously you don't have the light square bishop anymore. I can pick up the pawn on A2. Maybe I can even try to focus on the pawn on a D6 right now. I need to be fast because if you can get F4, E5 in the position, and obviously obviously white is going to be winning. So I have to be careful, but d6 doesn't seem to be the right move. Rook to b1 is another move in the position, and f4. We're going to have to wait and see. It's a very balanced game for the moment. Not as much is happening. But guys, I was told, screamed at almost by my producer, that Leinier Dominguez had a close to winning position, and I simply don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes, telling me that this is a winning position. No, it's not.
Yeah, I know.
It's not. Look, b4, I understand. The engine is saying that white is doing quite well. But this has been played before. So
A4.
I'm not convinced it's that bad, this position. Of course, you're going to suffer as black, especially if you take on a4. If you take on a4, then I'm going to focus on your pawn on a6. In fact, you will probably be losing that pawn. You're going to have to defend an endgame with a pawn down. King to d2, rook a1. You barely make it to b6 to defend it with the king, but then I have all sorts of ways to increase the pressure. That's not one of the endgames that you want to play.
No.
But what you can do after knight to a4 is, in fact, knight to d7 and focus on the pawn on e5. The thing is, Levon was blitzing out these moves. So I do believe that he had something in mind. And I understand it says 0.6, maybe with king to d2, king to f2. But if g5 ideas in this type of position work, and if you play g3, that allows me to gain space as well as access to the g file, I have a feeling this has been worked out with a much stronger engine by Levon. Perhaps that's why he was blitzing things out, and perhaps that's why Leinier shied away from it. Because I'm sure he saw b4. b4 is a very typical idea in this position. He played the move a3, doesn't want to exchange the queens yet. Rook to b8, getting ready for that b4, but also getting ready potentially against castle to go b4 himself and open things up on that side. So slight advantage for white, but nothing to be concerned about for Levon in this one.
The sirens prematurely went off. Just to finish our tour of the women's championship, Nasi is up against Atusa. This looks like it's coming from a closed Sicilian, knight c3, a6. That's a very, very peculiar move in a closed Sicilian. It almost justifies the closed Sicilian. It's like f4, g4, and let's go. Yeah, there was a player from Toronto, international master Lawrence Day, who in his day would like the big clamp.
Oh, wow.
And the idea of g4, well, is you want to reserve the square g3, and you would play bishop g2, knight g3, d3, knight f3, instead of g3. The big clamp, he called it. What happened in the game? g3, and we're going to be very quick. For me, this way of play for black, Atusa's play, is a little too slow. I prefer white's position very much here. I'm not a big fan. I like the big f4, f5. I mean, I'm playing for a kingside attack. Let's go. You know, I like f5. She captured, bishop e3, said...
Targeting that c5 pawn?
Yep. And knight d7, and we've caught up with the players.
By the way, I really like the Hobbit camera, how we can see the players really focused on the pieces, the giant pieces from this perspective.
Exactly. When I was the captain of the women's team in Baku, one of the things that I liked about watching Nasi at the board is she's pretty poker-faced. She was always very stoic at the board, and I mean, she keeps her nerves very well. She keeps calm at the board. This particular position, after knight d7, what's your immediate take? Would you prefer white? Would you prefer black gate?
I kind of like this capture on e5. I understood what you were saying, that you would prefer
F5
to push an f5.
Right.
That's definitely an idea. But Nasi, I think, is putting pressure on the c5 pawn.
Okay.
And now there is this square on c4. So I'm wondering if she wants to transfer maybe one of her knights, the knight on f3 to d2,
right,
to c4.
Makes sense. You know, there is a big square there. Knight on e2, a little clumsy.
Right, that knight. So I'm also thinking about what to do about the b4 pawn. Like, am I going to play a3 as white to try to target it? Because I would love for you to capture it and me recapture with the rook. And now I have so many targets to focus on.
That is absolutely the case. And if you do play the move a5, again, I like your idea of knight to d2 and knight to c4, transferring the knight. Again, just because I do feel this knight on e2 is a little bit clumsy, I don't want to just throw away an opportunity of playing knight g5. I know what you mean about the c4 square. I might want to play the move knight c1 myself. The idea is you make a kind of a tempo. Whenever, like, I'll make a move for black. I'm not saying it's good or I'm not saying it's bad. We kind of get a position like this, and then suddenly my clumsy knight on e2 starts to look a little bit better, and I loved your a3 as well.
Yeah, this looks really nice. So we keep the knight on f3 because that's actually still doing a good job.
Right.
And I'm taking advantage of that c4 square with the other knight.
Lastly, I'll just say that in favor of white's position, sometimes the bishop, you know, it's on a closed diagonal. It's like the bishop says, hey, look, don't just develop me. Put me on an effective square. And I would say the bishop on h3.
The only thing we have to be kind of careful, to kind of play, to allow knight g4 for black, right? That square bishop for white, we need to make sure that we can keep it on the board.
Exactly. We don't want to get it ensnared. There we saw a very nice portrait, if you will, of our...
But Atusa, she's just covering her eyes.
Something Atusa is saying, just a second, is this in my file? Anyway, nice to see Nasi at the board playing, but we missed her in the broadcast studio as always. Cristian, what's caught your attention in this round 4?
Let's go back to the open section. Awonder versus Ray Robson. Awonder being one of our co-leaders going into this round. I mean, we've seen him defeat Levon Aronian yesterday. He's in tremendous shape. And take a look at this. Ray needs to win. He knows that he needs to win. If he wants to get back into this competition, he needs to pile up some victories. Right now, he's standing at a -2 after 3 rounds. That's not a great result for a player that has been in the title contention before. e5, the Najdorf, of course, with h3, knight to b3, bishop to e6, and generally this idea with h3 is tied to the fact that finally you're controlling the g4 square. So now generally you follow it up with f4. Try to sometimes even play f5 and be ready to cover that with a g4, launch the attack on the king side. But Awonder had a different idea in mind, and that is queen to f3. So h3 and then queen to f3. This has been played only 3 times. So definitely only 3 times. Yes. I was surprised as well. Only 3 games in this position. I'm sure we might see some transpositions, but only 3 games in this particular position. And he was taken aback. Ray Robson was definitely taken aback because right now he's spending a lot of time. He played bishop e7, very natural move. Let's just go back to that one. Bishop to d2, blitzed out by Awonder, so this is definitely within his preparation. Now, the big question is, whenever you see black being ready to go d5, can you go d5?
Right.
Why not go d5? Break in the center. We are being told that generally this type of breaks, if successful, will allow black to equalize on the spot. The problem is, and this is a huge problem in the position, bishop to c4 seems to be giving white a decisive advantage.
Wow.
Decisive! Because the b7 pawn is not very safe. And if you take on c3, I take on e6, f takes e6. I give you a check first, g6, and now I take on e5. You go bishop f6, but I pick up another pawn, and then I will take on c3. So all these tactical shots are possible. He, for good reason, did not play the move d5. Right. Castle, and b5. He's trying to get b4, and his attack going on that side immediately stopped with knight to d5. No more b4 for you, so you will need to labor a little bit on this side, try to get your pawn storm going. Take on d5, and bishop to c8. What I'm seeing is, sure, right now Awonder is thinking, he has an hour and 30 minutes. He's been thinking, everything has been blitzed out until this point. 46 minutes for Ray Robson. And the engine is not very happy with his position right now. Again, it's all about you not really being able to push your pawns as easily, as freely, right? So for example, if I make a very natural move, king to b1, that's a way to defend that. That's a way to prepare my defense on the queen side. The best move, and perhaps he will play it, perhaps he will not, and if he will not, he will struggle to find a way forward, is to give up the pawn with a5. Not an easy decision. Really not an easy decision. It's the best move. And apparently you have somewhat of a modicum of counter chances on this side, but this is not an easy decision. I would be very surprised if Ray Robson, if Awonder goes this move, king to b1, and by the way, if he doesn't, to take it back a notch, if he doesn't, let's say he goes g4, I'm just making a random move. Now, it's much easier to play a5, because the knight doesn't have the retreating square on c1. Right. So a4, you have to go to a1, but obviously you understand that finally you have some compensation based on that. So if he reverse engineers it, and he understands a5 is coming, then he will play king to b1 to make space for his knight to go to c1.
Thank you, Cristian. I just remember the first commandment, take the pawn.
Yeah, he'll take that pawn. He doesn't have any other alternatives, you know?
Right. Well, the fastest hour in chess television just went by like that, and that means that we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and to see what's special for today. Here you go. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all your work needs. It's available at qboutiquestl.com as it is for all your chess shopping needs.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for one-on-one with Alice Lee. Enjoy, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to US Chess Championships, Alice. And just a few months ago, you were here and you won the American Cup. And does it somehow affect your confidence now coming and playing in this US Chess Championship?
Yeah, I think for me, the American Cup is a tournament where I've generally done very well in. And it definitely was great for me to be able to win it a few months ago. I think that for this tournament, though, it's completely different because the format is different. Different people are playing. So yeah, for me, it was great to win the American Cup, but this tournament will be definitely very different.
Reflecting to the tournaments you played, to US Chess Championships you played before, you started playing there since you were 12, if I'm not mistaken. And what kind of memories do you have from the first one? And what kind of experience you gained during these events? And what do you think about your previous results?
Yeah, so I played in this 2 times before. I think the first one, I did okay. I got tied for 5th place and it was a 14-player field. It was a decent result, especially for my first time, but it felt like I was not used to the pressure. So there were a lot of games where I made like some errors that definitely I shouldn't have. And like there were 4 games, I think, in the first one that I was completely winning in a row, and then I wasn't able to convert. I think the second time, I was one of the highest seeds last year, actually. So for me, there I also felt like there was some pressure, but I started out very badly. So I started with half out of 3, and I had like no chance to win after that because Carissa and Begim, who got 1st and 2nd place, were just completely running away with the tournament. But I got 7 out of 8 in the last 8 rounds. So I think in general, last year's result I felt was pretty good, especially because like the ending you remember more than the beginning. But yeah, this year I'm hoping to hopefully have a better start than last year and to be able to hopefully keep that up throughout.
Yeah, the start is very important, yes. And I remember, yes, the last year that it was really hard for you, but still you managed somehow to put yourself together and continue playing really well. Was it kind of important for you, this experience of trying to, overcome this first unfortunate results in the championship?
Yeah, so actually a similar thing happened in the US Junior Girls that happened in July. I started with half out of 2, and then I think I got 6.5 out of the last 7. And I think also something about having a bad start is kind of useful for me actually, because it kind of takes pressure off if I know that it's like it's much more unlikely that I'll win. But of course, like in general, if you want to win tournaments, you have to have both a good start and a good finish. So hopefully for this tournament, I'll have a good start.
But it wasn't the case in the World Chess Olympiad, from where you just came back, and you came back not with empty hands. You came back with 2 medals for the team, and also on your board you got the silver medal. What can you tell about this experience playing for the first time for the US team and succeeding there?
Yeah, I thought like the Olympiad for me it was like a really great experience to both get to play on like this event is just a really great event where top players from all over the world come. So it was definitely a really unique experience for me. It was also great to play alongside teammates that I usually compete against. Like all 5 people on the US women's team are playing in this tournament. But having this chance to compete in the team tournament alongside of them, I think definitely is just like a really great opportunity to also learn from them and share some ideas.
Yeah, but now you will be playing against them again in this event. So what do you think about it? Like, is it going to be difficult for you to change your attitude, from being friends, teammates to be rivals again?
Yeah, not really. I think once the tournament starts, I'll be like focused and until like I finish playing against all of them, I'll be like looking at them as opponents. But outside the board, they're very great people.
Absolutely, and I know that you had some challenges during the Olympiad, that you had to combine your your school with playing in the tournament. What is going to happen this time? Are you still will be studying during the event?
Yeah, I'm not sure because previously, like in tournaments, I usually like was just focusing on chess, and I was able to catch up on schoolwork later. But the end of the term for this year is a bit earlier, so it's gonna like. That's when all the assignments lock, and so I will have to like either focus heavily on my schoolwork after the tournament. I'll definitely still be doing some during, but hopefully I'll be able to focus mostly on chess.
Yeah, and that's very important, of course. I mean, that especially that you said before that you spend a lot of time for preparation, right? For during the tournament, like how many hours normally you prepare for the games? If you can tell about it.
Actually, like for the junior girls. That's the most recent tournament that I can remember. I spent like the first round I spent 5 hours preparing and then I lost. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna just like not prepare as much, and yeah, so then I probably spent like a couple of hours just I mean in the evening just looking at what my opponents do, and then maybe like 1 hour just reviewing the line the next day. But yeah, it's like I think there's also something important about not spending too much time on prep, because otherwise it's very easy to get tired out.
So you're trying to find some kind of a balance still, right, in this preparation. Okay, and my question is about women chess in the US, and of course this Cairns Chess Queens Award, and is it a motivation for you to try to become a grandmaster, and you thinking about it?
Yeah, definitely. I think introducing this award is definitely going to elevate US chess, women's chess a lot. I think it lasts for 5 years, and there will definitely be new people who emerge who would like to get this. For me, I've been like hoping to get this title for a long time, so it definitely gives me extra motivation. And yeah, hopefully I'll be able to achieve the Grandmaster title sometime in the next few years.
Absolutely. And speaking about, let's say, growing and becoming a grandmaster, as you continue to also grow as a player, which areas at your game do you think you still want to improve and develop?
I think I would like to improve my openings, because like one of the things about it is like everybody is playing so many different things, and for me just to be able to expand and to also see new types of positions would definitely hopefully be helpful.
Yeah, all the best of luck for you in all this development, and of course tomorrow the championships will be starting. All the best of luck for you in the event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Alice.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a special guest here in studio, Erin Kane, the Director of Development for St. Louis Public Schools. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome, welcome. Tell us about yourself and what are you doing, Erin?
Yes, so I am the Director of Development for St. Louis Public Schools. Yeah. I manage our competitive grant process for both state and federal, as well as organize all of our community partners.
Wonderful. How many kids in the St. Louis public school system that you oversee?
Yeah, so St. Louis Public serves over 18,000 students across 62 schools.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, this sounds like a big job. And you're getting grants, both federal and locally, private grants and everything like that for public schools.
Yes.
Partnering with the chess programs.
Yes, we're so excited to partner with the Chess Hall of Fame. So they are in over 25 of our schools, providing great services to our students from elementary all the way through high school.
And there we see.
Here.
Tell us what we're watching on the screen here. These are just some of the kids, some of the teachers playing chess.
Yes, so as you can see, our chess clubs are very robust. Our students are not only learning the game of chess, but they're also growing in confidence, growing in cause and effect relationships, and really this is helping to support their social, emotional, as well as their academic needs.
I gotta ask you the crucial question, how's your game?
I am not great, I will be honest.
Okay. And the kids, I can see, are all ages. It looks like we saw some high schoolers, but we're looking at some junior high schoolers as well here.
And what are the benefits or the feedback you hear from students for being part of these programs? Because you said there are more than 60 schools in the school districts, and the chess club is teaching in 40 of them. So that's a lot of students, a lot of teachers being engaged.
Yes. I mean, so we hear from our administrators, our teachers, they're so excited to have this program in their schools. And I actually walked into one of the chess club meetings at Pomoja, which is one of our pre-K through 8th grade schools, and the students were so attentive and just excited to be there. So it's really just helping build that enthusiasm for coming to school and also helping our students grow. You know, like that's what we all want. All of our community partners, all of our schools want to just be there to support our students. So it's great to partner with somebody like the Chess Hall of Fame.
Right. I've gone to Charlotte, North Carolina, and I've been involved, assisted them a little bit on their chess programs. And one of the things that I thought was really funny about the Charlotte school program is the teachers were using chess as a reward. The teachers are saying, hey, if you all behave yourself and everybody turns in their homework the last 15 minutes of the class, you get to play chess. And all the kids was, you see chess being used as a reward a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, our partnership with Chess Hall of Fame goes beyond the typical school day as well. So they're coming in and they're partnering with us for one of our literacy initiatives, Literacy for the Lou. For those that don't know, St. Louis can be abbreviated to the Lou.
The Lou.
Yeah. And so we've been talking about implementing some of their read and write chess programs into our Literacy for the Lou and helping that get out to students so that they can take home a game and play with their family and teach them some of the game as well.
I think that's amazing about chess, that the game in itself is super interesting, but also there is so much educational value, right? The kids are learning a lot of stuff through chess. They are growing personally. They're increasing awareness about like the spatial awareness, critical thinking, and all other important parts of growing up.
Oh, definitely. And we're just so grateful for the partnership.
Yeah, well, we are too. Aaron, thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your story. We hope you come back and tell us what's your biggest success so far that you've seen with grant writing and chess, or if those things go hand in glove.
Yeah, so yeah, we are exploring some opportunities where we can link grant writing and chess together, so stay tuned.
Very cool. Thank you again, Aaron.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Come back. And the standings, let's just take a quick look as we are here in round 4 of the U.S. Championships.
So after round 3, Carissa cruising through the tournament, 3 out of 3. Clear second, Tatev Abrahamian also having a very good start with 2.5 points. And we have a two-way tie for the third place, Irina Krush and Begim Tokirjanova with 2 points.
And tell us about the standings in the Open.
Well, there's no clear leader. We have a 5-way tie for the first place. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley, Awonder, Liang, Sevian, and Hans Niemann all having 2 points.
I like the way the round has started thus far. I see exciting games across the board. But Cristian, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you what has caught your eye in this 4th round.
I've been looking and trying to understand what's happening in this one. Wesley versus Grigoriy, because of course, Wesley wants a victory, wants a second victory. We know how good he is, especially with the white pieces. He showed that to us in his game against Christopher Yu, and right now he's putting pressure on Grigoriy as well, despite being surprised in the opening. Take a look at this. So the last move from Grigoriy was bishop to d6, a very natural effort. Because in general, you're seeing this bishop on f4, you're seeing the very nice commanding control of this diagonal, and I really want to play rook to b8, right? To try to take advantage of the semi-open file, the b file. And this is a natural choice to do so. Bishop to d6. The problem is, and I've been going through the lines, and that's why I sort of understood it, the bishop on f4, in fact, can be used as a target. Because you see, right now it's flanked by the 2 pawns, e3 and g3. Very often I will be able to try to attack it via h6, threatening g5 after the move rook to e8, and it becomes a liability. After bishop d6, that's no longer the case, because we're going to be able to exchange it at all times. So queen to a4, I like this move by Wesley, and right now, Grigoriy is in sort of a pickle, because if you take on f4, for example, first of all, you cannot defend this pawn via bishop d7 anymore, because you're losing the bishop on d6. So if you take on f4, then queen takes f4, and then let's say bishop to d7 to go rook to b8. This is just a very sad strategical position.
Right.
My bishop on g2 is good, is defending the king side, also controlling the very important e4 square. Of course, I'm not going to go bishop to e4, but I will use this knight to take control over the c5 and d4 squares, and I'm going to play around with those very important dark squares that you have absolutely no control of. So I'm seeing this as a potential better position for white. What black needs to do right now, and he needs to be very active, he should start with rook to b8. b3, and the follow-up is very important. You have to understand the fact that you need to go rook to b4. Give up the pawn on c6, and then go back to b6.
Wow.
If you go to a4, of course, bishop to d7, or even bishop to b4 apparently is winning, in fact, for black, because bishop to d7 is coming, your queen is getting trapped. So you have to go all the way to a8. And this position after bishop takes f4, e takes f4, I'm finally starting to get somewhat of a compensation feeling for black after the move d4. I go knight a4, I go rook to d6, Sure, you have the extra pawn, but it's doubled,
Right.
right? I have this beautiful d4 pawn that I will make use of. I will go d3, d2 if you allow me to in the position. I have enough compensation. I'm not trapping the queen on a8.
No.
That's not my intent. I just want to get something going on this side. And if you take with the g-pawn to finish this train of thought, then I go d4, and this is a very good position right now, especially if you take on d4, of course. You don't want to do that. But if you do take on d4 after knight h5, the rook is coming to g6. You have huge problems with the pawns on d4 and f4. It's looking good for black, but he needs to find this rook to b8, rook to b4. Not easy moment right now for Grigoriy Oparin. A lot of pressure coming from Wesley.
Thank you very much for that. That is there's some very nice strategical motifs there, but I really like the knight a4, knight c5 stuff that we were seeing for Wesley. And again, Wesley is one of those players that, you know, he can get a grip on a tournament. He's a great leader in the tournament. I mean, he very, very rarely, if ever, loses. And that +1, +2, +3 score is hard to overcome when he doesn't lose a single game. I'm going to turn our attention back to Fabiano and Mishra's game for just a moment. When we had left it, we'd left it in this position after h4, and I was questioning White's approach. Those two tempes, h4, g3, to grab some squares on the king side. I thought that black was going to break in the center, which he did. f7, f6, captures, check. That's an interesting little intermezzo. Knight to c3, knight takes f6. And remember when we were looking at the structure and black is ready.
Yeah, and I mean, look at White's development. He's really behind. The king is still in the center. The pieces are kind of on the first rank.
Right. You'd almost think if I was White, I'd like to take that tempo back, and I'd like to be castling
really
right
quickly
now instead of h4. And Mishra to play, he's used half hour or 40 minutes. And for me, the move knight e4 comes very naturally. It's not just the fact that I'm pinning my opponent. I'd like to win a pawn. Yes, you know I would. But it's just that I love centralized knights. And so for me, knight e4 is very natural.
I'm also looking at the move e5 here.
E5?
Can I go immediately? Because if you capture that pawn, I'm going to continue with my pawn to d4.
With pawn to d4. And again, you're doing this because White's king is still stuck in the center, and you're kind of thinking to yourself, you might get a free hand at White's king. Did you work out these sacrifices after captures?
I recapture with the queen.
You recapture with the queen. No checkies, eighth. Well, I'm getting a little nervous.
I mean, how long are you going to keep that?
I don't want. Yeah, I think it's time to go. I'm just wondering, can I be my greedy best? You don't know me when I'm really, really greedy, by the way, Kate. A2, A3?
All right.
You've got checks. I know you could. I'm using queen B3 as.
So I may just push the bishop to A5.
Okay.
And if you go, yes, now I'm going to capture that knight.
On c3.
Now you cannot really capture the bishop because I have c2 coming.
Okay. c2 makes sense. Your queen's a little bit vulnerable, right? Queen takes c2. Here you could hit me with a check. I'm expecting a rook e8 check because I was just thinking that if you do capture, your queen might be, hit.
Well, I'll just go back.
Okay.
Queen f6.
And you're more or less somewhat, I guess so. I don't know. I've got, suddenly I don't feel like a moment ago you were pressing an initiative. Now I'm feeling like you won material, but the initiative shifted maybe a little bit in to my side. Very intriguing moment. And let's take a moment to Who is this?
Yeah, Grandmaster Abhimanyu Mishra, 15 years old, very young player in this tournament. USCF rating 27-14. I mean, that's incredible.
That's
and he
crazy.
is the 2023 US Junior Championship. He played already last year here. He's the youngest player to earn Grandmaster title. He was just 12 years old and 4 months.
Crazy.
And as I said, this is the second US Championship appearance.
At 15 years old, I was rated 2,000. And I sported an expert rating, and I was walking like a cockatoo thing. Look at me, I'm an expert. This guy was a grandmaster at the time I started.
It's crazy
12.
how early the players can be grandmasters in the world. Now I feel like there are so many of them.
Truly. So, strangely enough, the two moves that we found attractive, for me, I would have 94 almost in a blur, a hand blur. You know, what was that? That was my move, 94. You liked e5 for obvious reasons, opening up the bishop, playing for the attack. Bishop d7, probably the most quiet. And I don't think Fabi had to be asked twice. He got his king out of the center and he said, okay, now, and Cristian has been warning us, the pawn on e6 is a backward pawn, which basically means white is going to focus with moves like knight g5, rook e1, bishop h3, and he's going to bring as much firepower as he can against
and Mishra
this pawn.
just played bishop e8. I really like this move. He's trying to transfer the bishop, the locked bishop on that bad diagonal, now to a good one, bishop h5, trying to pin the knight and maybe target the pawn on d4, or even bishop g6 if it will be necessary.
But timing, right? Everything in chess has to do with timing. Can you get away with that slow move? Let's say I you know me, I'm a pawn grabber. Give me your pawn. What do you think Mishra, how do you think Mishra is going to handle his business in case of knight g5?
So if I go bishop h4, you're just gonna grab that pawn?
No, not yet. I'll go, you attack my queen, I'll attack your bishop. And knight takes d4. I'm very happy to let you go knight c2. You may never get out.
So if I go bishop g4 here?
Bishop g4 here. That's unfortunate because I really had hoped of playing bishop h3 in the very near future. Okay. That's a darn good move. You messed me up.
Because now if you play f3 to try to chase me away,
Yeah.
I have even h6 maybe. I'm going to make a triple pawn from those beautiful pawns on the king side.
You tricked me. I admit when I've been bested. I'll get out of the way. I'll double up against your e6 pawn.
And you give up that pawn on d4?
All right. Knight takes d4. I guess it's just going to be a flat-out trade, right?
I have some knight e2 checks. Wait a second.
Ooh, you're scaring me. Knight e2 check. I can move my king. At the moment, I don't see it. I do have a fork.
Okay, yeah. No, I don't have anything. So I do trade that knight. Knight takes e6.
And then you can drop back with your bishop.
Yes.
I don't
bishop
think
f7.
that this is a problem for you. I think this looks perfectly fine for black. I don't think that you should be upset at the outcome of the opening in this particular case. So bishop e8 on the board, Cristian, if you don't mind, this position looks quite unusual for me. Any novelties, or don't tell me they're still in?
Oh, we're complete. No.
The total
no.
novelty.
We're out for a while now.
We've been out for
yes. We've been out for a while. In fact, even f6 was a novelty.
Really?
Even c takes d4, all the way.
Very rare.
All the way after h4. First of all, g3, h4. This whole concept was a bit rare from Fabiano. And then after c takes d4 already we're in new territory. But right now after bishop to e8, it seems like white has a slight pull, but it's not easy. And it does say that after rook to e1, despite the fact that at the beginning the engine is saying, hey, white is really better in this position, it does seem like black finds his counterplay after bishop h5. If you take on e6, and this is the big question, right? At least you might as well try to take a pawn, right? Yeah. Bishop takes c3, take on c3, and knight to e4 seems to be enough compensation in the position. Now the rook is a little bit out of play. Obviously, you have to still deal with this very unpleasant pin. And if you continue with bishop to a3, which is probably the best path forward, rook to f7, queen to d3, queen to d7 again, is the question is, I'm going for your rook, I'm going for your knight. It's not as easy to deal with all of these threats, and you will have to sacrifice the exchange. Take on e4, which might in fact
Be good.
be good, right? Probably is the best thing you can do as white. Rook to e8 and knight to e5. And we will have this type of situations in which, with the help of an engine, I understand that black is doing fine, but without, I'm
Two
not so sure,
pawns.
because I see this pawn going to f4 after queen to c7. I see the two bishops. I see a potential to get on this diagonal with light square bishop. I'm liking, from an optical point of view, I'm liking this position for white. So perhaps this is what Fabiano is going to go for after this move, bishop to e8, rook to e1. Now, first of all, give you an update on this one. Grigoriy did play the move rook to b8.
Ooh.
b3 immediately came on the board, and this is when rook to b4 has to be found if he wants to find his compensation. Now, that's that for this one. Awonder, and he was doing very well against Ray Robson out of the opening. He did not follow up with king to b1, what we were saying. He played bishop a5, queen to e8, and I'm not sure about this bishop to a5, because right now it feels like this bishop should be here. This is the square for the knight, actually. You want to get the knight to a5 and then the knight to c6, if possible. The bishop on a5 is a bit out of play, and right now black is going to try to keep pushing and create somewhat of an initiative on the king side. So Ray Robson back in the game, still struggling with his time management though. So this one is, I'm sure there's going to be some disturbances in the time trouble situation when we land there.
You know, it's funny. I've seen these types of positions where Vishy Anand, most especially, really stands out in my mind as somebody who plays these positions very well.
Yes.
If you don't mind, bishop to b4, just one move.
Mm-hmm. But you just played bishop a5.
No, he played bishop a5 to get the queen to go to e8.
And he did play the move bishop to b4.
Yeah, and bishop b4, followed by knight a5, and maybe on a good day, queen a3.
And that's probably the best thing you can do right now, yes. Knight to a5, e4, queen to a3, knight to c5.
Knight
What do you
to
do?
c6.
Knight to c6, I have a feeling you might be running into a5, perhaps. Perhaps not right now, but after bishop to d7, where do you go?
I was going to win the two bishops and play d6.
So take, right?
Yes.
Take and d6.
Queen
yeah,
e5,
after queen e5
only
is
move.
not looking actually that good, right?
I mean,
You're
I think
still a little bit below,
yeah,
right? Like, what's happening with this guy? What's happening with the rook on h1, right?
Hey, man.
You're a bit limited by my pawns.
Right.
I have a nice expansion on the king side.
The marching orders of the rooks have not been obeyed.
So what if we go back and try something like c4? I know it,
At what point? The same?
the same
Knight-
variation, yes, here. I
Let's
think
say
you went
go,
e5.
I think e4 first and then knight c5.
And now c4.
If I go
think it's-
c4 now, is it bad?
The question
It's
is,
bad.
first of all,
Okay.
do you
No,
threaten anything is the
I'm
question.
with you. I'm 100% behind you.
Because if
Kate.
you capture that pawn, I'm going to develop my bishop. Everything is awesome.
I'm not. What I'm going to do is actually trying to give my pieces more squares, especially f5. I'm still going for your king, and right now it seems like you're helping me with this move c4. Not easy to understand also.
Because
But
knight c6, let's go.
knight c6 right now, bishop
Bishop
f5, I would
f5.
assume. Yes.
King b1, just in
King a1, right?
Yes, pardon me, in case.
You're running away. You're running
Well,
away.
I
And
don't
now
know
I
how
will go
far.
a5. Now I will go a5. I'll give you that. I'll give you
Wow.
that pawn. Yes, yes.
Okay.
And it seems like you cannot, in fact, take it.
I'll take on c5.
You probably have to take either on c5, but now you start with b4. It's a mess.
Okay, that's just...
It truly is a mess.
My brain's exploding. Wow.
It is a mess. It is a mess, but this pawns and right now the initiative that's boiling on the king side seems to be helping, or at least giving Ray Robson a fair shot at creating his counterplay.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that, Cristian. That looks like a barn burner going on. And for those of you, once again, who are in the Central West End, please do visit the St. Louis Chess Club, because today's Grandmaster
We
in
have
residence-
Grandmaster Anna Sharyevich, who is doing the analysis, who is answering all the questions, and is going to have players there also to talk to analyze their games.
Yeah, a former U.S. chess competitor. She's played in these championships. And she's holding court at the...
Yeah, she used to be my teammate at Webster University.
Yeah.
She is just really great person and very strong chess player.
Wonderful. So once again, go to the Central West End, visit the St. Louis Chess Club, visit the Hall of Fame, and
enjoy the analysis of wound grandmaster Anna Sharevich.
Absolutely. I want to turn our attention to the game, the marquee game of the Women's Championships. That's between Irina Krush and Carissa Yip. As you know, Carissa is in the Bobby Fischer Prize, $64,000 if she wins all of her games. She's black against Irina, and I have to say, I really like Carissa's position a lot.
So Irina is really trying to push on the queen side and
Exactly.
create some pressure there, but it just looks like black is good enough there.
Right. When you think of a dead end, you just sometimes you come to a dead end. We left the position after the move King D8, and essentially just what you said. I mean, Irina positioned all of her pieces to go forwards on the queen side, but check this out.
She's tripling on the b file.
Right. After this last move, b7, b6, you have to ask yourself, how do I continue? You can't play, a3 and b3 and b4 and open things up. On the contrary, the pawns are stuck. b6 is very well defended. Thank you, knight. Thank you, rook. Thank you, king. In the meantime, the other breaks in the position that white might have, g3, f4, well, Carissa's shutting them down before they even get started.
Right, and maybe she will be happy if you're going to play something like g3, so the rook on h file can be actually opened, and maybe black is going to be the one who's attacking at this time.
Absolutely. Do me the favor of opening up the h file. I'll send you a big thank you note. And in the meanwhile, the knight on g8, which really is not doing anything, it looks to go knight to h6, to f7, to h8, to g6. The square you want to end up on is knight f4. Maybe on a good day, queen h7, knight
and it,
e7.
of course, takes a lot of time to transfer the knight, but maybe black has that time. Because there's nothing happening on the queen side, so you can just be moving around with your pieces.
Right. I personally loved closed positions. I thought it allowed for all kinds of maneuvering games. And in closed positions, the knights can do a dance, and bringing the knight to f4 is definitely on Carissa's agenda.
I always dislike these positions when I feel like I have an attack. I mean, visually it looks great. I mean, white is tripling on the b file, but in reality, there's nothing. And you need to create a plan. And I think it's very difficult here for Irina to figure out how you want to continue with your pieces.
Exactly.
Because you know what black is going to do. They are going to improve their knight, even if it takes like 7 moves.
Yeah, and when this knight does magically make it to the square f4, then you start to get nervous. g5, g4 will come. The bishop is under attack. By the way, I do that in a very conscious way. I look at my pieces and I ask them, are you happy? Are you happy? Bishop on d3 is not a happy bishop. Yeah. So here we go. We'll keep an eye on this very all-important match. Cristian, over to you. What caught your eye?
First of all, you shouldn't tell too many people that you're talking to your pieces.
Hey, look, my therapist says it's okay.
You can tell your therapist, that's about it. That's about it. Don't
Why are you laughing?
Rook fd8 was played in this one. Let's catch up with Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann, right? Because I think we left it off somewhere around here. After take on b5, queen to c2, c5 was played. Again, we were prescribing this. He's going to play c5.
Yes.
There's no way to stop him from going c5. And he equalizes. Hans equalizes right now. In fact, if he would have taken with a queen, he would have had the advantage in this position. It's very difficult to stop b4. And the one way to do so is to play b4 yourself. But this is just giving up a pawn. I can take on b4 if I want to, but queen to e5 is even more powerful, continuing with the pressure on the c file. And now that you just played the move b4, I will have some time to get my knight to c4, right? It's looking good for black. He took with the knight. Very natural response, by the way. It does feel like whenever you see this and the knight on d7, you feel like you want to take with the knight. Because you're going to a4, you're going to e4 as well in certain situations. But also, if the queen moves anywhere, knight d3, knight b3 is coming, right?
Right.
Rook to c1, rook to d8, big threat on the horizon, knight to d3. So you have to be careful. Now, in this position, very often, the big problem for white is the knight on c3.
Right.
It always gets attacked with b4. So the way to solve that is apparently knight to a2 in the position. He played knight to e2. I was looking at this move as well. But right now, black is better after the move b4.
And that was what knight a2 was all about.
Exactly. And he played it.
Very quickly, by the way.
b4 is on the board. And right now, it is black that's better. You're having to deal with all sorts of nasty ideas. Knight to d3, b3 is coming as well. Not yet, because I like my pawn on b4. I'm controlling the very nice c3 square, right? You cannot cover the c file. You will always have to contend with all sorts of discovery ideas. And I have time as black. Make some space for my king, go h6, h5, maybe g6 in the position. And then I will start threatening to go knight to e4, things of that nature. It's looking good for Hans. b4 is on the board. Bishop to e1 seems to be the best path forward, but it's starting to feel very uncomfortable, this position for white. I'm seeing Hans with some serious chances to potentially score a victory with the black pieces against a very stable player, Sam Shankland.
If you don't mind, the move knight a2, when you look at this position, starts to look a lot more attractive. If the knight had gone to a2, you can jump to b4 and maybe on a good day c6.
Exactly. And right now it is in fact black that needs to be careful. And apparently there is this very forced line, and maybe this is what he didn't like.
Rook.
Knight to e4, but I take on d3. Yes, and now you go queen b7 or queen to c6, you exchange, and then you jump to b3, right? And we get this position. Let's take a look at the lifetime between these two players. They haven't met as many times, or have they?
So Sam Shankland, he has 2 wins, 0 losses so far, and 1 draw against Hans Niemann.
Again, another one of those lopsided matchups that you didn't expect. I mean, we're seeing a number of players who have a lot of victories and no losses against their opponent. Sam faces off very well with Hans, but maybe not today. And
he has played a move, hasn't he? Yes, the bishop is on e1, so he did play bishop e1.
By the way, I don't know how you guys feel, but with that queen on c2, seeing that rook on c8, for me, it's already uncomfortable for white. I need to be sure that there are no jumps with the knight, that my queen is going to be under attack.
I totally agree with you. I hate those discovery, and you know you're in a discovered attack as well. It feels a little bit uncomfortable for white. One of the things in this position is this bishop on f3. It's beautiful, but the whole diagonal is vacant. The bishop looks good, and it has a diagonal, but it's not actually attacking anything. By the way, in the game of Irina, Krush, and Carissa, Carissa did play the move queen to g7, vacating the e7 square, and she does have knight e7, knight g6, and knight on f4 on her agenda. And again, this move knight e2, knight on e2 to c1 suggests to me that Irina is putting a lot of her chips in a queenside breakthrough. That is to say, she wants to play the move knight b3 and literally, hit her head on the brick wall, of like knight takes and, trying to break through. Do you think she's overdoing it? Or do you think
I'm wondering maybe she wants to transfer her queen to f2, so she's just clearing the second rank, because I think trying really hard on the queen side, the black is really well defended, and in the worst case scenario, you just move your king back.
Right, and start running the other way, right? Like, okay, that didn't work. I provoked you into sacrificing a piece, but you think the move knight e2 to c1 might be designed to, but then again, if I don't mind it, What's your queen doing on f2? Why is it so great on f2? Are you playing for g3, Kate?
Well, I don't know what the queen is doing on b2. Like
I don't know either. Yeah,
I don't like this position for white too much.
Exactly. I don't either.
I think this is a position you want to have as black, as Carissa Yip.
Yeah, you really got a great blockade. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. By the way, if you don't mind, I want to go to the game of Alice Lee and Rose Atwell because, Cristian, big Grunfeld player, he's anxious to find out what the latest and greatest in opening theory is on the Grunfeld. When we left it, we saw the move e6. Alice said, okay, you're attacking my pawn on d5. You know what? My knight on e2 needs a job. Go ahead, capture my pawn on d5. So my knight would transfer to d5. Then I'll play f4 and bishop to d4. Rose said, I see that. I'm not going to help you. And the surprise for me is she recaptured with the pawn.
Not with the knight. You kind of planted on f4 so you can recapture with the knight.
I thought that the idea would, you can't do this right away because I'm sorry, I'm going to fork you. But I thought the whole knight f4.
I agree.
So I got
I got
tricked.
The pawn on d5 is also very strong. It's taking control of some squares.
Yeah. Funnily enough, your queen f2. I mean, we have an echo from the previous game. For me, my bishop on c2, I always compare the pieces, the value of my piece on d4 versus the value of your bishop on g7. I see the bishop on a4, and I'm saying, I cover d3. I kind of a little bit reach. In other words, I wouldn't want to trade.
You like the
light square
bishop.
Yeah. I'd probably either play bishop to e4, not too sure, and or bishop to b1, and I'd be looking to play rook e1. Your take on the position. Prefer white? Prefer black?
I am looking if I can do something like, channel my Begim, move g5, and just capture the pawn on d5, because if I can do that safely, I would be happy, but I'm giving up. After g5, I don't like that your knight jumps to h5,
right?
And you target my bishop.
Yeah.
So since I cannot really get rid of the knight, I do think that the pawn on the d5 is kind of strong. So I
an asset.
I will also give a preference to white pieces.
Right.
I think black will have to try something like knight d3. Right,
Gotcha.
to still either get your good bishop that you are so happy about,
right,
or kind of distract the knight from f4 so it's no longer guarding the d5 pawn.
Makes a lot of sense to me. And again, had you worked with Viktor Korchnoi, he would say to you, Katya, pawns don't move backwards. What's caught your eye, Cristian?
Back to the Najdorf.
Back to the Najdorf.
Back to the Najdorf.
Sounds like a novel.
Right. Take a look at this one. The worm has turned on this one. Bishop to b4, knight to d7, knight a5. We were discussing this position, and we were seeing these ideas. Knight to f6.
Yes.
Queen to a3. Mistake. Because now you're allowing me to go knight to e4 with a tempo
that looks
on
very
the pawn on f2. Defending at the same time the pawn on d6. Perhaps this is what he missed. I would be shocked, but what is his idea?
But what is the problem if I just go bishop e1 back?
That's the best. Yes.
And then I want to kick your bishop with f3.
Yes, that's the best.
Knight.
But now you're giving me too much time.
c5 anyway. In the
Correct.
previous line, the knight was going to c5 and our bishop would be on
and
d4.
Now you have to lose some more tempis. In the meantime, I will be able to just defend the knight on c5, and I'm controlling all these entry squares right now. It's much more difficult for you to get your attack going in the position. So I'm seeing this one completely turned in Ray's favor. Obviously, he's not much better or anything of that nature, but it feels like finally he's finding his moves. He's not being reactive to what his opponent is attacking. Right now, he will be having some time to develop his own counterplay on the king side. So definitely an improvement for Ray. The last couple of move sequence definitely favors Ray Robson. But again, it's all about the clock. 25 minutes right now for Ray. He will be in time trouble sooner rather than later, and an hour and 6 minutes for Awonder.
Gotcha. Huh. That was that's really a nice turnaround.
And I do think that he
pivots to
forgot
e4.
perhaps about knight to e4. Just, it's such an obvious move, obviously, in hindsight. You see it land on the board. But perhaps he just underestimated this. Maybe he thought that he has some bishop d3 ideas, knight takes f2 and bishop takes d6, and didn't even try to calculate further than that. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what the next few moves are going to be for Awonder.
Thank you.
Bishop e1 is definitely a concession. You're
Agreed.
saying, okay, sorry, I missed this.
Agreed. I have to, with a very wry smile, turn our attention to the game of Nasi and Atusa for a moment. When we left it in this position, and we were considering moves like knight to c1 to b3, knight on f3 to d2, as well as a3 and c3. And I saw that Nasi had played c3. She's hoping to induce Atusa into capturing, so that she can pick up a tempo with rook to b1. Atusa had no such intentions and played knight f6, and I can almost imagine Nasi thinking to herself, if I go queen a4 and capture the pawn, the commentary team is going to burst into cheers, and check it out. Both players followed what I would call a narrow path, and all of these moves have been played up to now. I'm expecting that Nasi would play king h2, or do you think she's ready to sacrifice an exchange? Can we take a look at that, if you don't mind? I want to take the...
Okay.
And again, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm asking you first. What's going on? What's happening?
I think black is happy here.
Is he? Why? Is she? Why?
Well, because I have an extra exchange. No, you took my bishop. Wait a second.
I did. I've got two. At the moment, I've got 4 minor pieces. You've got 2.
Okay, so I attack your queen with knight c5.
Good move. I attack your knight with... Pause. Where do I go?
Queen b6? Or?
B4 or b6? B4.
Okay.
Okay. B4. Sure. So maybe I'm thinking you take on d3.
Thinking. I'm looking where you're going to go with your bishop if I kick your bishop, if I play h6.
Bishop e7. Ha. That will be a tempo. I'll do that with alacrity.
And if I take on d3?
Now. Or
yes.
with
h6.
Okay.
I know a lot of pieces are hanging, but I'm thinking about your king, to be honest. Because I'm starting to feel that if I get my knight to f2,
right,
even if it costs me a rook, that's a good thing for me.
If you can trade your rook for my king, yeah.
So let's give it a try. h6 here.
Okay, you got me. h6 here. Bishop.
Knight takes d3.
Knight takes d3. I come back. By the way, I'm defending e2. Yay, hitting the knight and eyeballing rook f1.
I don't have a way to move my queen to defend the knight.
Don't forget, I've got 2 minor pieces for a rook. Normally, it favors the minor pieces.
Right. No, I think this looks good for white.
Yeah. By the way, I'm seeing it for the first time. There's an orange bubble on the screen that says knight f2 check ? I think that was Atusa's entire concept when she entered in this whole thing, was she's reaching this position. She's going to play the move knight f2. I guess the engine is saying she should be making some Zwischenzug moves here, a5,
or maybe
h6.
moving the rook from f8 somewhere to c8.
Well, at the moment, this guy's hanging, right?
Oh, wow, okay.
So, yeah, exactly.
So we have to be very precise, okay.
Knight f2 on the board. Let's go. Rook takes f2.
I mean, you really have to take, right? Because if you don't take, d3 is hanging.
Yeah, and this is where we're just, we ride the tiger, right? We take as many pieces and pawns as we can.
So let's look at the most direct line. I capture the knight on e2.
Okay. Capture the knight on d7.
And I go rook ac8.
Rook ac8.
I want to bring the rook to the second rank and create some checkmating threats.
And hurt me. Correct. Okay. Again, I'm supposed to be happy with the minor pieces. If you do get, that setup with the rook and the queen on the 7th rank, or in this case, the 2nd rank, I'm going to be very unhappy. So I'll have to do something about that. Rook e1, queen takes b2. I don't know exactly why that helps me. I've got rook g1 as a defense, but then I want to be there, right? So I want to be there. So let's say I go bishop e7, just to throw it. I'll help her out.
Rook c2.
I'll settle. I got rook g1, and my idea, for what it's worth, right, is that I want to.
Okay, wait. I'm going to go to c8, so the rook is not hanging on e8.
Oh, I was. Yeah, throw it out there. Throw it out. Go away, right? Just go away. Okay, there we go.
And now rook c1, that was my idea.
Rook to c1, okay. Oop, that was the wrong rook. This rook to c1. Okay, so what do we got here? I'm first.
You're first.
I get to checkmate you before you get to
see.
checkmate me. I'm so happy. Rook takes. Checkmate.
You do manage to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, I cannot do that.
Right.
White is winning here. So knight g5 is a serious threat. So can I start with queen f2?
Yes.
Same thing. I want to play the rook c1, and then I'm the one who's checkmating
right,
first.
right. Throw it right back at me. Good one.
Yes, maybe something like bishop d8.
Exactly. Thank you for that. All good ideas are appreciated. Bishop d8, bishop f8. This is a very intriguing interplay of who's getting whom. Jump in, Cristian. The game between Nasi and Natusa, the players are riding the tiger, and they're upping the ante with each move. Rook takes f2. Is it good for white?
Yeah, it's very good for white.
It is.
Yes, apparently.
We were looking at take. Take
Queen
on
takes b7.
Take on e2.
You want to continue taking. Okay, I'll take on b7 as
we were
well.
looking at rook
Do you take on?
No, rook to c8. We were
Which one?
ac8.
ac8.
ac8. Okay, but do you have a threat outside of even
No.
rook to c2, rook to g1 that's going to be able to stop you?
That's what I thought.
I might just go bishop to e7.
So far, so good. We're on the right
Yes.
path.
Yes.
And rook c8.
Rook the other rook to c8.
Yes.
Yeah? But what's your threat in
I don't know.
You don't have. That's it. You ran out of.
Wait,
out
what
of
is your
ammunition.
threat? If I go queen f2 here?
Well, queen takes d3. Queen.
Do I take on e5?
No, you cannot, because then I capture and have rook c1, and then I am checkmating.
Tell him, Kate.
That's right. No, I mean.
He wasn't paying attention to our
said, "I have no
analysis,
threats."
and now he's being punished.
But you don't have any threats. I still don't believe your threats.
He wants to play bishop c5 on
That's
us.
a really
Yes,
nice move
yes,
to block
yes,
that
yes.
cooperation between the
Not-
rooks.
Look, it's not the only move. It's
Okay.
not the computer
It's the
already
two,
says
but
that.
the two minor pieces are outdueling the rook.
Apparently, it's completely winning.
Okay.
Yes, apparently it's completely winning. Even if you get your rook to c1, my knight on f3 still protects
Defense.
my whole
So
construction.
one
right?
more move, queen takes g3.
in this position.
Yes,
right?
because I want to capture the bishop on g2, but I cannot because there's queen takes c8.
Not the only move again. But let's
Yeah, queen takes
make
c8.
use of
Yeah,
this.
so after rook takes g2, you always first have intermediate move, queen takes c8, and
That's
the
right.
problem.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's winning on the spot. Look, there's things to calculate.
Sure.
There's definitely things to calculate. But let's go to this one. Hans with the black pieces against Sam Shankland, because I'm
Right.
very curious to see how this one develops. It's a very uncomfortable position, again, for Sam, and we kind of understood that. He played knight e2, and e5 was immediately, after bishop to e1, e5, this is where we left it off. And in this position, he just played the move queen to c4, which apparently is not as good. It's very natural, but it's not as good. Rook to d1 apparently was the best move in the position. What do you do after rook to b8, defending the pawn on b4? How do you... Look, I have a threat. I'm going e4, I go knight to d3. At
So I
some
go-
point, something is going to give, especially knight to d3 now that the b2 pawn is no longer protected by the queen. So how do you defend against that?
So let's start with bishop g2, just kind of moving
side
it
But I
back
can go
home.
knight d3. I can go knight d3.
Rook a6 is met by queen b5.
Yes.
Simple chess, yeah.
And if I go rook c2,
Rook to c2, probably b3. Maybe not. It's actually a slow burn, it seems like. Just h5 or e4. Let's go e4.
Better coordination for what? For black, no?
Yes, yes.
so knight
feel-
d4, I don't see what's...
Yes,
You
knight
don't feel
d4, bishop c5. It's a complex battle still, but it does feel like black is just a bit more advanced, right? I'm the one creating the threats in the position.
Right.
Seems like white is for the moment just defending. I get it. If this bishop somehow will be able to get out, the bishop on e1, then you're going to have a very nice looking position. But for the moment, with the knight on d3, a nice outpost in the heart of white's position, this one is looking good for Hans. He's the one putting the pressure right now.
Thank you, Christian. And I'm being told by Darush that Ray Robson is actually with a big advantage against Awonder Liang, who came into this round with a share of first place. Easy for me to say. Let me bring that up on our board because
Oh, he gave away the f2 pawn. Wow.
So he did
F2
not
pawn.
retreat with that bishop to e1 to defend f2 pawn. He's like, I don't need that pawn, I'm going to attack.
You don't need the pawn. Sacrilege. What do you mean? You don't need the pawn. Of course you need the pawn. Rook to g1. Ray said, I thought I saw a pussycat. That's a pawn. Rook e1. Okay, so bishop d6 as well as knight c6 takes e7 is on white's agenda. So can we come back? You know, like you go and grab a pawn and then you run back into your cave.
And now g4.
And now g4. Okay. I'm looking at this. Are you sure that you wanted to do that? Knight c5. So I'm looking at capturing and giving my pieces access to squares.
And you never worry about me capturing like on f5, then c5 and e5 to be hanging?
Well, one of the things I've learned about these Sicilians is when our kings are on opposite flanks, right? And you've opened up the half G file and I've got the half C file. The crazy part is the half G file is not as good. There are so many Garry Kasparov games where he plays moves like rook to e8 and bishop f8, and the bishop just defends g7, and it's sort of like bye-bye. And it's not that simple for you as white. Don't ask me why. c2 is more vulnerable than g7. Just, I mean, it's one of those crazy things that experience has just taught us. By the way, knight e4 by Ray. What are the times between these two players? Because you know Ray.
Yes,
is
Awonder
going
has
to-
1 hour
Yeah.
and Ray has only 18 minutes. By the way, we have there a little bit of another board in that corner.
Okay.
So maybe we can move it. Yes, 18 minutes. And that's not great because Ray still has how many moves to make? Let's take a look.
Lots.
I think it's lots, but 19, they have just moved 19, so 21 more moves to make.
I think if you started Ray with 10 minutes on the clock, you know, he'd probably be better off. You know, his time management would be so
I was
much
always curious if he actually made like the first move he had in mind during those moves, if the game would continue the same way. Or if
Right.
he really spends that much time
It's
and then
switching.
switches between
Yeah.
his original idea.
Yeah, I suspect not. I suspect more often than not, he's playing his first move. We're going to do a quick run through. We're going to go through Wesley So and Grigoriy.
So
Funnily
we
enough,
see the analysis that we had.
they both followed our analysis. We were looking at captures and d4 quite some time ago. A pawn sacrifice for Grigoriy where he gets compensation with his passer. Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann. We think Hans has the better position. This light squared bishop, the two bishops, not performing. There's nothing along that diagonal. The knight on d3 looks to be a better piece. Awonder's worse. Leinier versus Levon. Two players who are really looking for better days and opportunities to win, both looking for a win. This looks like a pretty balanced ending, I want to say.
I kind of like more it for white, because I feel the black pawns are not very well. You have more islands, and the light square bishop for black, it's a little bit more blocked.
1, 2, 1, 2,
Same.
1. So I've got 3 islands. You've got 2 islands. You think the structure? Yep. Having said that, King d6, maybe on a really good day, I could provoke you to give me a connected pass pawns. I could be maybe cooking
I would
with
like
some
my
gas.
king to be somewhere on d4 to block everything, but
Right.
that's never in time because you do have that g5.
And f4 for the moment. Looks though, I would say a draw is more likely. The matchup of the junior players, I don't think of Sam Sevian as a junior anymore. Christopher, you obviously are junior champion, but they're not a generation apart either. Two of the younger players, they're in an ending, well, where I think Sam will be pleased with the outcome. I mean...
he has that target on e6, that weak
That's right.
pawn, so we can expect something like rook h e1, right, developmental move, and targeting that pawn.
Agreed. I wouldn't say it's a terribly big advantage, but I would like to play white. And we've got Fabi versus Mishra. I'm going to leave that for Cristian to deal with. But by the way, we really enjoy it when the social media tries to stump the masters.
We have Nastya Karlovich really taking care of it. So if you have any questions, ask the commentators at St. Louis Chess Club, #US Chess Champs, and we are very happy if you join the conversation with us.
And you told me you had a yellow blouse to go with my tie. and we've got the proof on the pictures. Nice. And we do have a question. Kate, what's the question?
So from Sean, Yasser, how was the US Championships changed since you played?
Caged?
Caged?
Well, yes, we used to play in cage matches, like they would handcuff you to the table and they didn't let you leave. Seriously, the formats are basically the same. We love the round-robin formats. That has been the historical match play as well as round robins. Sometimes we had these events that went to elimination matches. You would get, let's say, the top 4 players, and then these top 4 players would play elimination matches. But mostly it is the round robin formats. How has it changed? Well, I'll tell you in a big way, money. The finances of today's U.S. championships are so much, the rewards are so much greater, and with those greater rewards, you're seeing more people devote themselves to chess. In my day, it was very hard, nearly impossible to be a professional. And I think when I look at these competitors, I see a majority of the players being professional.
Right.
And to buttress my argument, the U.S. championships that I won, $60,000 in total prize money.
Wow, and here we have $250,000.
Don't rub it in. And by the way, I won first with a $6,000, and I see the bonus money is better than the first prize. So that's a huge, huge difference. Yeah, and we played in church basements and community centers.
Yeah, I think the way the players can enjoy the really nice playing hall, the prize fund, the attention here, it's
By the way, just the
fantastic.
media too. I mean, we didn't have any internet in my day, and a lot of times I would literally get a call at night, and my newspaper in Seattle would be called, what were the results? It's like, what? You're calling me in the middle of the night to ask me who won the games. I'm not even sure who won the games. I won.
That's the important result,
So results, just everything. And here you see the playing hall arbiters, by the way, seriously, not a joke. We talk about the professionalism of the players today. Well, the arbiters in my time were really, sorry to say it, I mean it in a positive way, of course, amateurs. They loved their jobs, but they didn't necessarily know the rules. A Chris Bird today is, really an awesome professional, right? I mean, all due respects to the arbiters who ran my U.S. championships or our U.S. championships were impressive. So just on a qualitative scale, it's all better. And I think you've witnessed that just calling the actions too of the U.S. championships. You've talked to the players. Their feedback, Cristian.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's always a pleasure. And myself as a player, whenever I come to the St. Louis Chess Club and play with those beautiful pieces,
you feel it.
That nice hole, it's so nice. You feel like a professional, right? Back in the days, perhaps you didn't feel as much like a professional, right?
Hey, man.
Given that there was no money, how would you make a living out of the U.S. Chess Championships?
Exactly.
You wouldn't be able to do so. So I think that's a big change.
And the pieces are really nice too. I mean, there were some open tournaments I'd go to where you have to bring your own pieces, your own sets, your own clocks, and you weren't sure what you were getting. I mean, I swear, I played in some of those opens where one side of the clock ticked faster than the other side.
The boards are really so beautiful, the pieces, and they're like well crafted with details.
Right, really, really nice. How about you? What do you think about the evolution of the championships for yourself?
I mean, for me, as you mentioned, the prize fund is really important because it allowed me to invest in my training sessions, in playing tournaments, in actually improving as a player.
Right.
So it's not just like getting a prize for the tournament, but getting actually some money to dedicate myself to chess. And then it's, the attention here you have, like great playing hall, exactly what Cristian was saying. You really feel as professional. And when we played at the St. Louis Chess Club, there were, pictures of the greatest chess players on the wall. And I'm just like, you are sitting and you are watching Bobby Fischer and this play, and you are like, okay, I really need to do my best. And I very much enjoy the chess atmosphere when playing these tournaments.
Wholeheartedly agreed. Cristian, I'm going to send it your way. Tell us what's caught your eye in this round 4.
Well, I think you gave me some homework, and that was to check on what Fabiano was doing against Abhimanyu before we got into the social media questions. This is what he played, bishop to f4. I think we left it off somewhere around here after bishop h5, queen to d3. Obviously, black has solved one of the biggest issues in the French, and that is the light square bishop, right? It's finally on h5, but that was transitioned into a different problem that you have as black, and that is the backwards pawn on e6. Queen to d3, bishop to d6, knight to e2, very good move by Fabi. What he's trying to do is, sure, we'll exchange at some point, and I'm trying to force you to exchange on my terms. I want you to take on f4, right? He was like, no, I'm not interested in that, because that's only going to help you. The knight is going to be beautifully placed on f4, targets the pawn on e6, targets the bishop on h5, and this is bad news for black. So what you can do is knight to e4. Makes a lot of sense. Open up the rook, and now you're starting to see some exchange sacrifices potentially land in the position. Queen to e3, solidifying the support of the bishop on f4. Now there's no more queen. There's no more exchange sacrifice because I just simply take with the queen, and that's a beautiful winning position for me. Queen to f6 was played. Now you're starting to see some pressure on d4, right? I take one of your knights, I force the other knight to go to f4, and then I can pick up the pawn on d4. So after queen to f6, it does feel like a very natural move would be rook a to d1, right? Just defend that pawn on d4. And now I'm starting to look at ideas of knight to e5, jump in the center. Look, it's still a very balanced position, but I'm starting to see some potential around the dark squares for white. I think this is going to turn into a strategical game, and I think Fabiano will have the upper hand in the next few moves, especially with the time control getting closer and closer. 28 minutes against 38 minutes for Fabiano, 28 minutes for Abhimanyu. So there will be some pressure coming from the clock as well for the youngster.
And Cristian, in this position that you have on the board, what if black captures the knight, tries to trade everything to put more pressure on the d4?
Where would you capture?
So bishop takes f3.
Bishop takes f3. Okay, I'll take with the bishop.
Bishop takes f4.
I'll take with the knight.
Now there is no g4?
G5?
G5, pardon me.
Well, I have my pawn on h4.
Right, but once I recapture...
Even this position, I think I will be more than fine. Not the best. Apparently, bishop to g4 just creates much more problems for you.
Pressing e6 as usual.
It's about the e6. It's about the weaknesses. Look, I'm playing against your weaknesses. I think g5, you're not getting to my king, and in fact, it weakens your king.
Okay, I will try one more. Rook a e8.
In this position,
Yes.
yeah? Okay.
Because I want to push
Let's say
e5.
rook to e1.
So can I do e5
You
now?
can,
Knight
you
takes
can,
d5.
but I pick up this pawn. Everything is...
Because I want the other
nicely
knight to get to
protected.
e5 and try for...
Yes, yes,
If
yes,
you capture
yes.
the knight, yes?
Of course, this would be very good for you. This would be very good for you. Still fine for white, but you can start seeing the practical approach that you're taking to try to get to my king.
Knight f3 check. Yeah.
Makes
But
a lot
yeah,
of sense. Makes
It
a lot
looks
of
like
sense.
white has this knight takes d5 and just not working.
I'm with you, Kate, but I want to support you with a
Happiest.
preparatory move.
Okay.
After what did you do? Rook to d1. Bring your rook into the game.
Yeah.
Rook a8 to e8.
Makes the most sense.
I mean,
Yes,
just
yes, yes.
you know, everything you want.
It's a little bit more patience.
Put that, you know, and invite everybody to the party.
And now I guess I have to go knight to...
Oh.
Yes, yes, yes. Now I'm starting to,
okay, now
to
I'm
look at
missing
some
something.
tactics, right? So, for example, if you take, I think f3 just finishes, yes. So we exchange everything, and now I'm taking advantage of your, of the pin.
Gotcha. But after rook a e8, knight e5,
Yes.
take e2.
You have to take on e2, yes, indeed. And now you can take the pawn, right?
Yes.
Take. Yeah, this is not easy to understand. Rook d3 supposedly is fine for white, but this
So
is
if you do f3
very far.
So if
very
you do
far
f3
from
here, what's the
understandable.
difference?
Sorry, what?
If f3?
If f3,
What am I
I have
missing?
queen to h5.
Oh.
You're going to be really glad you played rook a e8, and I'll explain.
I agree.
But again, to be honest,
Don't
rook
be
a1,
honest.
rook a8 looks
Yeah.
good. Looks good for black.
Okay.
If Fabi finds all of those knight to e5 and maybe give him the advantage,
Yeah.
well, sure. I mean,
Just before we go on break, once again, I really do like to play our respects to those players who are playing for the first place. Just let's take a quick gander at Sam Sevian versus Christopher Yu. When we left, it was this nice little ending where we think, I think that Sam is pleased with the outcome. This move, knight d4. You know those double attacks?
I know.
I
but
love those double attacking moves. That's a rare one, right? From the 8th rank, you play knight to c8 to go after the a7 pawn. I'm hitting the rook on e7, the pawn on a7, and I'm
So black
taking
needs
a
to
pawn.
activate his rook.
Yum.
This knight
Munch.
d2, rook d2.
Okay, but
I'm a little surprised that we left that rook on h1, but I guess Sam had this direct line of targeting the knight and now doing the double attack.
okay, so as I see it, all you've got for the moment is a pawn, is an attack on f2. Two ways of defending the pawn, right? Rook to c2 as well as rook f1. Imagining, I don't know why I like this move for the moment, but let's just go with the flow.
And
Rook
if I
to
go
f1.
knight d6 with the idea of kind of trapping your knight,
That is a good. That is good. Knight to d6. That didn't. Oh gosh darn it! The total blindness. I did not see the move knight to d6.
but now I do the same thing. So I capture your rook. This time I'm going to go knight to d4. My goal is still to target that b5 square so you don't have escape with your knight.
Okay, but my goal will be to take your knight before you take mine.
So now I have either rook d8 to prepare some discovered attacks.
Right. A good general should always lead his army into battle.
That's a very good position for your king.
Centralized king. I'm a pawn up. I'm not saying it's over, but 1 or 2 more moves. A4, rook D1.
So knight F5 maybe? I'm just
yes.
trying for...
I get it.
Activate my rook.
I get it. But in any case, advantage, Sam. We're going to take a break before we get into the time pressure of ourselves. And, well, what are we going to do?
So, created by St. Louis Chess Club, co-founder Dr. Jean Karen Sinkfield, Learn to Read and Write Chess is available in 14 languages. Download your copy today. Visit stlouischessclub.org.
I love the fact that Jeannie takes advantage of all the visiting grandmasters to translate her work.
And we have the QR code that you wanted, so you can snap it and get directly to that.
All right, we're going to see you on the other side of this break. I like the position with king on e4 for white.
Right, I think it's very
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy. Look at that
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitloan.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 4, and let's take a look at standings.
Let's start with the ladies.
So here we have Carissa, clear first, smooth ride for her, 3 out of 3. We have a clear second, Tatev Abrahamian also having a great tournament with 2.5 points. And then we have a two-way tie for the third place, Irina Krush and Begim Togirjanova with 2 points.
And in this round 4, Irina is playing Carissa, and the standings for the Open.
There is no clear leader here. We have a 5-player tie for the first place. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley, Awonder, Liang, Sevian, and Hans Niemann all having 2 points.
And we're thinking that Awonder is in trouble and Hans is doing well. I just have on my screen the game between Sam, Sevian, and Christopher Yu. For me, a big surprise was after I saw the knight on c8, wild horses couldn't have stopped me from capturing this pawn on a7. I suppose he thought that there was counterplay with the move rook to d2. Sam did play the move rook c1, a7, a6, and right now, well, no material advantage, but I'm supposing that Sam wants to follow up with rook to c7, yeah? Trying to take advantage
because
of the
if you capture that rook on c7, I'm going to get the other rook there.
Exactly. So I'm assuming that the game might continue. Rook c7, rook to d8. I always want to trade on my terms, right? You're welcome to capture my rook. I'm not going to let you in. And it just feels like Christopher, slightly worse, but maybe better chances of holding on. Let's turn our attention to the game of Ray Robson, because again, Awonder came into today's competition with a share of first, but he's misplayed it with the white pieces. He back here at this moment, Awonder decided it was time to jettison the f2 pawn, and I don't think that was a wise decision. You had suggested bishop e1, a little bit, maybe not exactly what you wanted, but hey, a pawn's a pawn. Instead, there went the pawn, and Ray said, you know what? I like being a pawn up.
Who doesn't?
And definitely here, well, I mean, the move knight to knight to f3. Hold on, there's also...
Well, you have to be careful about knight capturing that bishop on e7, because then the d6 pawn is immediately hanging. Maybe some kind of counterplay.
Okay, fair, because there's also rook to f3, knight to f3. Okay, shall we just take a look at the first, most obvious? Let's take a look. I fork the rooks on e1 and g1. What did you reckon you wanted to take on e7?
I want to capture on e7.
Because okay, I will, that's a check, I have to
Bishop takes d6.
Okay, big pause. Probably not too long a pause, but you have the dark squares, I'll have the light squares. I'll defend the rook and whoop, whoop.
And you can immediately go rook f1, right?
After
continue
capturing
trading.
one of the rooks, yes. So
okay, this doesn't look good.
This looks a dead
lost.
end. Yeah. So after knight f3, I'm assuming the rook has to move.
Or can I go bishop takes d6? kind of to switch it around because maybe I want to trade the bishops and
Fair.
then create like a fork threats with knight
Of your
e7.
own, exactly. So just to buttress what you're saying, if I take a rook, you're going to go check, I'll move my king, and then you're going to get the rook back, and then you're going to be a happy camper. We won't go for that right away. What can I do to switch things around? Rook to f7?
But now I have knight takes e5.
Well, he's reaching for it. He's reaching for it. We do have knight f3. By the way, in this particular position, after you take, I guess I'm going to...
Wow, that was sneaky.
Thank you. I take pride in my work.
And now I would like to capture the rook as well, but
there is
have
a
a
drawback.
problem.
By the way, I mean, Ray, as we know, does have a problem, and that is time trouble.
yeah, he's less than 10 minutes.
For how many moves, though?
Let's take a look. I believe it's something around 20 more moves, but I'm going to double check.
Well, Ray definitely needs a victory to get himself back into civilization. For a wonder, you know, with the white pieces, he was seeing a very vulnerable opponent across the table. I think this will be a disappointing moment for a wonder. Knight f3, you know, again, you get white and you think, you know, I've really got
You
to
want
do
to keep
something.
that pressure. By the way, to answer your
Momentum.
question,
Yes.
they are on move 24 now. So they have 16 more moves
16
to
more
make.
moves.
And Ray Robson has less than 10 minutes.
In the open section, Cristian, what games have caught your eye?
Well, let's take a look at what happened while we were on a break. And he did play Fabiano, that is knight to e5. You remember?
In
we were
response to
looking-
rook a e8.
Yes, rook a8, most natural move in the position. And knight to e5 was played. And we were looking through the lines. I mean, this is not easy to understand. Take, we exchange everything, and then you have this move, rook to d3. What does rook d3 do in the position? I guess you want to slow play things. And in fact, go rook to e3 and just pressure once again the pawn on e6. And understand the fact that once you recapture, which you probably will recapture that pawn on e6, for example, queen to f5, you go rook to e3, knight d6, you go rook to e1, and you will take the pawn on e6 next move. Now, once you do that, for example, if you go rook to f6, I have rook to e5, I believe, and then bishop takes d5 is an option as well. I don't even need to hurry with that, is the trick in the position. I can just simply go b3, forget about knight to c4. The thing is, you're sort of stuck. You would love to kick my rook away. You're losing the pawn on d5, and unfortunately this comes with some very heavy consequences, right? If you do so. So it seems like Fabiano understood the fact that he can play it slow, he can give up the pawn and not have to worry about the compensation. The compensation is there. He understands that, he understands the fact that he can take that pawn on e6 at will. Whenever he wants, he will be able to recapture and reestablish the material balance, and it seems like this is enough for him to push him to play the move knight to e5, the best move in the position. But I have to say, I'm impressed because it's not that easy to understand this, right? It's not that easy to go down the line, just sacrifice a pawn for long-term compensation. This is what he's doing right now. Now, let's take a look at what's happening in Hans versus Sam Shankland. Hans with the black pieces, putting on the pressure against Sam Shankland, and in fact, they're playing extremely fast the last few moves. I think we left it off somewhere after queen to c4, rook to b8. I like this move, defending the pawn on b4, but also getting ready to jump with the other rook to c8 and then continue pressuring down the c file. Rook to d1, rook to c8, rook to c1, g6, bishop to g2, and now we have a slow grind. King to g7, black is just trying to improve the pieces to the maximum. Get the king to a safe position. No more back rank checkmates, no more problems, and then increase the pressure even more by launching a supposed attack on the king side. h3, bishop to f8, you're just teasing an attack, right? You're not really wanting an attack because probably h4 is not going to come as easily. h4 will be met with g4, and then you in fact have some problems with the knight on f6, so don't do that. But h5, h3, and bishop to f8, king to f1, it seems like white is somewhat running out of moves. Like, what's your next move? How do you improve your position? I know what I'm doing as black. I'm just like slowly but surely creeping in towards those D3 square, maybe B3. I have so many ideas in the position. Queen to C4 was played.
Queen to B5, queen to C4?
Yes, queen to C4 just landed on the position. Do we have a move already? Let's see. No, we don't have a move yet. But we're expecting after queen to C4 to shy away from the exchange. Don't exchange the queens. I don't think this is something that you want. Once you exchange the queens, in fact, now I'm able to attack the pawn on B4. Now I'm able to use my two bishops. It seems to be just fine for white. But keep the queens on the board. Go something like queen to A5 in the position.
If you don't mind me asking, the move king G1 just feels a little
King
bit,
F1.
King F1 feels a little bit wrong. I understand.
I think he's just running out of ideas.
No, but I understand that I would like to play knight takes G1, followed by knight F3.
Sorry,
knight G1.
Knight G1.
Yeah, knight takes G1, but the king it's illegal. So you want to move the king out of the way so you can go knight G1, knight F3.
I'm not
so
sure
why
he
don't
wants
you,
that though. Do you think that's what he
Oh,
wants?
I'm sure he does. I mean, the knight on E2 is...
But whenever you go knight G1, I always go E4. Like, I might even just go E4 right now.
Okay, but then you give me another square, knight F4. Right now, I'm thinking the knight on E2 is basically not that good.
Guys, I'm a little surprised with this move, bishop F8. What is the point of that move? Do you want to go to G7 or... I'm a little surprised with that move.
I think it's just an improving move. It's the best move by the engine, by the way, bishop to F8 in this position. I think in general it's just an improving move. Sometimes whenever you go queen to B5 and try to get the queen on the light squares, maybe white might be thinking about ideas of queen A7, target that bishop on E7. Also, we're seeing this idea of E4 very often in the position. And that could be met by knight F4, knight to D5 in certain cases. With the bishop out of the way, that's no longer possible. So you're just putting and retreating your pieces on the best, safest squares in the position.
That was the way of Anatoly Karpov, is he would overprotect his pieces. By the way, in the current position...
Queen C4, queen B6, is that a silent draw offer?
Maybe, but silent or not, the question I wanted to ask you, Cristian, suddenly I want to be ambitious. G4. I want to put my knight to G3.
Okay, take. Yes.
Take the rook.
I'm not sure you want this transition.
I get two rooks for the queen.
Yeah, but you're also losing this guy right here.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's not possible.
That was a knight, right? That was a piece.
That was a knight, yes. But I do go here, and now I'm threatening to take on G4.
Rook to the 8th?
Rook to the 8th, probably bishop to E7. Do you have a big threat in the position?
No, rook to B8.
Yes, queen, let's say to E6.
Okay, I'm going to lose that pawn.
You will, and that's a problem. That pawn is a big problem.
Is it really?
It is. Because I take it with a knight, most likely, and then I have knight H2, knight F3 ideas.
Gotcha.
You're, in fact, with two knights already on this side, and the queen joining the action, you have some problems. Your king has some problems, yes.
I'll tell you what I was looking at. I was looking at rook on D8 to C8. If you took the pawn, I was hoping rook G8 check would get me some chance, but your king F6
My king is fine. Your king is more or less fine.
Oh, okay. Too good. Quickly just taking...
Well, let's see. Let's see if Sam is going to go back queen to A2, which in fact seems to be the best move in the position, and whether the players are going to decide to repeat
a silent
in case
draw.
Of queen A2.
I mean, Hans Niemann has only 13 minutes, right? So that may be slightly uncomfortable for him, but I feel like he always pushes for a win.
Yes, he does.
Sam Shankland also very often pushes for a win, especially when playing against his opponent's clock. He's played some really good games so far, unfortunately not been lucky with the result.
That's right. Quickly, I wanted to just take a look at the game of Wesley So versus Grigoriy. Wesley comes in, one of their 5 tournament co-leaders. He's nursing an extra pawn. Grigory's got this big, fat passer on D3, but to be fair to Wesley, it's well blockaded, right? And slowly, Wesley is, hoping to chase the bishop away, maybe on a good day bring the bishop to F1 and try to take it off. I think it's easier to play white in these positions than it is to play black, because for black, you need to make sure that you always have the dynamic compensation, right? And that's not easy. What's happening in our marquee matchup?
Yeah, let's go to the ladies section, because the games are developing there, and of course we need to pay respect to the leader, Carissa, and her game. So maybe we can take a look at her game and then just walk around what's happening.
Absolutely. Well, again, welcome to the Carissa Yip Show, where Carissa, 3 games, 3 wins. I mean, wow, it doesn't get any better than that. And let me just update where we left it. We left it at knight b3, knight e7, bishop e2, already an indication that Black's counterplay with g4 has got Irina's attention. Oh, what were you talking about? The king just dropping, running backwards, and guess what? I mean, essentially, Irina is saying, "I've met a dead end. There's no further play."
Maybe Irina is the one who's actually going to transfer her king to the queen side because it's safer there.
Well, indeed. I wrote a book with a dear friend of mine, Bruce Harper. It's called King Walks.
Yeah.
And you make this voluntary march across the board. King F1 is a prelude to, but wait a minute, look at this. Carissa saying F6, F5. I believe I have an advantage. Let's go. Takes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And where are you marching? Carissa.
I'm looking at e4 ideas.
Correct. That's
because once you capture the pawn, I can have exactly some sacrifices, and that pawn is marching toward queen.
Yeah. Suddenly, I start to get very, very nervous as white here. Clock times?
So it's similar more now. So Irina Krush has 21 minutes and Carissa 23.
Okay, so nobody has any big advantage. Boy, with these two players, Leinier and
they are going to
Levon.
make a draw very soon, because there will be insufficient material to do anything on that board.
I like that. We call it naked kings. You say insufficient material.
Leinier was just checking with the arbiter. Can we call it a draw?
No, you have to play 3 times repetition. King G1. So Irina basically says, no, my king is not walking across the board. King G1. Do you see a breakthrough for Carissa? At the moment, Carissa's tied down. This knight would love to go so that there would be, tactics with this one. I'm thinking I have to play a move like knight h6. The knight on g4 somehow is very protective.
Yeah, I agree with you, because we need to trade that knight to have some more space. But once we start trading these pieces, are you going to have any pieces to attack me? Because remember, you do have to have that knight on d7 to guard the pawn on b6.
For the moment, but that will mean that white has to keep herself tripled up, right? But I mean, I really want to play the move e4, but when I play the move e4, I want to be able to capture, or pardon me, recapture on e4. So I'm thinking if I could play knight h6, you're going to make a bad move, just to show what I mean. If your knight were to retreat, then I'm playing e4, pardon me, and queen takes e4, and suddenly,
So now you have everything you wanted.
I'm cooking. Yeah, exactly. So for Carissa, I think she's going to be very, very happy with the outcome of the opening.
But I think this one is easily explained by the fact that you're using so many resources, that rook on b1, rook on b5, and the queen on b2, to just keep me in place. It's a very funny looking position. The bishop on c8 doesn't
Everybody's
play.
frozen.
Everybody's frozen. But
Right.
I have 3 pieces frozen, the bishop on c8, the knight on d7, and the rook on a6. You have a queen, a rook, and a couple of rooks frozen, basically, to the attack of this pawn on b6.
Right.
In the meantime, I have my queen on h7, and as you are just pointing out the fact that e4 is coming, and it will open the position, and it's going to be this fight between the rook on f8, which is still playing an important role, the queen on h7, and the knight, against the 3 pieces stranded on the king side. So without the queen and the 2 rooks as white, it's going to be very difficult to defend your king's position. I think this is what it comes down to.
The valuation that the engine gives at this exact moment?
Better for black. Better for black.
By what percent?
1.5 points, depending on how the game develops. But look, it's one of those positions in which the engine eval doesn't really matter as much, right? But it's obviously that it is black who has the extra ideas in the position. Like if you tell Irina right now, hey, do you want a draw? I think she's going to accept it. Because it's only black that can strive for anything.
By the way, Carissa retreated the knight to e7.
Again, I think that's a telegraph saying, you know, alert, I want to play f5. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one.
Finally a bad move, by the way.
Pardon me?
A bad move by
bad
Carissa.
move?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Because now
Tell us why.
Now I have the opportunity to reshuffle my pieces and get control of that e4 square.
So
Bishop to e3.
Bishop to e3.
Followed by knight f2 and
Followed
knight
by
e4. If I manage to get that knight on e4, I think I will be somewhat happy.
Okay.
Not fully happy, but somewhat happy, because then you can understand, sure, black is not really having a clear breakthrough, and white might have some ideas of knight takes c5, right? Some piece sacrifices once my knight lands on e4.
Exactly. Very frequent guess, those as sacrifices. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I want to look around the
one?
games because I think they are developing really interestingly. So let's look at Begim against Anastasiya.
Let's do it. Okay, coming. Begim has had a rock and roll event, Rock'em Sock'em. I think she has only decisive games, 2 wins and a loss coming into this.
I believe so, yes.
And she's up against Anna Zatonski. Now, when we left it, I kind of liked what Anna had achieved. She's got the 2 bishops. She's stopped the, she's controlled the situation. Her king is safe. And the fact that she played this ambitious move, e5, goes to show that she feels that she's the one with the upper hand. Is she right? What do you think's going on in this one, Kate?
So I feel like here you want to capture the pawn again, right? Because if you're gonna
F7?
No, I thought on e5. Because if you allow me to go to e4, that's good news for black. So Begim capture that pawn.
All right.
Anna is gonna recapture.
Right.
And now you're asking the right question, like, can I capture on f7? But that looks a little scary with everything targeting the g3 pawn.
Whoa, check this out. Hold on, we were too fast. Anna did not recapture on e5, and I'm seeing a balloon with
wow,
a blue...
I like it. Bishop c7, so you want to transfer the bishop to this diagonal. You're saying, I don't need that pawn because I want activity for my bishop. And if the other bishop gets to c6,
like we could have rapiers.
And it's going to be very difficult for you to block the d5 pawn. Wow, this is an interesting idea. This is very strong.
Whoa, my spidey sense is alert. What am I supposed to do? Let's say I go king h1. Go ahead and kill me. Bishop to b6?
I might want to keep that move, so I'm going to start with bishop c6.
Okay, so I see this long diagonal, and I definitely want to try to keep it closed. What do you think?
I'm thinking that I kind of want to capture that pawn.
Oh, no. A moment ago you were...
That's the... Well, I forced your king at least to get
true.
from the diagonal, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't lose the tempo, and I still have now pressure on g3 because there is this pin.
Yeah, and I had hoped that I would be able to meet, but bishop takes g3, just as you said. So the king awkwardly suddenly placed on h1. For Anna Zatonski, who has not been successful in the tournament so far, taking down Begim, having some advantage, that would be interesting. How do they match up? Kate, in
Let's
their
take a
career?
look. Head-to-head, Begim Genoa has 4 wins, 3 losses, and 5 draws against international master Anna Zatonsky. So that's very close, but it looks very fighting chess. We don't see that 36 draws like we saw Fabi against Levon.
Exactly. Okay, we'll keep this one on tap. Jennifer Yu versus Talia. What's happening in that one? Whoa. Crazy pawn structure.
I like that rook on d4. That is a
It's
very
a visual.
strong rook.
But what's it doing there? It's
just blocking everything.
Everything. Isn't the pawn on c3 the weakest pawn on the board? Right?
Absolutely.
So isn't it time that we do moves like rook to c8? And as far as I can tell, Talia's got an issue. It's like that light squared bishop, right? But
can I do something like c4 now to get rid of that pawn?
Yes. And takes it, this kind of thing, right? But again, I will just ask the question, is your rook great on d4? Bishop?
Well, my idea is to push for f5 to activate that rook by targeting that e6 pawn.
Okay, that makes sense. I feel that. Here I would love to target this pawn, something like, I don't know, queen b8. Starting to eyeball some squares over on the king side. Okay, this is imbalanced to be sure. Tatev comes into today's round half a point behind. She's up against Megan Lee. Shall we check out what Tatev has done? When we left it, it was a very strange combination of a Joko piano and a Chigorin. And Tatev brought her knight to c4 and followed up with an expansion on the queen side. And Megan
I like this
said,
knight on c4 because it doesn't allow any d5 pushes with the pawn.
Right.
Right, you can't do that because you're losing control of that e5 pawn.
Clear. All right, let's see how the game developed from here. b5, knight got pushed backwards. Rook f2. Somebody in the Soviet Union would call this a high-class defensive move. I'm not 100% sure if that's true. What exactly does a rook on b2 do? Okay.
So Tatev sacrificed the pawn.
Right.
To get a passer.
But at the same time, she's putting her rooks in defensive positions. Rook on e3, rook on b2. I don't see these as being great attacking pieces. She brought her rook back. Kind of shows that not 100% sure.
Well, I like her position because now she wants to recapture on a5 with the knight.
Okay.
To kind of get rid of that blocker of my pawn on b6.
Okay, that makes...
And I will be very happy for all the trades on the queen side and then my pawn just running.
Yeah, that's a queen, right?
So what are you going to do to defend that? Because you can push for g4, but I capture that. I don't think you have enough power there with your pieces to attack my king.
Well, that's the James Bond in me calling, dun 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 dun. I start to look when I see the king on h2. I do have a dark square bishop. I start to look at those ideas of d5 because you were saying I'm losing my e5 pawn. You might want to hesitate. Before capturing it because your bishop will go on the diagonal. But on the other hand, what you were saying was you were ready to just take the pawn on a5 and march triumphantly with your b7 pawn. So I don't think that, well, g5 is quite the ambitious move as well. Clock's a factor in this one?
Tatev has only 6 or 7 minutes and Megan Lee has 25 minutes. So Megan has some time advantage in this position.
That sounds significant, right? What did you say, 25 to 6?
To 7, yes.
To 7, okay, significant advantage. And
one more game I want to look
please.
at, Alice Lee against Rose Atwell. The 15 years old are battling it and very open position. What is happening here?
Well, we left a Grunfeld some time ago. Remember, we had seen the capture on d5. We were anticipating the knight capturing on d5, and Rose is prepping a knight landing on d3 with the moves queen. You had the same reaction that I did. You kind of like looked at the knight. Remember,
Fabi's
yes.
Knight e6.
Yeah, Levon versus-
Interference, the same thing happening here. I'm blocking the cooperation between the rook and knight.
Well, at first blush, full stop right here, I gotta say that my first instinct is white is winning, just winning, because I've got so much built up on the queen side. I got the two rooks, the queen. I go f5, you resign.
I mean, your bishops are just piled on those diagonals.
Exactly.
They're fantastic.
Now, I don't know if I'm overestimating the situation, but Alice Lee is saying, hey, wait a minute. If I get to play f4, f5, this bishop, remember I want to retain that bishop, and how I thought that it was more, the counterpart, the bishop on b5, was weaker. Well, it sure feels like that is what has happened, and we caught up with the players.
Can you move back a little bit?
Of course.
What if I capture with queen on d4? Because your rook is hanging. You're still gonna go.
It sure looks a lot better, doesn't it? I mean.
But maybe you still play rook f6, something that happened in the game. But I kind of like that I'm blocking the pawn on c4. I'm not creating a passer for black.
I completely agree. And furthermore, I mean, I just love this activity with the queen. The queen can come to d8. Who knows? Maybe I can instantly rook e1 and finally g4. Queen takes d4 sure looks good. And maybe Alice felt that she was breaking through, like maybe forcing her opponent to take on f5, and then she could play g5 and bishop takes f5.
But I also like her idea now, to be honest, because you're saying I'm going to recapture with the bishop on f5, unless she's going to recapture differently.
Or maybe
she wants to play g5.
Yes, I think she would like to do both. I think she would like to capture on f5 with the bishop, but also continue with g5. But boy, I gotta add, queen takes d4. The one thing I don't like, I think this pawn on c3 is a massive asset. And if the pawn was on c3, that pawn would not be on c4. I'm going to say this is chaos.
I think one thing that's for white, because they did not capture with queen, is that pawn on d4 is blocking the diagonal, right? There are no queen b6 traits of the queen.
Right.
So white can more focus now on attacking. But queen takes d3.
So you're saying there's a future queen b6 that I should be aware of or something. But I tell you, I love recapturing with the queen. The time pressure is budding up and it's on us. Cristian, what has caught your attention?
Back to the open section,
please,
and see what happened in this one. Sam Shankland versus Hans. We were expecting somewhat of a repetition, right?
Possibly.
But Hans says no.
These guys are ambitious.
Queen to a4.
Right.
He plays this with only 10 minutes on his clock, so definitely behind on the clock. Rook to a1, queen to b3. Finally, that queen has invaded and forced the queen trade. Queen takes b3, knight takes b3, rook a to b1. Now, the plans and ideas that you guys were mentioning with knight to g1, knight to f3, now they're much easier to get it done, right? Because you don't have to worry about the queen on the light squares creating problems against the king. So now you also have ideas of knight to c1. Kick that knight away from b3 and then make use of your two bishops. Rook to d8, he played. And this is what we have right now. Only 7 minutes for Hans. Not that many moves still to be played. Nevertheless, it feels like the last sequence of moves has helped Sam get out of danger. Without the queens on the board, it feels much easier to play. I do think we have a move right now. Do we see a knight on g1? Can we zoom in on... Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We have a knight g1 sighting.
The knight is on g1, and of course, knight to f3 is somewhat of a threat, right? I do expect e4 right now. e4 from black, and then most likely Sam is going to jump back with knight to e2. Play e4. At least once you play e4, that bishop on g2, despite the fact that it's completely locked, you still have to attend the pawn on e4 with the knight on f6. So that kind of freezes your position as well. for a second at least. So with only 6 minutes and 30 seconds on his clock, Hans will need to make some big decisions. But if he does so, maybe he can still continue to increase the pressure. Now let's take a look at what's happening in Fabi's game as we approach the time trouble situation. And Fabi's doing quite well.
He's gone for that whole sequence.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
Commendably so. Bishop takes e2, queen takes e2, knight takes d4. He decided to take the pawn in this fashion. Rook to b4, attacking the pawn on b7. Rook to e7, and now we have this position. Look, this is not going to be a fun game for Mishra. Maybe he has chances to hold this one, but at some point he will need to defend an endgame with a pawn down. You're losing the e-pawn. There's absolutely no way about it. Rook to e1, you can defend with rook to e8, but at some point I will be able to go f4 and pick up that pawn, the isolated pawn on e5. So this one is play on one goal, and Fabi must be feeling quite good with his situation going into the last few moves before the time control. What else have you guys been watching in the open section?
I'm actually turning my attention to the game between Awonder, Liang, and Ray Robson. The last moves, when we left it, we saw the move knight f3. And it was about Ray's time, right?
Yeah, he has only 8 minutes.
But materially speaking, he's doing incredibly well. Knight d2 check, forking king, rook, and rook, simultaneously unmasking an attack against the rook on f1. Bishop takes bishop e1, and this really powerful
Very good
move.
calculation.
Yeah, by Ray. And I think that's it.
That's it.
That's all they wrote.
Resigned.
Wonder recognizing that after rook takes e8, rook takes e8, black already has 2 rooks for the queen, but worse, the king.
Yeah, if you play something like g3,
b3.
b3,
Yeah.
I'm still gonna take that bishop.
Exactly.
King b2, bishop f6.
Right.
I'm just gonna checkmate you.
Which one?
Rook e2.
Rook e2. Okay. I'll be obstinate. I would have played rook f2 myself. But yes, exactly. It's a checkmating pattern. We all know these back rank and double rook checkmates. For Ray Robson.
Very important win. Very important.
Wow.
Especially after yesterday's game.
Yeah, and where it's all gone wrong. He started with 1 draw out of 3 games, 2 losses. He comes back, and for Awonder, that's got to sting. With the white pieces, things were really going well, but somehow he didn't get out of the opening very well.
Right.
And and we do have some results in the open section, actually. What are they?
So we have Awonder Liang, who just lost to Ray Robson, and there's a draw between Leinier, Dominguez, and Levon Aronian.
Now, I was thinking that Sam Sevian was pressing against Christopher. Is that still the case?
Let's take a look.
Well, it's... I'm getting used to the controls over here, by the way. This is really
the
good.
knight is no longer on c8.
Yeah, I mean, it went way... Okay, boy, they played a lot of moves. It was right here where I was pawn grabbing, and knight takes a7 was my choice, but we're going to catch up with the players because they've made quite a significant number of moves. Again, Sam's enjoying a positional plus. He hasn't been able to necessarily translate that into a material gain.
But we see that he's the one pushing, right? He did not agree to make threefold repetition.
Still,
he's still trying to target that e6
But
pawn.
the thing is, if he goes, first of all, this is move 40, he has a minute on his clock. If he plays rook e1, knight d4, I think it's a threefold repetition.
That's a claim.
So that's a claim for Christopher Yu. No, this is a big miss by Sam Sevian, because he should have taken that pawn.
He should.
Of course.
Well, thank you.
He should have went pawn grabbing. Pawn grabbing was the way to go. Take the pawn on a7. Do not allow that pawn to go to a6. And he would have had a great position. Close to winning advantage in that one.
Wonderful.
Right now, Christopher Yu has equalized. He has plenty of activity. That rook on b5 is a beautiful rook right now. The knight. And it doesn't really matter that you have that pawn on e6. you cannot really attack it. You cannot take advantage of that weakness. So he took on d8. He shied away from the repetition, but this is not going to help him that much.
A weakness is only a weakness if it can be attacked. Okay, for Sam, this could be a big miss because, again, if he were to win this game, he'd be going into the rest day with 3 out of 4, and that's not bad. How about our marquee matchup in the ladies?
Section?
Yeah, shall
Let's
we go
take
there?
a look. Irina Krush against Carissa. We saw that blocked position, but Carissa trying to push on the king side.
When we left it, it was this move, knight e7, that we were arguing against. We were thinking that the move knight h6, intentions of e4. She went knight e7. The engines didn't like that.
Because it's not targeting the knight on g4, right? It's not creating pressure.
Exactly. And Cristian was the first to point out that if Irina could play bishop e3, route her knight to f2, and then to the very nice blockading square e4, maybe with or without bishop d3, by the way, Irina could easily take over the game. She has played the move bishop e3, and let me just refresh my board to make sure.
And we see that Carissa gambled.
Ooh.
She plays e4, sacrificing a pawn, saying, I don't need that pawn, I want that square on e5.
Is she right to do that?
I'm not
But
so
the
sure.
question is, can you move your knight from d7 there? Because the knight on d7 is doing an important job.
So what if I take with the knight? Okay, let's
have a look. Knight takes e4.
We have to take.
G4, right?
What
we have
else?
to, because we cannot push that knight to e5.
Exactly.
Now
What
the big
else?
question is, can I take something?
On c5.
On c5, this is where I'm looking to take, yes.
You want to take on c5?
I don't think it works right now, so I do need to be careful about it. But
that feels overly optimistic.
Wait, but can I
go
play
knight-
bishop d3 first?
I was thinking about knight g5, but bishop d3 is a beautiful move too.
I want to threaten that.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, now you are losing control of b6.
I'm trying to gain control over f3. As Viktor Korchnoi would say, by the way, with trembling hands.
So let's see. Rook takes b6. Let's go for it.
Rook takes b6.
Let's see who gets in first.
Right. Who lands first with the most, right?
Who gets the mate first?
Because if you take on f3, I'm just moving my king to h1.
That looks problematic, all right. So, okay, let's take the bishop.
Okay, queen b5.
You could also go rook b7 check, but okay, queen b5. You know, like sometimes you just got to close your eyes and let the king fend on its own. I don't quite see the mate yet.
No, but yes. Now I can capture on c5 with...
No, the knight on e7 is still protecting the queen, so
okay.
we cannot do it yet.
Yeah, we both had the same blindness. Very fortunate. Our cohort there was protecting us from our own.
So I can give check on b5, force the king to
d8.
go.
Yep, you can force the
Guys,
king.
I feel we're unnecessarily getting a bit too far.
Okay.
Because instead of bishop g3, can't I go knight g5? Isn't that like a much better move?
Tell me, so we like knight, everybody's happy with knight e4,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And what did we do?
G4.
And now
knight
knight
g5.
g5.
Now that
looks very nice.
Ooh.
Parking the knight on e6.
Oh, that's huge.
And now you have to go back to the b file with your king. And
Oh, that's huge. Because then I can even have the time to maybe keep the position closed.
I can get the 4 in. If you
Yeah.
give me one more move, maybe I even take on g4. I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't seem like your attack is going anywhere.
If you don't mind me asking, the clock times and the moves.
So Irina Krush has 9 minutes and
9?
Carissa 13 minutes.
Okay, so an edge on the clock for
And they have
Carissa.
10 more moves to make, or 9 more moves actually.
Hans down to
make.
his last 3 minutes, guys. Should we switch to that one?
Yeah, but I'm just going to say that the U.S. Women's Championship could be decided. I know it's hyperbole.
It's early. It's early.
It's for, but
It's early.
as
It's a marathon, not a
as
sprint.
oh gosh, the baseball player. I can't think of his name. It's getting over early.
Yes.
You know, because Yogi Berra said it could be over early with 3 and possibly 4 out of 4. Carissa, where are we going? We're going to go to the Hans Niemann?
Yeah, Sam
Just because
Shankland
he's down to
and
his
Hans
last
Niemann.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
And still some moves to make right now. Not many. 2 more moves for both players, but...
So they did some trades. They
Hold on,
traded
I'm
one
trying
pair
to
of
find-
rooks.
Where are we?
Yeah.
Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann. We left it. We've just seen a queen trade. Knight to G1. Sam wants to reposition his knight to a much more aggressive square on F3 than on E2. E4 shuts in the bishop, but weakens 2 squares on F4 and D4. Sam says, let me try to exploit them. And by the way, with this move, knight e2, there's always possibilities of g4 and knight to g3 to open up the 2 bishops. Munch, munch. Knight c5. Knight c1. Okay.
He's trying to go to a2, right? He's trying to go to a2, put some pressure on b4 also, protect against knight to d3.
Yes, knight a4 I also very much like. I'm not allowing you to trade my knight, and I'm targeting that pawn on b2.
Yes, you are.
So how do we do it right now? Do we go b3 or do we stay calm and go rook to d2?
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I mean, if you go b3...
How about panic and details by letter?
I like b3 to be honest.
B3, yeah. I'm not sure I'm a fan of knight c1. I thought the knight was going to greater pastures on d4 or f4. So
I'm going to go knight c3. No?
Okay.
You probably have to, yes.
Knight to c3. Pause.
Rook d4, let's say.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, the thing is, I don't have that many squares. That's one of them. D2 is the other. I don't want to take on c3.
I don't either. I would much rather pretend.
But now I go rook c8.
Rook c8?
Rook c8, yes, because I'm looking at what are you going to do with your knight.
I'm moving it. I want it. For me, this knight is a real thorn in the throat. So trading off that knight would be a dream.
I don't know. I feel like your pieces, if I go bishop c5 now. Oh, no, you have bishop rook c4. Okay, no, then you're good. Okay.
Then everything is working. And again, sorry, big time discrepancy. Tell me about it once more between these two.
So Sam Shankland has 22 minutes, whereas Hans Niemann only 3 minutes.
For, once again, how many moves?
2 more moves.
2 more moves. That's not that
terrible.
terrible. I mean, well, you should have seen Walter Brown. Walter Brown had like 12 moves to make in 30 seconds, and that guy would make them with a second to spare. It was amazing. Oh boy. Also, I'm getting word that Talia Cervantes, who has unfortunately not performed that great, what a miracle save she had against
Queen b7 yesterday.
Wow.
That's going to be another move for the history.
My brain exploded with that one.
And she's playing Jennifer Yu, who lost yesterday to Carissa.
Right.
And she may score her first point of the tournament.
We are expecting Sam to play the move B2, B3. He's struggling over it. I just want to go around the horn. I'm going to go to the game of Fabi for a moment because this is a very, very technical game. This is a game, the type of position where one Anatoly Karpov stood out. I mean, he was extraordinarily good at torturing his opponents. In these positions, he would triple on the file with his rooks. He would put a rook on e2 and a queen on e1, and then he'd play f4. And that would be the straw that broke the camel's back. He'd win the pawn and grind you down, and you wonder about life and the greater meanings.
I really like the move king h2. You know, it's getting away from all the diagonals. I'm not putting it on the h1, a8 diagonal, the white one. I'm just really parking the king away from all the trouble, and then I'm ready to play f4.
Exactly.
Or maybe even before I go something like a4. Do I want to push?
Yeah, improve a little bit over there.
I
get it.
Crash in the center.
Have they reached the time controls? Where are things standing between these two, Kate?
Let's take a look.
I don't think they have. Not yet.
Not yet. Mm-hmm. I really like
this is still only move 31.
And the clock time, sorry?
11 minutes for Fabiano, 4 minutes. Difficult position for Abhimanyu. But
this is
the
not
position is somewhat simplified. Like, you know what you're going to get as black. You're going to play with a pawn down. You're
Yes.
going to play some endgame with a pawn down.
Right.
The question is what type of endgame?
He's
right,
accepted the fact that he's going to be losing his E5 pawn.
I'm not sure
with
if he
move
has
D5.
already, because you cannot take on E5.
Yeah,
No,
this is a
because
trap.
F2.
He wants you to trade it.
Well, F2 is...
So he's trying to put the rook on D5.
I think it's more about trading everything.
What?
Like you can trade rook takes rook and then rook d1 at the end, and you have a
Okay.
double attack.
Okay. So let's try it. Shall we? B4? Go away.
So queen c3.
Okay, and this is where you were saying that rook takes. You want to take everything off the board, and you want a rook and pawn endgame after rook d2, which you feel, hey man, I can draw this. This is easy,
easy draw.
Easy draw. So queen c3.
And now I'm threatening even rook d2, and then rook f7, and maybe.
Who's having fun? Huh? Let's just see. Let's just see what we've got in this position. Oh, okay. We're gonna let this one stew, but the ladies' competition, everything just blew up. Where would you like
So
to
let's
take
start
us?
with the game between Jennifer Yu and Talia Cervantes,
Okay.
because I think we may see some sharp tactics there.
We live for the tactics. When we left it, you were lauding the rook on d4. I was feeling that pretty as a picture, but not very effective. Let's catch up with the players. And yeah, this rook kind of stuck. This rook, excuse me, Talia.
And now controlling that c file, that's going to be very important.
Right? And she can pick up the pawn on b5. Hey, look, I mean, I really like this. But does she...
You know, I'm thinking about something like rook c1.
c2. Oh.
Even rook c1.
Rook c1.
You cannot... And then rook b1, and I want to checkmate you on the first rank.
Different approach. Really good move as well. Rook to d3. Oh,
wow.
That's a monster move, isn't it?
So that's a very direct one. So I'm inviting the trade, and if the rook takes, I'm going to capture with a pawn, forcing the rook to go away. And yep, rook c2 is coming up, and that's a skewer.
I resign. I absolutely resign that one. Nothing to say there. Rook to d3. If I'm forced to move the queen, you do have a funny move.
Rook takes e3, right?
And it's funny. It's like the queen is hanging, the rook is hanging, but you can't capture either one. Queen takes, rook takes, and Talia will have
But I thought I want to go for some checkmates. Maybe I can go even after queen b3, something like queen d1. Trying to get the other rook to c1 and checkmate you.
Mm-hmm. Ambition is...
Good.
I don't know.
Say, Yasser?
I don't know. Is it good? I'm just, b6, rook c1, queen g1 is a checkmate, right?
Right.
So you do so I was about to try to make a lemming-like run. You could play rook takes d4, you could play queen g1 check. I'm dreaming. I have a dream.
I see what you are thinking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think it's all Talia at this point, and what are the clock times telling us?
So Jennifer
about
has
this
only
game?
1 minute, so she's very tight on time, and Talia, she has 11 minutes to go, and there are 8 more moves to be made.
Yeah. Wow.
So
1
now the
minute.
question is Talia going to go for the rook endgame with rook takes e3, allowing the queen trades, or is there queen d1 some chances? Nope. She likes the rook endgame, which is a very good one.
She's a pawn cracker. Hey, man, she's going to get her gold. And not that she liked it, but Jennifer did capture the queen going into this rook ending, followed up with the move f5, while I would be playing king f7 in a heartbeat here just to keep my center.
And you don't
intact.
have to recapture the pawn on b5 immediately. It's not going to go anywhere.
Exactly. On the other hand, rook takes b5. I can't argue with that one either. That looks really, really good. There's even a rook f3 check sighting although that's probably the worst of all of them.
I like this king f7.
Me too. Just natural good moves, and lots of them, you know.
So
Good. And what's happening?
Rose Atwell. I mean, Alice Lee playing against Rose Atwell. What's happening there? Another sharp position.
Okay, where are you, Rose? Alice Lee, when we left it, I really liked Alice's attacking prospects. She did follow it up with g4. That I find very intriguing. You know, we're always told, be careful. You know, like when you play g4, yeah, you do open up and your king, you know, vulnerable to perpetual checks and things like that. Okay, Rose on the back foot.
I mean, there is this pawn on c3, right? We have to be careful on that pawn. Rose has some potential with that pawn.
After watching Rose's game yesterday, this still feels like chaotic because the rook is hanging, the bishop is, there is a pawn on c3, the queen is hanging.
Pawn on d4 is potentially hanging.
Can we get any more pieces hanging?
I was thinking rook takes d7, but I cannot go to that endgame to trade queens.
Why?
Rook takes d7.
Yes.
Rook takes f2.
Okay. Rook takes d6.
And king takes... Oh, there is... Okay, so let's see what I missed. King captures h7.
And
king captures f2. And when I go c2, thinking I'm super excited about that, yep, there's rook d7, and you can get that rook to the file.
Okay, nice.
Can I take on a2? Even at the end, just rook takes c6, rook takes a2.
She has captured on d7, so we might be
that bad
seeing this line, but
it probably is, but the question is how.
So,
like I guess just bishop b4, maybe rook d7.
Yeah, you could play c2 and win back the
I will
bishop.
not. No. I don't want to play c2. I want to play b5. At least not yet. At least not yet.
And then...
But rook c7, no, it's not enough. It's not enough. It truly is not enough.
I also have the idea of maybe g5.
Sorry, I'm just going to go down. Let's see, to the end. Okay. Let's see what we've got. So we've just seen the move rook takes d7. Sorry, you were about to tell me that, what are the options here? I don't have an option. I have to take on f2.
Don't see an option here.
Force moves or force moves? Rook takes f2, rook takes
I mean,
d6.
Rose has 6 minutes, so she can consider
about it.
and think. But I think we're going to see this endgame.
Rook takes a2, yes. Rook to d7. I was thinking of c2, but I'm definitely hoping to make a draw on this ending, but I'm 2 pawns down. Should be winning for Alice Lee. And Alice Lee, again, a pre-tournament favorite, 3 draws. 3 draws. So what about the queen ending? Queen takes d7, queen takes f6.
And we see that on the board. It
King
happened.
takes h7. At least in this case, I've got a c-pawn.
Yeah, I think that's much better for black, actually.
Then your rook ending was just insufferable. This one...
So if you go like...
Chances for a draw?
What, queen f2? Do you go back?
Ooh, I wouldn't want to go on the back foot. I would
You
go
would go
queen...
g5? Or?
No, queen h4 check. Reposition my queen so that I'm So at the moment,
give me a check.
I'm defend. I mean, the way I see it, you know, you've got 2 threats as black, right? Potentially pushing your pawn to c2, taking my pawn. So I would probably start with a check in order to defend this pawn. If you put your king in front, I'm not saying this is good. At least in this case, I'm defending the pawn. Maybe in another case, I'm defending. You know, the promotion square so I can play d5. But I feel that Rose has really good chances of drawing this one just because her passed pawn is such a powerful one on a c3.
Just so if I move back with king h7 here, let's say.
Exactly.
You go your queen f4. No, you push.
Push. And you push.
Yes.
Yeah. And just before I blunder, something of this nature, and you would probably play Queen C8.
Yes.
And then I'll make a perpetual check.
Mhm.
Let's jump to our marquee matchup between Irina and Carissa. Whoa.
Wow, the king side cleared completely.
But we saw Irina having an extra pawn. I'm looking at the position. I'm seeing Carissa now with the extra pawn. Well, that's...
And a really advanced pawn.
Whoa, wait a minute.
No, it's not an extra
Isn't
pawn.
Carissa winning?
She's down in exchange right now.
Oh,
So-
my God. The
No,
rook
she's
on
actually down
D5.
a rook. She's down a rook.
Oh, full rook.
Yeah, because there was a rook on B5.
Never mind.
But the reason we overlook the rook is because this move check, you can't go king c2.
So where do you go?
Check, and I'll munch that one. Now, if you bring your king to the first rank,
Then I go h2.
then I go h2.
Okay, wait.
Do I have to play king d3? No.
Well, Irina has 30 seconds to figure this thing out.
But I can
If
go
you don't
king
mind,
C-
I'm just going to
yeah.
go back just a few so I can try to understand what has taken place.
20 seconds right
this
now.
Is 20 seconds? How many? 15 seconds. King
C2, yes. Because I think now after queen d4, I'm just going to play bishop d3.
Yes.
Queen e4 check.
Yes.
Bishop
but then
d3.
Queen takes e7. Like, who's better in that position?
Are you sure you want... I don't know if I...
Oh, you want to hide your king b3? Mm-hmm.
Something like here.
Because suddenly the queen and the rook can get to the king side, maybe on the 7th rank or on the 8th rank.
Mhm.
I'm not sure about Carissa's pieces.
Queen h4, let's say.
I don't know either. Queen h4, let's
Sure.
say.
If we're continuing with this line.
Mm-hmm. She's played king b3.
Yep, queen-
No-
King b3 on the board.
I'm sorry, I'm completely confused. How many moves before the time control?
2 more moves.
2 more moves.
One more move after queen
One
takes
more
e7.
move. Queen takes e7. I was thinking bishop to g4. In my mind's eye, I was ready to pivot the bishop to the e6 square, kind of blockading, and gosh knows what I want to do there. I'm not
Final
sure.
move, she has 50 seconds. But right now it seems like the danger is behind her after this move, bishop to g4, right?
Mm-hmm. That king got blown out
Or
of
is
the
it?
water, right?
Wait
I
a
mean,
minute.
the king was on g1, and now it's made a beeline to b3.
But what if, so bishop to g4, first of all, what do you do after queen h4?
I'm not sure.
Have we decided on something?
I might. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm undecided. 15 seconds.
King a3.
King a3. Okay, that says to me that Irina wants to keep. Remember, we talk about the frozen pieces for a moment. The knight on d7, the rook on a6.
And big win for Talia Cervantes, who won her game against Jennifer Yu.
Oof, that was a big victory for Talia. She needed it.
Right, and it's always
for
good to win a
Jennifer-
game before the rest day.
Oh
Like,
my gosh.
You're going to sleep well, and you're going to enjoy the next day.
And Irina's got a look of like consternation. She's not completely pleased. Oftentimes, I've always noticed in my games when my opponents look at their score sheet, like it's usually an indication they're dissatisfied. They've done something wrong, and they look at the score sheets as if, like, what have you done? Darn score sheet.
But she could be also checking if she really made the move 40. Just that she didn't miss a line somewhere, that she's good to walk around because she does have only 42 seconds.
That's a good point. Okay, well, there is this h-pawn as a distraction. There is knight e5. There's queen e3. There's queen h4, as Cristian mentioned. For Carissa, there's a lot of difficult choices on this, the penultimate move before the time control. And she's got a lot of time.
I think she's going to think.
Where else?
I want to go to see the game of
Please.
Tatev Abrahamyan against Alice, against Megan Lee.
Right.
Because Tatev sacrificed her knight 2 times, and
Did
now
she?
Megan could have captured again knight for free. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Maybe there are some tricks.
Well, Tatev has been sacrificing her pieces.
But winning the game, so
winning
it's
the
working
game
for her. So right now, Black is attacking the knight on d4 2 times.
Right.
So of course I cannot capture it with the bishop, because if I capture, then the rook will recapture, yes, and there's this knight f6.
Right.
Got it. But what if I start with rook captures d4?
She's played h5. Rook takes d4. Okay, pause.
Because you may just take and then take on d3, but that's peace.
I can take on a6, I can take on d4, then take on d3, and then d5. Maybe she was afraid of something like this. Captures, munch, and munch, right? So the bishop, and then take on d5.
But okay, I'm a piece, so I move back.
Hold on, you're a piece up.
Exactly, I got knight.
Sorry. Hold on, you're a piece up. I don't know why. Hold on.
I mean, Tatev is really low on time. She has a little bit less than 1 minute.
She has played h5. Why didn't she take the piece?
Well, I understand h5. You want to force the knight to go away, because then there is no fork on f6, and you are just delaying the capture.
She's taken on a6. So both knights can be captured here.
The problem is, with the pawn on b6, it's still blocked by the knight.
For white, that's the problem, but black should be winning this. Take the knight.
Which one?
The one on g4. That one's closest to my king, so get rid of the guys that are bothering me.
Maybe there is something like the other rook to a2, so I'm going to try to exploit the 8th rank.
I've got knight d8 as a blocker.
Then you allow me the b7. So let's try. You capture the knight.
I do.
I go rook d, a2.
I'm a greedy man.
I'm going to go rook a8.
I'm a greedy man.
b7.
And I pause, because I can play bishop e5, but I have a feeling there's a checkmate in the air. Like, you're going to go d8 and queen, right? But in the meantime, that white king is like bad, right? Like, so I'm just thinking, I have ideas even like rook takes f2. Bishop e5, I think I'm winning. Bishop e5, I think. Rook b5, I think I'm winning. So, but I'm thinking, this should...
I think white is going to be trying something, but maybe it's not enough. Let's see what happened in the game.
Right.
Because Megan captured the knight on d4.
Right. Okay. She did?
She did capture the knight. Tatev captured on d3, putting pressure.
Hold on, wait a minute. Tatev is with the white pieces here. Just a second. Gosh, I've got myself completely in a muddle. Tatev is losing.
Well, she already won 2 games without having a knight, so...
Oh, okay.
But the problem is you cannot really recapture probably the bishop on d4, because after rook takes d4, there is queen e5.
Rook takes d4, queen e5, and that is...
And if I force another trade, then...
She's captured on d4. She's given Megan this chance for queen e5, and that looks wonderful for black. She's done it. Oh my gosh. I thought Tatev was coming into this game with all the vim and vigor of 2.5 out of 3, and something went wrong.
Yeah, we were very happy about her pawn on b6.
Yes.
But the pawn continued to be stuck and the knight blocking it on b7.
But this looks like a completely winning position now for black. And do I see rook d2 on the board?
But then there is another discovered attack. Because after rook d2, there is just rook a4 check.
Rook a4 check, yep. Rook takes f2, not so bad either. Yeah, this is...
this is probably game over.
This is game over. I'm just going to check in with...
What about Nazi or Begim?
Begim?
Let's take a look at Begim's game.
She's up against Anna Zatansky. When we left it, whoa. when we left it, we really liked Anna's position. She was the one who had played e5, bishop c7,
The dark
the
square
two
bishop was
bishops.
controlling the diagonals.
But this is a completely different animal. White's king suddenly looks very safe.
By the way, Anna has only 18 seconds.
And there's a big material advantage, I want to say, for Begim.
And this is the position where you don't really like the bishop, right? The knight is much better here. The position is blocked.
Exactly.
This is good for Begim.
No question about it. It's very, very good. I find myself drawn to the idea of rook d2 and knight to d4 in order to bring my king back to g2. And it's funny, but after rook to d2, I kind of feel like my king is sailing away, beautifully into the dark blue ocean. No chance the king is safe, and knight d4 is positional overkill. A big, big potential win for Begim. Begim will have 3 out of 4 and say, somebody please stop Carissa Yip. I want to just take a quick look at Carissa's game against Irina before turning it over to Cristian and asking him where we did see the move queen h4. And your quick take, would you prefer to play Carissa's position and exchange down with that passer, or?
I have to say I would prefer to play white here. Because I do feel that that Carissa's pieces are just blocked. You cannot move the knight. If you cannot move the rook, the bishop is just stuck.
But I have a runaway criminal. I want to play h2, h1.
I don't feel like anytime you push the pawn to h2, I can go rook h1 and then capture it, right? I am going to allow your pieces to be kind of untangled, but I'm going to get that pawn. So
for me, I guess I don't have enough respect for the exchange. I've always liked a good anchored knight in the middle of the board, knight e5. I like playing against weak pawns, the double pawns. You shift the pawn to b3, I hear you. I like Carissa's position. Let's say 3 results are possible. Cristian, what do you got for us?
I think we should go back to the Open right now because they're going straight into those time trouble situations, and especially this one, Fabi versus Abhimanyu. Shankland versus Hans already have gone to the second time control, but right now Fabiano with Abhimanyu both down to the last minute, and they do have one more move, and maybe we can check their position from the bird's eye view and see whether Fabi has played the move e6. There we go. As I was saying, e6 is on the board. This is the final move of the game, and
final move, the time control.
Before the time control, of course, and it's the best move in the position. Pawn up. The king is very safe on f2 unless you have some. No, rook f2 is not possible. Obviously, rook to f1. The question is, are you in time? Probably not. After queen to e4, and in fact, perhaps that's a nice idea to show. After rook to f1.
You want me to bring it? Okay,
yes, we should do on your board so that we can keep an eye on this.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to bring it up.
27 seconds for Abhimanyu. Will he go rook f1?
Rook f1.
I think rook f1 might be losing on the spot after queen to e4.
And queen e4, rook f2.
Rook f2, king g1, right?
I'm seeing 13. Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, 9 seconds.
10 seconds.
And he's touching the rook?
So just about to play it. Rook to f1 is on the board.
Ooh.
That was the last move. But queen to e4 now. Wait a minute. Queen to e4, by the way, is forced.
Yes.
Like, what else? I guess you can go rook to e4, but I don't think you want to allow any sort of like queen c2
Or you can do rook g2, but...
Could
yes,
Mishra be thinking about some king and...
No, but now I go rook f4, and that's the idea.
And he's done it very, very, very quickly.
This must be losing.
Are you so sure?
Yes.
Why are you so sure?
Why wouldn't I be?
Because I've got a g6 sighting?
That's okay.
Okay, if I could play...
King g3.
King
f4.
King f4.
King f4. Of course, I'm thinking, okay.
But even taking on g6 would be winning.
Yeah. So that just does it. So I don't have king f8. Well, then I'm losing.
I think this game is over, actually.
Wow.
Queen to e4, the final move, covers against queen to h1 checkmate. And if you don't exchange the queens, my e-pawn is going down. e7, e8, promotion is coming. And I guess the only remaining question right now would be what happens after taking on e4.
Right.
And then rook back to f8. You cannot go king f8. You need to stop me from promoting my pawn. So the only other way is to go rook f8 back.
This feels all wrong, though. I mean, when you're defending worst rook and pawn endgames, you always want to defend them actively. Defending them passively, it should be a prescription for disaster, right?
And how is the endgame after, let's say?
So let's go king h3. No?
Good start. A good start. For a moment there, I was just pausing about rook a4. But okay, king h3, that looks like a very good start. I have to play rook e8, don't I?
So I go king g4.
And I've got to activate my king. King f5. Yeah, this should be a very easy win. You're just parking your king on g6. Yeah, easy win for Fabi. By the way, we do have a result. Christopher Yu, impressive resistance, held the game. I wanted to go to the game between Wesley and Grigoriy because I saw there's bishops of the same color, and I was wondering if Black's king was too far away from the passer. In other words, in this position that Wesley has, could he play bishop here? King f8,
and b5.
And b5 quickly. So I want to play b6, so you have to take. By the way, I do believe we have a result. Megan has won.
Won her first game in the tournament. She won against Tatev Abrahamian.
Exactly. I'm confused. I think it's a little tiredness creeping in. Looking forward to tomorrow's rest day. But tell me how you're drawing this. I don't see the tempi. So Wesley posts up his bishop. You play king f8, right?
Yes.
Now, what I want to do is I want to retain this pawn on e3 and try to win your bishop for my queen side.
Okay, I capture.
Capture.
King e7.
King e7, I push.
King d6.
I push.
Bishop b7.
Bishop f1.
And...
No, that is a draw. Okay. Phew. I was like, my gosh, what am I missing? You do... Yeah?
Yeah, I take king b7. For a second, I also
had
froze.
this,
I was like, wait.
Like I froze, and then you
F5.
do f5. Perfect. And Grigoriy, just in time, will save this one. Oof. Close.
Yes. By the way, let's take a look what's happening in the game of Sam Shankland against Hans.
Yes.
Because I see a passer on b3.
You do. How did that happen? Okay. When we left it, the players were just about to make a time control. We had been looking mostly at the move b3, rook d2, b3, rook d4. I'll take a pawn. You'll be trapped, says Sam.
So what if I go knight d3?
That
what am I
is
missing?
Nothing. It's one of those crazy things that you're in this very awkward pin, and it's not very easy for you to play the moves b2 and rook to c2. So Sam is thinking that he will blockade the pawn, pick up this guy, and thanks to this pin, he'll be safe.
Yeah, this bishop b2, very strong move.
Yeah, and it's one of those easy moves to miss too, right? Because you're thinking knight d3 and get the pawn going. I see I got an exclamation mark on my screen, that little... It's always reassuring when those exclams come on.
So can I go... Well, I have a couple of moves. Bishop to a3. That defends the knight on b2, right?
Sorry, say that again,
Bishop
please?
a3.
Bishop a3, rook...
But not knight d1.
Ooh.
I really want to get your bishop.
Knight d1. Okay.
Yeah, knight to d1. Ooh. I'm not happy about knight to d1.
Maybe you need to play something like king e2.
King e2, okay.
Okay.
Because you can wait,
but
right?
King e2, don't I have knight d3?
Then you have your knight d3 business.
And
okay,
even with a check.
I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to take your pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes much more sense. I take your pawn. And for the moment, the knight on b2 is probably the worst square. So you would put the knight on h8. You'll be agreeing with me. You'll be like,
rook c8.
Rook to c8 gives up the... No, it doesn't give up the b3.
It does not. No. You cannot take that.
Okay, so I have to... pardon me. The move I wanted to do was bishop takes, forgetting that I'm leaving my rook hanging. Oops. So I have to play knight to e2 here. It's double-edged, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, black is on the precipice of promoting his pawn, but wait a minute. If white gets to play bishop b1, the pawn's not going nowhere.
So if I
that
capture
knight
the
is a bit
bishop,
stuck on b2. It's
right?
a big problem.
But if I capture knight takes e4, are you gonna...
Check.
Okay, king g8.
King g8.
The knight seems to be coming out right now, yeah?
Munch.
Take, rook b4.
And
I don't have a way to defend that knight.
Isn't that there? Rooks belong behind past pawns. That was one of Nimzovich's best quips, along with the criminal. You know, past pawns are criminals that should deserve to be under lock and key. Well, we've reached that stage in our broadcast where the time controls are over. We're getting ready for a break. But before we go on break, tell us about the results thus far.
Let's take a look. So in the ladies section, we have Jennifer Yu, who lost to Talia Cervantes. Talia marked her first win in the tournament. And then we have Tatev Abrahamian, who lost to Megan Lee, who also marked her first win in the tournament.
Saving the best for last, right? As you say. And in the open section, a couple results here.
Yes. Here we have Awonder Liang, who lost to Ray Robson, who is very happy to get this lucky break before the rest day. And then Leinier Dominguez, who drew against Levon Aronian.
Sam Sevian also did draw with Christopher Yu. We'll get that draw up there as well. But 3 games remaining in the open sections. We take a break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool.
Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 4, and let's take a look at the results of this round so far.
And it's been an exciting round.
So we have Jennifer Yu, who lost to Talia Cervantes. Tatev Abrahamian lost to Megan Lee. And then we have one draw. Nazi Paikidze drew against Atusa Pulkashian.
And it looks like Begim is doing great. Irina versus Carissa, that's a 3-result game. But the Alice Lee game, as we were on... and I forgot about the men.
Let's take a look at the men's results for round 4.
I was so anxious to get into.
We have a draw between Wesley So and Grigoriy Oparin. Another draw, Sam Sevian against Christopher Yu. Awonder Liang lost to Ray Robson. Ray Robson marked his first win in the tournament with this win.
Right.
And Leinier Dominguez drew with Levon Aronian.
Bobby is at play. Sam Shankland is at play. And Cristian, tell us about the Sam Shankland, Hans
Well,
Niemann.
based on those results, it does seem like if Fabiano wins this one, then he's probably going to be the sole leader unless Hans Niemann wins this game. And this is what we have right now. Bishop to a3 was, after a very long thing, by the way, he spent about 30 minutes on this move.
What?
Yes, he spent almost all his second time control.
Unbelievable.
Went down to his last 2 minutes, played the move bishop to a3, bishop takes c4 was played, and king to g8. This is what we have right now. I think this was the last move. King to g8 was made with 8 seconds. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe this timing is wrong, but 8 seconds on his clock.
That's crazy.
And we're waiting for a move from Sam Shankland right now, who has 40 minutes. All the time in the world, we see bishop drop back to b1. Okay.
I would have done that in an instant myself as well, just making sure that that pawn does not promote.
Yes.
But this is crazy. They just reached the time control. He got another 30 minutes, and now he's back in time
Rook
pressure.
to c8 was played. We're expecting knight to e2. That will defend the bishop on c3. Bishop to d2 is also an option, but probably you want to stay active with that bishop. At least I would go knight to e2 in this one. Knight to e2 played.
Right.
And the thing is right now, he's speeding through his moves. And again, let's keep watching Hans right now because he has very few seconds on his clock. He needs to make his moves. That's the problem.
Right.
36 seconds, 37 seconds right now. Maybe we can follow it on your board, Yasser.
Oh my gosh. For sure. Well, it was one of those things that I didn't realize how much time Hans had spent.
He spent way too much time right now. From a practical perspective, this was not a good sequence for him. And right now he's facing some serious difficulties. If you move the knight, can I just simply take on b2?
Was played.
By the way, he has 10 seconds.
Rook
he needs to make a move.
c8.
Yes. 7 seconds, running out of time. Where do you put the knight? Knight to e8.
Wow. Wow, very, very impractical play by Hans in this particular case.
Well, first of all, right now I can just simply take on b2, go rook to b4, and pick up the pawn on b3.
And that's a good deal for
That's
me.
your pride and joy in the position. That's a pawn up. I'm going to grind you right now. This is going to be a long grind. And it's going to be very difficult to defend this. Because, look, if you manage to exchange the rooks, sure. Perhaps you were going to be able to defend this one. Maybe let's go back. Let's go back to that one.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, bishop takes b2, rook b4.
You want something else?
I agree it's a 2-result game, but I'm just wondering...
You want more?
Because the knight on b2 is... you do have...
But knight d6 is coming. Knight d6, knight b5 is coming.
Well, knight d6 I'll take on b2.
Right.
But it's knight c4, sorry. Knight c4 is the culprit. So maybe I have... What do you think, Kate? Do I really have to... Well, something just happened there. That was funny. Yeah, and just to remind our audience, he's made the time control, good for you, but then he spent 30 minutes on the one move.
So for the rest of the game, he's going to play on this increment.
Wow. Not fun. Not fun at all.
Let's keep going with the moves.
What has happened? There was a rook c8. Hold on. Bishop b1, rook c8, bishop b2, bishop b2, rook b4, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Now we are
Up
in
to
the
date.
current
It was
position.
from a different move order, but
I think so. Yeah, I'm just waiting
something
for...
has happened. Now, do I have bishop e5 and at least try to get the rooks off the board with rook to b8 after rook takes b3?
I think that would be a very good idea if...
rook to d8 was played.
Well, let's see, just a second.
Well,
just a
he's
second.
creating a threat.
He is,
Rook d1
yes.
is a problem,
Yes.
right? You want to be careful about his double attack, so you cannot capture the pawn on b3 right away.
Because of check and picking up the bishop. Okay, I assume I should protect the d1 square with king e1. I want to play rook takes b3 next turn. But I think Cristian was making a very good point that after bishop e5, rook takes b3, you want very much, as black, to trade the pair of rooks.
And then you have
bishops
opposite colored bishops.
And decent chances for a draw. Let's leave it at that.
But the thing is, after rook d8,
Yep.
I can even take on b3. Can't I?
Really? And that's just a nasty pin?
It is, and I'm putting you on another pin on b8, rook to b8. You have to go king f8, and now I go knight f4, right? Knight
Yep.
f4, knight d3.
And you're winning back your piece, no question about that. And you're pawn up.
Look, 4 versus 3, maybe you will be able to survive, but I will try for a very long time, especially given the time situation.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so rook to d8. Rook to d8. I like rook takes b3. The more I'm looking at that, I remember, I mentioned Bruce Harper, bad luck for Bruce on this one, but I remember defeating Bruce in Vancouver Open with knight and 4 pawns versus knight and 3. Knight endings very similar to king and pawn endgames. I do think knight and 2 versus knight and 1 is a draw, as is knight and 3 versus knight and 2. But 4 versus 3, strangely enough, is much better and maybe winning. And 5 versus 4 is absolutely winning. It's crazy. It looked like Sam was reaching for his king.
So we may see
King e1, but rook takes b3. I really like that move, maybe even better.
what if we switch now, go to different game, and then come back because we are expecting this rook takes b3 at some moment.
For sure. Where would you like to take us?
I want to see the game of Alice Lee against Rose Atwell because it looked like there's going to be perpetual.
And by the way, Sam Shankland did play the move King E1. When we came away from break, I thought that Alice was overdoing things. Mm-hmm. And I thought that Rose might want to think about her winning chances. King D7 on the board.
If we move it just one move back, Alice is really trying to push for a win. For example, here, yes, check, Rose captured that pawn on H2, King E6. Now Rose could have captured the pawn on A2 as well.
Right.
But then there's maybe D5.
Right.
And when the king finds kind of shelter,
yep,
then it's the white
checkmate.
Queen who's going to try to checkmate. Exactly.
Exactly.
So that's why Rose is giving check on E2.
Right. King to D7.
Now we are expected to see probably Queen B5 check or Queen G4 check.
Yeah, sorry, just pausing to let's go Queen B5 check. I like this check very much. If you go to D8, you might regret that as a choice. I have Queen B6.
And actually that endgame is lost, right? Because that C3 passer is really fast.
It truly is.
Even if you go something like King E7.
Yeah, so by the way, King C7, King C8,
falls
King
into
D8,
Queen C6.
All of those ones. So did you want to go King E7? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, let me just pause it here for a moment. Do I have to check on B4?
You know, I have a question. Do you actually have a checkmate? What if I go C2?
C2. Testing me.
No, I think you do. There is G3. I have to go up and. Well.
I'm still not sure.
Actually, when you push G7, I go King H7.
Yeah, I'm still not sure. Still feel that this game is going to be drawn.
Yes, but I'm hearing that Fabi is having a very interesting game, so let's take a look.
Probably he was winning when we left it.
I think it's just about to be over. Yes.
Let's jump into that, because Fabi, should he win, he will almost certainly go into the break, that is to say rest day, as a sole leader. And yes, he's winning.
I mean, he has 2 extra pawns here.
Oh, come on. Yeah. When we left it, it was the move Queen E4 that was sealing the deal right here. This was the key moment. Queen E4 for Fabi. And yeah, we saw that whenever you defend these positions passively with the rook, you can't hold them. And he's just cleaning up the extra pawns here.
Yeah, and that's an easy win.
Easy win. So he'll reposition his rook behind, pick up this pawn, and his king is so active as well, you're not even getting this e6 pawn as compensation.
And you may give me 1 check with rook f2, but I can easily hide on the g file.
Easily.
Well,
and
the
there
thing
you
is,
go.
I'm picking up too many pawns.
Right.
That's the big problem right now. And I'm picking up b6 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is actually just resignation time. Perhaps we can, in fact, stay with this one until Abhimanyu decides to call it a day. Unless you guys want to check with Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann right now.
Well,
rook to b2.
Abhi's not ready to throw in the towel. Rook takes b6.
I have a feeling that, no?
King e7.
Fabiano right now
Tell us your feelings. You're intuiting what? King g4, I think, will do the honors. King g4,
That's
followed by
already
king
3 pawns right now
yeah.
to the good. Yeah, king g4, king h5.
Will do the honors, and I think Abhi will say, okay, I get it.
3 extra pawns, that's enough.
Yep.
And that's a huge victory for Caruana, because
It is.
going into this one, obviously, in a tie with 4 more players, after this one, going into the first rest day, look, if you want somebody to be the leader, if you don't want somebody to be the leader as the competitors, that's Fabiano.
Clear.
Because he's such a good leader. Whenever he's up, he generally doesn't give those extra inches back.
Exactly. Same for Wesley, I think.
Same with Wesley.
Yeah,
yes.
very, very good tournament leader. Once he gets into the lead,
you want them to be chasing you.
Yeah,
you don't
right.
want to chase them.
Exactly.
That's the thing about these 2 players.
Exactly.
Rook to e3, g4.
Yeah.
And Fabi's not even spending any time right now. He's like, okay, let's just get it done. Rook to e4.
b4.
b4, b5. That extra pawn is coming as well. Yeah.
Very good. I think this is Abhi on your behalf. No.
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 King to f6. You can continue with b5, no problem.
Just even g5.
b5, yeah, b5, g5, e7, e7 check, but b5, really that looks like the most sensible. Probably I will play the move rook b4 though. I'll try my best to make Fabi's life that much more.
Well, the thing is, rook to b4, I will give you the b5 pawn. I will go rook c6.
You don't want to push g5?
No, you don't want to push e7?
Rook c6.
You don't want to push e7? E7
Look,
check,
anything
king takes
wins.
e7, rook takes.
Rook c6, yes. No, I want you to take on b5, and then I take on h6 with my king.
And then you want to keep the 3
I want to
pawns.
keep all of the pawns. As many as I can.
Good man.
As many as I can.
We're going to make you honorary treasurer of the Pawn Grubbers Association.
Let me have as many as I can.
Yeah, that's 3 connected pass pawns.
And I think this will probably be it. Yes?
Yeah, we waited for the handshake. We were rewarded with our wait. Congratulations to Fabi. I mean, you know, in these competitions, a single win, just ask Ray Robson, is to be cherished. No losses, 2 wins, even more so.
Let's go back to see what's happening in Shankland versus
Indeed.
Niemann. Niemann, we know he's down to his last few seconds. And has Sam made any improvements?
Okay, let's take a look. When we left it, we had seen the move rook d8, king e7, and guess what? We're about to see the rooks being traded.
We're a little bit behind.
Are we behind the
Unfortunately, it doesn't
times?
seem- Yes, we're very much behind.
Apologies. I will see if I can't catch up. No. I'm pretty sure we have played rook b8, rook takes b8, bishop takes b8. Do you have the moves by chance for me? I can.
Let's
input
try to
them.
reconstruct them. No, the moves are not there. So rook to b8,
Yep.
rook takes b8. Let's try to somewhat catch up with the players because I think we can understand the moves. F4,
Okay.
knight, bishop to
Bishop
a7. Let's start
A7.
with bishop a7, king f2,
f2.
knight f6, king f3, knight d5, e4. That's the position. And now knight c7.
That's a pretty straightforward way of getting to the current position. You know, the more I'm looking at this with bishops of opposite colors, the more I liked rook takes b3 and giving up the bishop and playing that knight f4, trying to get the
Right,
knight ending.
right. No, that would
This
have been good.
ending, I mean, you know, sure, I love the extra pawn. I love the fact it's a 2-result game, but the problem is bishops of opposite color, the draw factor is just too great.
And the thing is, how do you stop me from going knight d4? Knight d6, knight d4, knight b5, knight d4.
Yes.
So I have 2
Knight
avenues.
d6.
You would love to play bishop c4, right?
Yes.
But unfortunately, that doesn't work in one move.
Yeah, you would love to make a Tsuji, that is to say a domination over the knight by transferring your... You could play bishop to d3 to stop knight to b5 to d4, but you can't stop knight to e6 to d4,
So if I try something like bishop a2
knight to b5.
and
I think I have to go e5 and king e4.
What?
Not here.
no, I thought f5. You don't like that? Okay.
e5, knight, and king here, yes?
I need to stop you from exchanging the knights. If you exchange the knights, the game is over.
Agreed.
It's a draw. So I'm going to try to stop you from doing that. e5 is on the board.
Good call.
Well, thank you.
Proving there's a first. Historical
There's a
moment,
first for
everybody. Not the commentator's curse that we're used to. The players actually following our analysis. A very strange thing has happened in this game. The players fought their way hard to the first time control. They reached the first time control. Hans Niemann spent 30 minutes, practically
That was
speaking,
very strange. That was a very
making a
strange-
decision. Have you ever witnessed that?
No.
That you make, I mean, I've seen Alexander Grishuk in a Sinkfield Cup make the time control and then use almost like 80%. But I've never seen somebody use like 95% of their second time control to make a move.
So
That
we will
was-
stay with this game, but
Sure.
can we now go to the leaders in the women's section?
Let's do it.
Because finally there is some action. Carissa is trying to develop her pieces. And she just played knight e4.
Okay.
Knight e5,
95.
pardon.
Yes.
Are we sure that's the position? Because
No.
Yes.
No.
we're missing a lot of moves in a lot of games, so maybe we
Okay.
should make sure.
I think this is the correct
Okay.
correct position.
Queen back to h. What? Wow. Queen back to h4. That's...
Well, she's looking at that c4 pawn.
Yeah.
Well, the c4 pawn is defended.
Right, but
Right,
you have to
right.
make a move. Okay, and something is happening.
Wait a minute.
Let's go to the current position, Yasser.
Well,
Because rook takes b6 happened.
Bishop d3, knight e5, rook takes b6, knight takes d3. This is a big development.
Wow,
okay,
some
just a
rook
second. Hold on.
b7.
No. Check.
Rook
Check.
takes, let's say.
But I like-
Check.
Okay,
Okay.
you got the check in. King
Okay,
d8.
king b8.
Gift me.
So now you're saying
I've
that
got
queen takes
two
d6 is coming,
pieces.
but queen to f6 defends both and attacks on c3. How do you defend against that?
That is a good point.
No, queen f6.
Oh, yeah, apologies. That was a mouse slip. Queen f6. Defends the pawn on d6. Initiates violence. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I got myself all excited. You wanted to play...
I want to play rook b7.
Yes, you did.
Because if you're going to capture it, that's game over. Queen takes.
Agree.
There's going to be checkmate on the back rank.
Nothing to discuss. I have to move my king. Your queen is under fire.
Right. But I have few moves here.
Queen
What
d5, is that?
Few...
I am looking at maybe rook g1.
Rook g1.
Oh, look at you. Fancy.
That's a nice one, yeah.
Fancy. Threatening mate.
I like that.
Because your rook on a6 is not really in the game, right? It's
Correct.
I like that.
You can capture my queen if you want to.
Well, let's just show it for the fans. Takes the queen, and one of the most basic checkmating patterns with the two rooks. You got me.
So let's say I go queen h8.
Look at you.
At least that's going to stop your queen from moving too far from your
But
king.
I feel your pieces are really kind of out of the game. Oh, you're targeting c3. That's actually very
I'm trying
important.
to take on b7, yes. And then you cannot take with a queen because of queen takes c3.
It was a satisfying move for an entire moment. Where can we go elsewhere with the queen?
Queen e2, we can try that.
Wow. But let's pause our analysis for just a moment as Anastasiya caught up with Ray Ray.
One with Ray Robson.
I'm here with Ray Robson, who just won the game against Awonder Liang. Congratulations, first of all, Ray. How does it feel to win finally after such a hard start of the tournament?
It definitely feels good. I played pretty badly especially in my second and third games, especially the second game. But today I think I was also maybe in some trouble in the opening. Awonder prepared something that I definitely didn't expect him to play. So I was worried another loss was coming, but I was very happy that things turned around this time.
You were spending quite a lot of time in the opening, and your opponent actually was sitting in a different room and was trying to build the house of cards. This time we will spot him there. Like what you were thinking during this period of time, like about the opening, like where you were hesitating a little bit. What kind of emotions were going through your mind?
I didn't know what to expect. Like if I played the Sicilian, it's not clear what. Like Awonder doesn't have a clear option that he usually goes for. So like this h3 knight, or if I don't know if he even ever played h3 before. So I definitely didn't expect this. And then he also played kind of a rare line with queen f3, bishop d2, which I'm pretty sure I've definitely analyzed, but I didn't remember like any of the ideas, which is usually my main problem. I can't remember anything. So yeah, because normally they put the bishop on e3, but with the bishop on d2, then his pieces have access in the future after knight d5 to go to a5, which is what happened in the game. So yeah, I was trying to figure out the position, but probably I didn't do that.
Yes, I know what you mean, but still, I mean, tomorrow is going to be a free day. What are your plans for today, for tomorrow? Like, how are you going to spend this time?
Just rest and walk probably. I felt like in some of the games, I mean, the main problem was I was just not thinking clearly sometimes. So as usual, like I have trouble sleeping during tournaments somehow, which is obviously the worst time to have trouble sleeping. So I'll see if I can do that, but you never know. Sometimes I'll just lay in bed for like 10 hours trying to sleep without being able to sleep. So
why actually it's happening? Like some variations are going through your mind, or like the next game is like what's going on? Like which kind of ideas are going through your mind?
Yeah, usually I'm thinking about the game that I just played or I played earlier that day. Although I don't think I was during this tournament, but usually that always happens. And then thinking about the next game tomorrow, and I think it's mostly just anxiety related. I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes, it's always like that. Yes, all the best of luck for you, Ray, and to enjoy your free day and come back fresh to the round number 5. And we're going back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Our congratulations to Ray Robson. Hard-fought game just ended in a repetition, a perpetual check.
Yeah, Alice Lee just made a draw against Rose Atwell. There was not more in the position. She really tried to hide the king, but it was not possible.
Absolutely. We're just looking. I mean, I've got a brain infarction going on here. The game between Irina, Krush, and Carissa. I've been watching Cristian having too much fun with the computer. And if you don't mind just sharing that crazy line you just showed us with King B3.
Starting with Queen B5.
Sure,
maybe.
yeah.
I mean,
this is a very complicated position.
Well, first of all, there's 2 moves in this position for white. Rook to B7, which we were discussing, Queen to B5 as well. Queen to B5 is a bit more challenging for both players because black needs to find the next move. It's the only move in the position not to be completely lost. You need to defend against Queen to C6, right? You have a couple of ways to do so. One of them, to be honest, to my eyes, this is much more normal, right?
Natural.
You go knight e5, you're threatening knight takes c4. Seems like something is happening, right? But unfortunately, after rook takes a6, it doesn't seem like you're going anywhere. That's it. You're just losing. You give a check, but then I just simply go either to b3 or to a2. In fact, actually, a2 is the only one that's winning. And the idea being that if I go to f2,
a1,
now I just hide. Exactly.
And that's not even the fun part. The fun part you're going to show is which is crazy.
Exactly, exactly. Let's just go back to that one. The only move in the position is knight to b4.
I did not see that move.
Cutting the action of this rook. Now your rook is under attack. My rook is defended, extra defended, with this knight on b4. It's a very funny looking move. And now the best move for white is to refocus on the attack from the other side.
Something you wanted to do.
With rook to f1. Queen to f7. I have a couple of ways in which I can play this one. Knight to c2 being one of them as well. But queen to e7 is a very funny situation because now, once again, your rook is under attack. You have to go to b8. h2 looks very nice. You're close to promotion. And now the best move in the position is king
no
to
one
b3.
finds this.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yes, good luck. Now, I guess the idea is that sometimes you have knight c2
you're dodging
threats.
That one.
You're dodging that one. And, of course, bishop to d7 is not possible.
Mate.
And guess what? The best move is somewhat of a mutual Suzwan situation. The best move is king to d8. This is fantasy chess, guys.
Right?
This truly is fantasy chess. I don't think we should put any weight on the next few moves of what they're actually going to play because, I mean, if they find all of this, check their pockets. Something is wrong. No, this is very strange chess. We'll have to wait and see whether they will be able to go through this maze together.
By the way,
both of the players have very difficult moves to make.
By the way, Irina has 5 minutes only, so she has to commit now whether she's going to play queen b5 or what was the other move?
Rook b7 check?
Rook b7 or queen b5. Those are 2 moves, and both of them are fine.
Right.
Objectively.
But, I mean, to calculate these moves, and the clock times are?
Yeah, so Irina has 4 minutes and Carissa 11 minutes.
So a 2-to-1 time edge for Carissa. Carissa mentioned in her interviews with Anastasiya that she purposefully does her best to stay ahead on the clock. And that has been a strategy that's paid dividends because her anxieties go down, the opponent's anxieties are increased because of the time trouble. And this is a very difficult decision. I think I would be drawn myself to the move queen b5, not because I don't like hanging material. I do, especially when I think I'm winning. If I can calculate rook b7 to a win, I'm playing it in an instant. But in this particular case, what I really find myself attracted to is that I'm threatening queen c6 check, queen takes d6, and I'm, jumping in on the position. The move knight b4, I've kind of, frankly speaking, I've tuned that out. I got the pawn on c3. Right. You can't do that. You're
probably looking just at that knight e5 move.
Exactly. So Yeah,
B5
she's
on
played
the
the move
board.
Queen B5.
Okay.
Irina.
Knight to B4.
Wow! Instantly. Oh my goodness.
Carissa had it prepared. She knew,
Oh.
she calculated that, she played immediately, and now Irina has only 3 minutes.
Right. And if no, Irina is playing as if she also expected the move knight b4. Like
wait a
knight b4 was
second.
not a surprise.
I think she's much worse right now.
And she captured on a6 rather quickly, did Irina.
Yep.
Bishop takes a6.
Yep.
Queen takes a5, king d7.
Check, king d7. And I'm assuming Irina's intention
It's
to
to take on
the
B4.
knight.
She has to take the knight.
Yeah. And then we have
Bishop
to take
takes
the...
c4.
And we've got queen g3.
Queen
This is-
G3 first. Has to be played.
Oh, queen g3
Has
first.
to be played.
What?
Has to be played.
Rook to b3 in this case?
So if you take on C4 with the bishop first,
Yes.
then Queen A7 is winning, in fact, for, let's say, Queen G3.
Carissa is playing
Instantly.
the perfect moves.
Did she just
Are you in
calculate
that
everything,
position?
or
What the? Hold on. I'm still confused. Why aren't I winning with rook b3?
Queen E1? You're getting checkmated. You're getting checkmated, so be careful.
You know, no. The thing was, I was thinking that any threats of checkmate I was going to meet with b4 takes c5, but I'm in a pin.
Yeah.
I can't play b4 takes c5.
Wow. What a perfect play. I mean, knight b4,
Hold on.
queen
I'm
g3.
still trying to understand the position. If I retreat my king,
I mean, I'm going to go for promotion, right?
I might be able to go for it.
check, I guess.
No, I just go h2.
H2?
You have to waste time
I
for...
think I like
I
giving
take a
you a
bishop.
check first.
Well, I can still give a check now.
I like giving a check first.
Wow. Okay, just a second. I apologize. I'm just going to go back. What's the current position? This is it, right?
Yeah, I think Carissa is
Check
taking
on
this.
G3. Oops, excuse me. Not bishop takes c4. Bishop takes c4 is losing. Queen g3 check. Carissa's winning? Oh,
I mean, it's
my
a very
word.
complicated position, but that pawn on h3...
So it means queen b5 was good, but rook takes a6 was not good.
Right, we wanted to go, actually, I think rook b8 there first.
Right. So everything was fine to this moment. Rook b8 was required. I think when Irina captured on a6, I think she thought she was winning. I think she got to this position in her mind and was ready to meet queen g3 with rook to b3. Again, thinking she was winning, overlooking queen e1. What a star move.
Wow.
Hold on.
And Irina has only 2 minutes left on the clock.
Once again, just help me out here because I am blundering the game away. If I take this pawn, it just put me out of my misery. I feel like...
Well, I'm going to give check on c1, and then I'm going to checkmate you with bishop takes
Yes,
c4.
you are. Yes, you are. You're going to check me on c1. That's actually a very beautiful pattern. That nicely done. Yeah, I'm blind. Queen, wow. And the clock times, once again,
Irina, 1 minute 45 seconds now. And Carissa, she has 13 minutes. She has a lot of time on her clock. But she doesn't need it. She seems to find all the moves while
best
Irina is
moves.
thinking, and then she just plays it instantly.
Wow. Well, again, for those of you who are joining as late, shame on you. But I said at the start, welcome to the Carissa Yip Show. And if she goes 4 out of 4, I wonder if we've taken out insurance for the Bobby Fischer prize.
And the players she played against, exactly, we have Irina Krush, we had Jennifer Yu, very strong players that she actually won against.
Exactly. She was
So rook
playing against
b3 now,
national
queen
champion.
e1. Is queen e1 the only move? Can I go queen e5 and try to...
No, that was the beautiful part. Is in this case, I was going to make room for my king. Queen a1 check is no longer checkmate. Right?
By the way, Irina is under 1 minute, 45 seconds on her clock.
I think it's panic time right now for Irina because she I think she missed this queen g3 move.
I freely confess I did the same. But I missed queen e1 as the follow-up to queen g3. I did see rook b3, and I thought white's winning.
Carissa up to almost 14 minutes on her clock. And in fact, she's spending her opponent's time trying to calculate and keep on edge on the clock. So very, very well played by Carissa. This last sequence of time travel.
We will see a move because 9 seconds.
You have to do something.
Irina has to make a decision.
She's frozen.
Wow.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. King to b2.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. King to b2.
Yeah. And now it's
so Carissa
now it's almost over.
Can ladder check her way towards white's king, right? Something like queen e5 check.
I'm not sure about queen. Yeah, queen e5 check.
Because I do want you to force to go to b3.
Precisely.
Then I go queen e3, queen b4.
Yes,
and then
precisely.
That's just game over.
That's
wow.
right. Wow. Dare I say it, we're kind of in a stunned silence.
Because, for example, if you go king a3 here, we have a very nice checkmate. We go queen c3 check.
Yep.
Now you cannot go to a2 because bishop takes c4, game over.
Yep.
King c2.
Rook b3, and this is your sequence. Yeah. Yep. Wow.
So
king
c2,
to c2.
We are expecting to see queen e4 check.
Right.
Queen e2.
Queen e2, okay, similar thing.
I mean, queen takes c4 is coming.
That opens up the bishop with a gain of tempo.
And defends the bishop so I can push even h2.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, when the king is on the first rank, when the king drops back to the first rank with king c1, h2.
This is over, guys.
Yes,
this
queen takes c4 check.
Truly over right now.
And Carissa is playing like she sees it all. She's calculated.
She's not interested in spending more time. She just wants to get this one done with. Like speeding through the process right now.
Goodness. Yeah.
Okay, so we are expecting king b2.
Yep.
She's playing like she has homework to do.
Yes.
Wow.
Queen d4
I
check.
mean, she's spending virtually no time on her clock whatsoever.
And now I'm gonna activate that bishop. And if you go to a3, we have the queen c3.
The same pattern.
Same thing that
now it's fairly easy. If you go to c1, I can even go h2.
Yep. King c1, h2.
Of course, queen c3 also wins. Everything wins at this point.
Right.
And she played all of these moves.
Virtually
with no time
instantly.
spent.
Yeah.
With no time spent. Like that just, it's a sign of extreme confidence.
Yep.
I mean, what a start to the tournament. 4 out of 4.
Yep. And looks like Hans saved the ending. He was a pawn down, so Sam had some pressure, but that was a draw. That was a draw.
Yep.
So Fabi's lead looks like it's going to hold up. And by the way, we do have queen d4, king c1. This is the first time that actually Carissa paused.
But she thinks about h2 pawn, right? She does want to push that pawn.
Who doesn't? That is promoting with check. That's always been high on my agenda.
If we can have 2 queens on the board with this this king that has no pieces around to guard him.
This is really historic, guys. I mean, racing to a 4-zip and beating.
By the way, you can
these
give a
former
check
champions.
first. I think that's a bit more precise.
You
to
think
give
queen
a check.
c3 check first?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to agree.
Just because the king doesn't get out anywhere.
Exactly.
Okay, you know, we're
playing
splitting
around
hairs
right now,
yeah.
But you do take away an option as well. You know, like you're not giving any chances.
Yeah,
I like it.
She has options, and she's taking her time to find the most precise one.
Exactly.
Which I think will be queen c3.
Yep. You called it. King D1 quickly by...
there's no other legal move.
Yeah.
Might as well gain some time. H2, and I think this is resignation time.
Yep.
Wow, what a game, what a move, knight b4.
And there it is, resignation. Our congratulations to Carissa. That was just amazing to watch.
It all ended so fast for Irina Krush. Like Irina was thinking, hey, I'm winning like 2 minutes ago.
When she played the move Queen B5, I will bet you dollars to donuts, she thought she had the game in her back. I mean, really.
And then boom, 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 boom.
It was.
You're met with this like immediate moves, the best
Right.
moves in the position, and you find yourself in a losing position with no time to even think about it.
It's such a stunning
It's a shocker.
turnaround. Yeah, because first of all, the move knight before itself, that's not legal. I mean...
Because she didn't have to go for this, right? She sacrificed the piece because she believes rook takes b6 is good enough.
Right.
But this move knight b4 is just so easy to miss.
Like I say, you've got a very stunned commentators team over here.
I think we have one more game. Maybe we can
left?
see that final game as well. Begim is still playing against Anna
against Anna
Zatansky.
Zatansky.
Putting the finishing touches.
A lot of extra pawns for Begim.
Right, and it's almost one of those games of checkers. Yeah, you've got the light squares, I've got the dark squares. Everything's on dark squares except for the h5 and e6 pawn. But too many extra pawns for Begim, right?
And he talked about that king on h4 being actually very safe.
Yeah, comfy.
Surprisingly, it's not that many extra pawns. It's only 2 extra pawns.
Feels like more.
I know, it does. But I can go queen e5, right?
Queen e5 looks like
try to get that bishop off the diagonal.
Looks like a very nice move. Also, I find myself drawn, I don't know exactly why, tempted to play the move h6. Just tossing it out there. I don't really see what Anna, I'm looking at the Hobbit cams. As we see Anna's looking at her position, and she's probably wondering to herself, what did I do wrong? I was doing so well. You're queen e5.
Yeah, the problem that I found with
h6?
With h6 was that queen takes e5 was coming on the board, and I really didn't see a follow-up. Now, again, probably queen takes e5 will be played anyway.
Right.
So what do you do after queen takes e5?
Probably rook. Oh,
rook f5, queen e7. Yes, yes.
So
you
queen
have
c5.
To be a little bit careful.
Maybe. No, e7. You do have queen e7. You're still kicking.
So maybe rook f7 now.
Yes, just because you're in such a nasty pin, right?
Right.
And you know, you just feel like.
So now you're kind of tied to the defense of that bishop on d5. How do you get out of it? Do you go queen c4, but then there's no more checks on dark squares?
Right.
So perhaps queen c4. Now I'm starting to push that h pawn, right? h6, h7.
Whoa. Just a second. There is bishop takes e6. There is bishop takes e6.
Ah, you're trying to do something else. Okay.
And there's rook takes e6 too, right? Isn't there?
Okay.
Oh, that's made on the 8th rank. Sorry. Queen takes e5 on the board, as you prescribed. Kate, jump in. What do you think about what's going on here?
I think rook takes f6 is fine. After your queen c4? No, we're looking immediately. Oh.
We were playing. So we're thinking black wants to get out of the pin with the move queen e7 check. We were seeking to prevent that.
Right, so I go rook f7.
Right. And then because we're in this very, very nasty pin, we don't want to see the move rook d7.
But I don't think you are threatening rook takes d6 because there is rook f8 and some
and that's checkmate. Yeah, you're right.
Issues.
Agreed.
So I do like this h6. Just go.
Okay, but if I can't take with the rook, I still can take with the bishop. There's queen e4 check.
And you have queen
d5.
But isn't my pawn going to actually promotion?
Yeah. Queen e4 check.
Let's take a look, because I also have checkmating threats with knight c6, right? So I capture the queen.
Yes. Your rook is hanging. Alert, alert.
Okay, I go rook e7.
What? Rook
e7.
D7.
D7, pardon me, yeah.
Yeah, e7 I'm taking.
E7 not good.
What
D7.
am I missing? Yeah. And you're saying you've got knight c6 on tap?
Mm-hmm.
So check, king g5, and you've got h7.
And I'm promoting.
Nice. I think you're winning.
I mean, you can go like king b8 to wait, but then I'm pushing my king to g5 again.
Yeah, this looks like a winning.
And I can always block that bishop from the diagonal
Right.
with my knight.
This is the current situation with, and we're just saying that this pin is such a nasty one. The only way to really get out of it is with a check, which is why we want to stop that move queen e7 with rook f7. And it's sort of like the h pawn is carrying the day and the
So
king.
let's keep going. Rook f7 and that queen to c4 move.
Right.
How do you continue?
h6.
h6.
By the way, players are low on time. Begim is
Uh-oh.
under 3 minutes and Anna has 4 minutes.
She played h6 first. Okay.
h6.
Oh, I like this
first.
because you still cannot.
Do you? But what if I take on e6 with the rook?
Well, I don't think you can because I have rook f8, very
Queen
sneaky
takes
one. And now I'm gonna
queen takes d5.
capture queen takes d5, targeting
That's
that
nice,
rook as
actually.
well.
Yeah, no, that's nice. That's easy to miss.
That's a pleasant one. Yep. So no rook takes e6. So h6 and
But I think you guys want to play queen e7 check.
Sure.
that was our intention.
Let's go queen e7. But can I go up now, king h5? There's still no checks. I don't see any checks.
Crawling up the board. That's a nice move, actually. King h5. I mean, it's like the king is leading a charmed life. I like that move.
And if
very
I go
much.
bishop b7,
Bishop to b7, yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Rook f7, something I've kind of wanted to do for some time.
okay, queen a3. Something trying to create some counterplay.
You want to be annoying.
Yes.
Well, okay. It's funny. I don't know if I'm building some insulation around my king by trying to stop any checks or not. I'll play h4. Sometimes the doubled h pawns have purpose.
Now queen h3.
Look at you. You're still being annoying.
I want to play, like, if you push your rook. Oh, you got away with that thing.
I'm gonna.
2 minutes for Anna right now. She needs to find some moves.
Yeah, this looks good for white.
Yeah.
She needs to find some moves. No, h6, not only that you're getting closer to promotion, you're also making space for that king to go
Yeah,
up
exactly.
up the
Exactly.
board.
I was like.
Up towards safety.
Right. Right. So again, this is the current position. h6 has just been played. Excuse me. Move we applaud. You were saying Anna's getting lower and lower on time.
She has 90 seconds right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Begim has 3 minutes, so they're close to the time
But Begim
pressure
also
there.
has the much easier position to play.
Easy. Oh, yes.
Right now.
Yes. Yeah, those doubled A pawns, by the way, for black, it's almost like it's smothering her king. I mean, because of these back rank mates that we've been looking.
I think Anna has to go for queen e7 because otherwise her queen and the bishop, they're kind of pinned.
They are.
And
it's-
if you do nothing, I go h7, h8, and
Right, and I love pushing the H pawn, as Cristian was saying. It's actually giving my king more space so that I can play up the board even more. So it's
45 seconds for Anastasiya right now with an impossible position to play.
but maybe
What
she's
will she
waiting
choose?
for your king h5 move.
Rook takes e6, missing rook to
Rook
f8
F8
perhaps.
alert.
But
Rook
there were
F8.
not a lot of alternatives available either way.
Sometimes you see the winning move for your opponent, and you just have to make a hope that, will they have that no
Rook F8.
temporary
Begim
blind
immediately,
spots for
Rook
Begim.
F8.
I think she was
She was waiting
primed
for it.
ready. Yes, that is winning on the spot.
Queen takes f8, queen takes d5, king to b8.
And we will take that rook with
And what are you going to take the rook with?
knight.
Really? I thought
No,
queen.
wait a
takes
minute.
h6.
What am I doing? I'm not going to give up my pawn. What?
No, you can take
Forgive
with
me.
the queen, and I think this is the idea. So you take with the queen, queen to f4,
Oh no,
and king
F2.
h5.
Queen
Or-
f4, queen g4 check. You have
No,
the
but then I take
intermezzo.
on h6. I really want to take that pawn on h6.
Ah, okay. So you okay?
So I'm still thinking that you want to go up, and queen takes d4 doesn't work because of queen g8, queen g7. I think this is the problem.
Oh.
So that knight is untouchable, basically.
No, well then it's easy. Nicely spotted, Christian. Queen g8, queen g7. I'm crying. Yes, queen takes e6, and as you just said, the knight is untouchable. You can check me from f2 and take the knight. You can check me from f4 and take the knight.
I'll give you the knight, no problem.
Yeah.
Take it. Take it.
Yes, do me a solid. Queen d8 check. How's that one? And take the knight.
No problem.
Oh, take it whichever way you want.
Yeah. You
I actually
can grill
want you
it,
to
you
take
can
it.
boil it, you can fry it, but at the end of the day,
I'm
it's,
valuing my pawns right now much more than that knight.
Yeah. Wow. I'm still reeling. Apologies. That game between Irina Krush and Carissa, just the way the whole turnaround occurred, and not just the way it just the turnaround occurred. It's just that Carissa was just going bang, 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 and every move was like a hammer blow, and she was playing them quickly. Like, yeah, I got this. I analyzed this. I got this. She is in that rarefied atmosphere, that zone of confidence.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, she knows what she's doing. She's playing the right moves. She's playing them quickly. She's just unstoppable.
Wow, just amazing. Just amazing. What a game. For those of joining us late, it's the Carissa Yip Show. Welcome.
4 out of 4 before the rest day.
Please subscribe. Wow. King b8.
Still waiting to capture that rook somewhat. Either with the knight or with the queen. What is she worried about if she takes with the queen? There it is.
Yep.
Queen takes e6, best move in the position defending. Pride and Joy, the pawn on h6.
Indeed. That is indeed the pawn. And we've been looking at variations with queen, f2 check takes. So you end up taking the knight, but after queen g8 check and queen g7, white is forcing the trade of queens, and the h pawn is far, far advanced.
We're back to equal pawns, guys.
But not equal pieces.
No, just equal pawns.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just game over.
And look, this is a huge victory for Begim because Carissa is running away with it.
Truly.
If you want to keep contact with her, you need to win games.
Yep.
And she's already lost one, so she cannot afford to lose any more games. She needs to win, and that's exactly what she's doing right now. Queen to f4, what do you do now?
King h5.
King h5 allowing queen takes h2?
Yep.
You're not worried about it.
I am not worried one bit. Queen takes h2, king g6. The king is going to find...
Queen g1, where do you go?
Yeah, probably...
You can still go on h7. It's exactly the same thing.
The same story, right? I'm forcing this... And the knight is ready to block a check on the diagonal as well.
Yeah, doesn't help me much. This is over.
So this is the current position. We're expecting king h5. Probably not the only move. King h3. Also something.
King h3 looks good as well.
Yeah, something to be said for it as well.
Queen f1. You will have to wait.
Whoa. She was reaching for her queen there. I'm almost certain she was
after
reaching
queen
for...
g4, it's still winning for white. I'm sure, but it's becoming more difficult.
That is true. Again, king h5 was my very first reaction. Only king h3. Okay, yeah, I agree. You can check me on f1. But yeah, I will play king h5.
Okay, Begim changed her mind and
Yes.
she did play this best move, probably king h5.
But it looked there for just that half a minute that she was thinking about queen g4.
Now Anna is realizing she cannot capture that knight. And she will have to settle for capturing the pawn on h2.
Small solace, because queen takes h2, king g6, and it's the pawn on h6 that is carrying the day, obviously. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Yeah.
Anastasiya, last 45 seconds.
Wow, we've seen
for her.
a lot of decisive games in this round.
Well, more
Begim,
and more. With every round, we're getting
three,
more and more decisive
4
games.
4 decisive games in the ladies.
I think only one. Actually, two.
Fabi won.
And Ray Robson.
Ray Robson won.
In the open section.
In the open section, yeah. I thought Sam Sevian might win against Christopher. I thought he had a really good ending.
By the way, Anna has 10 seconds. Oh wow, she's capturing the knight. So that's going to be resignation very soon. We are expecting queen g8, trading the queens.
Yeah, queen to g8.
And that's it.
Putting the finishing touches. Whoa, 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 whoa. She's going for h7.
Whoa,
wow.
Queen g8 check, king c7.
That's a really big miss right there.
Yeah, queen g8 and queen g7 would have forced resignation, whereas h7...
She's saying that there's no checks, but is that accurate? I mean, I'm sure this must be still completely winning.
But
don't
queen
get me wrong.
d1 check?
Queen d1, I
Are we
guess she
sure
wants to
it's
go off the board.
Yeah, king g6, king f7. I think I'm going to hide the king.
Oh my goodness, but this is...
Are you 100% sure,
I mean,
Katja?
She probably...
98%.
98. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and beat me. Check.
Okay, king f7.
Queen takes pawn. I'm a pawn grabber.
No, but now I go queen e8.
Now I have check on d8.
Oh, check on e8.
E8.
Of course.
Pardon me.
No. Oh, okay. Sorry, so that means... Okay. So I've got to keep contact with your king,
queen
and
C2.
she's done that with queen c2 check. Okay, you've got to keep contact with the pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So queen f5 or king g7? What's your story?
King g7.
Okay. Queen check. G3 is protected, so you can play king g8, and g3 is protected. Oh. Oh dear. King and g7.
Yeah, that's winning too.
That is winning.
But it's not as smooth as just
there was a
queens.
skipping of the heart there. Queen g8 was instantly resignation.
Because if there was no pawn on h2, it would be way more difficult.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not so easy to force this pass pawns home in the queen ending.
Queen to g2, okay. Now, so where is it? King to f8 followed by king to g8, is that on
I might just go now queen g6.
Okay, queen g6, queen b7, only move.
Queen b7, only move?
Or queen b2, but...
Okay, but now I improved, yes, queen f7.
Oh, wait. We can go king h6 now. It's over. No more checks.
Oh, that's the best thing, actually.
No more checks. That's it.
Very safe. I love this pawn on h2. What a shield.
Right.
So I guess you're forced to go queen to b2 to stay in the game right now. B4. Instead of queen b7, queen b2 check.
I keep feeling that Anna is playing.
Queen g2, I have king f8.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Queen to f6, and now if queen to b7, king h6, no more checks. If queen to g2, king f8, no more checks. That's it.
That's it.
And the queen on f6 nicely supports h8 as well.
Protects the king, supports the pawn promotion.
Queen b7.
And king h3, king h6.
King h6 is going to force a resignation. Yep.
Well played by Begim. That was, I mean, she made it tricky for herself, let's be frank. H7 was not a good move, but then she had realized that she can dodge the perpets and promote her pawn.
It's kind of funny that material is equal now, right? We were
For the first time in the game.
Finally, yes, it's been a while. And now it's time to resign.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh my.
Yeah, there is no way.
And Anna has only 5 seconds on the clock.
I think she is just about to.
I think that's going to be
Actually, just
flags.
Yeah, it's flag.
Yeah, and it's resignation first. Congratulations, Begim. 3 victories out of 4 games. Normally speaking, you're very happy with a 75% score going into the rest day, except for one problem.
Carissa keeps winning.
Carissa keeps winning.
She doesn't give a chance anybody to even steal a draw from her.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, our congratulations to Begim, as that's the last game of the round to finish, right?
Yes, all games are completed now.
And before we go to our summation, let's jump over to Anastasiya, who caught up with Talia Cervantes.
Who won her first game in the tournament today.
You have.
I'm here with Talia Cervantes, who just won her game against Jennifer Yu. First of all, congratulations on your victory. Great game. And before we speak about it, I wanted to ask you about the tournament. How is it going for you so far? And especially the game from yesterday. We were all watching it, and it was a really crazy situation.
Yes, it was an absolutely crazy game. I think it's been nice that I had two saves in my round 2 and 3. And finally, I get my win, so it's kind of working with the rhythm of the tournament and getting my first win of the event is really important. And my game yesterday, it was just an absolute mess. I thought my position out of the opening was fine. I probably didn't punish enough the openings, the mistakes in the opening, but no, later on the game became extremely messy. In time trouble, I made a lot of mistakes. I was completely lost. At one point, I thought I had gotten out of the trouble, and I didn't go for repetition, and my position is still like -3. But
it didn't feel like this, during the game.
Right, because I don't think you have enough time to actually think of what's going on. You just have to make moves in time trouble. So I was just making moves, and somehow I survived. And then later I checked with the computer, and somehow my position is like +2 at the end. And it was just an absolute mess. So I'm happy today's game went a little bit more calm than yesterday. So
today it felt like it was more calm. So what was the moment you understood that your position was actually better, or you are getting a winning position?
Yeah, so out of the opening, I honestly wasn't expecting the London, so I took some time to see what setup I wanted to do. Maybe I could have gone for something that I understood more, but this seemed fine. And I think later, after we traded a bunch of pieces and we had only like rooks, queen and bishop, and it was more about the structure. I felt really comfortable after her move b4. I understand that it meant to undermine my pawn formation because all of my pawns are on light square, same as my bishop, but I felt like afterwards the position was just so open for her king, and I tried to not allow the idea of f5, and thankfully afterwards, we were getting into time pressure too, and I managed to get my pieces through and have convincing end to the game, so very happy about that.
Absolutely, but I was wondering, after such crazy games like yesterday, what was your mindset today, and like how much time do you need to calm down after so crazy topsy-turvy games?
Well, the nice thing is that I'm actually staying at my family's apartment, so as soon as I get home, it's completely different vibe, and I have my sister there and she's waiting for me, and we went out to eat yesterday because I needed some time to relax and calm down. but being with my family really helps. And it took I would say like very short amount of time. And usually the night before I'm already thinking about the next game. So yes, just kind of going with the flow now.
And now that you mentioned your family, do they follow the game live? And did they know about the result, or they just want their daughter to come back and to be with you?
I think my mother usually gets very stressed, so she doesn't watch so much. She just kind of trusts. And if I have a nice game, she wants me to explain it to her, which is really cute. And my sister tries to follow. She's actually a WCM. She tries to follow the game, but she also gets very stressed. So at some point, she just stops. And since the game, it's a little bit delayed. Like by the time I get home, it's not really over on the screen. So she's just very confused. But we managed. So,
that's really cool. I mean, that's nice to have this family and support, during the tournament. All the best of luck for you. And before we go for the break, tell me what are you going to do for the rest day?
Actually, I have to go to St. Louis University tomorrow and take a midterm exam. So that's what I'm doing.
That was planned. This way that you could do it, right?
Yeah, I tried to schedule everything. Yes, yeah.
That's great. So no rest for you, basically.
No, not really.
It's great. So you managed to combine everything together. Playing in the event and studying. Yeah?
It's tough, but you have to try. So you can't really miss an opportunity like this tournament. So I gotta make it work somehow.
Absolutely, and this is what you are doing. Good luck with everything, with exam and the tournament as well, Talia, and we go back to the studio.
Our congratulations to you, Talia. But boy, what an event for round 4, just before the rest day. Tell us the results. Let's take a look at the standings now after, wow, what a day.
So you said it, it's all Carissa show.
Wow.
4 out of 4, incredible performance. Second now, Begim Tohirjanova, she won an important game. She's trying to catch up with Carissa.
As she leapfrogs past Tatev. Tatev losing with the white pieces.
And she is clear third, but losing before the rest day.
That hurts.
That hurts.
And current standings for the open section.
In the open section, we have a clear leader. Fabiano Caruana won his important game and he's 3 out of 4. And then there are 3 players tied for the second place. Wesley So, Sevian and Hans Niemann.
Awonder Liang falling off the pace as he loses to Robson, but we had Anastasiya catching up with Fabi. Over to you, Anastasiya.
We are here with Fabiano Caruana, who just won the game against Mishra, one of the youngsters in the tournament. Congratulations, first of all, Fabi. And I was just thinking, do you have a little bit different mindset and approach when you play against youngsters?
Well, I don't consider them like so young because they're already so strong. So it's not like I'm playing against a little kid who can't play chess. Like he's already a very strong grandmaster, and last year he was in a plus score in this tournament. So. I take it as like any other game, It's.
But is it a little bit in your mind? Yes, that's still there, like such a big gap, or you consider him as a generation of Prague and Gukesh or something like that?
A little bit younger than this generation. Like those guys already broke through to the very top, so now they're, you just consider them like the top players in the world. Mishra still has a few years probably before he'll be a very top player, but. I think my coach will say that I did well to take him into an endgame, and kids are not playing endgames too well. I don't know if it's the case, but I think this is what my coach will definitely say. And yeah, I was happy, and I think that he maybe a little bit of inexperience showed when he went for this position with the isolated e-pawn. It wasn't necessary for him, and I think he more or less thought it's just a draw, and so he went into it not being too worried. But it's actually very unpleasant, and I was very happy to get it because it's like a risk-free, probably a draw, but you never risk and you can press forever.
I had a feeling when he moved the pawn forward, like play d5, this maybe was like the final mistake, or you think even without it, it was very bad already?
I think it's very unpleasant, and e5 is a bit maybe risky because he allows f4 at some moment, like I played later on. But then I thought before the time control, like maybe he has very good drawing chances. He blundered when he played like rook f8, rook f1 allowing queen e4, and then it's game over. But instead of rook f8, maybe rook d8, or instead of rook d8, maybe like rook d2. I thought he has a lot of counterplay, and even with the pawn up, it's maybe very good chances to draw. that was my feeling.
Yeah, and actually in the round 5 you're playing against another, let's say, youngster. They're not young, of course, anymore, as you said, Christopher Yu, if I'm not mistaken. So, what is your feeling about it? You'll be playing with black this time, and I think Christopher sometimes is trying, keep position quite balanced, and not allow control play. Or this is what you are afraid a little bit of.
I think that's definitely his style. That he's playing very kind of steady chess.
Solid,
yeah, very solid. All his games have been positional so far, extremely positional. Today he was kind of on the worst side of an endgame, but he held it. And yeah, with white he's been very solid. So I don't know. I'll see what happens. But I'm not thinking too much yet because we have a free day, so I'll rest a little bit first.
Yeah, so during those 3 days, like now, of course, you're in your town, but still, I mean, during the 3 days, what normally you are doing? How much, do you spend more time for preparation, or you try still to keep your routine and not to overdo it?
Definitely some preparation, but I will try to do something active, some sports. I'm not sure exactly, maybe the gym or something, but definitely to do something which counteracts all the sitting and playing chess that we're doing for these 2 weeks. So I'll try to play some sports or do something at least that's a bit more physical.
That sounds like a good plan. Fabio, I will let you rest. Thank you so much for taking your time, and we'll go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations, Fabi, on your clear first at the moment. Come on over, we'll play some code names. Sum it up, the day before the rest day, and the players played hard-fought games today, Cristian.
Absolutely, and the cream is rising to the top right now, and these tournaments are getting more and more competitive. As we can see, Carissa is running away with it for the moment, and you see she's creating separation compared to everybody else. Alice Lee, she's only on 2 points out of 4 right now. That's right. 2 points behind Carissa right now. She's starting this tournament too slow. She needs to pile up some victories if she wants to fight for the championship. Of course, Begim, it seems like it's the race that we've seen last year, right? It's exactly the same 2 players, and as you can see, winning game after game. But Begim lost one, so Carissa is looking really sharp right now. In the open section, of course, Fabiano must be happy with the way the tournament is going for him right now, creating some separation between him and all the other contenders. Awonder Liang losing with the white piece against a player that was struggling, Ray Robson. That's a big result right there. And of course, Hans Niemann with the black pieces. I have to say, he was getting very close to creating an advantage with the black pieces. After that, towards the end, I still don't understand. Why did he spend 28 minutes out of his last 30 to get himself into a worse position? But kudos to him. He defended very accurately after that. A lot of exciting chess today. Tomorrow, the players get to rest. We get to rest. And we'll see you guys in a couple of days.
Right. Sam Shankland, moral victories. He had 4 draws, but 4 good positions. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Take a free day tomorrow, and be sure to come back on Wednesday, as we'll have more action for the U.S. Championships. Good night.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.